Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Okay, welcome back everyone to Northmor's best gym. We have 4 gyms here, but this is the KMAC tournament today, and you are seeing 3 mats. It is kind of tough to broadcast a tournament. My name is Mike Skelton. I'm going to attempt to do that today for the OH Report. My sidekick today is Zach Zolman, a 2008 graduate of Northmor. I'll come back to Zach in a minute. But first, let me explain to you what you're seeing. On these 3 mats, and mats 1 and 2 are high school exclusively, and on mat 3, you're seeing the KMAC Junior High tournament. At any one time today, we may feature one of the 3 mats and explain, maybe with a little play-by-play, if we see some hot action on that mat. But all day long, you're going to be able to follow wrestling on 3 mats. In case you're watching from Florida and you want to see your grandson wrestle, and we're not featuring that exclusive match, you'll be able to still see it live and free on the OH Report. So now it's time to introduce my co-host here today. Zach Zolman is a 3-time state qualifier from Northmor High School, a 2008 graduate. When I say 3-time state qualifier, you know he's qualified to broadcast a wrestling match. Zach, say hi.
Hey, Coach. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys letting me be here, and excited to see some of these great matches we got lined up today.
It is a great day. And along with Zach, I want to introduce Adam Thompson. Maybe Adam won't be on the screen today, but Adam is our producer, and trust me, I've done this before. Without Adam by my side, this broadcast wouldn't be anything like it is going to be all day long here today. Okay, 3 mats, lots of action. Right now, the only action you're seeing, though, is a junior high match on mat 3. Each of the weight classes has a different number of participants in it. There are 14 high school weight classes and 15 junior high weight classes. Broadcasting a tournament can be a little difficult. We've done it before because of what I just explained. Different numbers in different weight classes. This is called the KMAC tournament. There are currently 7 schools in the KMAC. When Highland left to join the Mid-Ohio Athletic Conference, we were left with 7 schools. So to fill the brackets here today, we have actually invited several other schools. And the KMAC does that from sport to sport. They bring in adjunct teams to fill the lineups. Right now, Loudonville is actively trying to fill that 8th spot in the vacated KMAC lineup, and they're already in our football 8-school league, but they're here today, as well as we welcome Elgin, and we also welcome Lucas. Lucas and Elgin and Loudonville help us fill this 8-man bracket in the KMAC tournament. Actually, in the league, 2 teams have not fielded wrestling this year. Neither East Knox nor Danville have teams. But with 7 schools in the league, minus 2, Danville and East Knox takes us to 5. We bring in 3 schools. Now we're back up to 8, and we've got a tournament. Okay, here we go. What do we have down on mat 1 right now?
Coach, on mat 1, we're looking at Ethan Amons. This is a very, very promising freshman wrestler. He wrestles 113 the majority of the time, but good pin there by Amons.
Amons is a tough freshman.
He's coming up to 120 for the tournament, so we're excited to see big things out of him.
Coach Scott Carr is our head coach here at Northmor, and Coach Carr has a loaded lineup of talented young wrestlers. We don't know if it's going to be enough this year to overtake the returning league champion, and that's Elgin. Elgin won the league last year, and they did it with depth, and they brought depth again here today. Elgin has, Zach, not only a wrestler in every single weight class, but we have allowed extra wrestlers into the lineup, and frequently one of the extra wrestlers belongs to Elgin. They have entered not just the 14 weight classes, but they've also entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 other wrestlers into the tournament. Coach Levi Pasma from Elgin High School has done an excellent job of recruiting talent in that school. He's got about 30 kids out for wrestling.
I think it's great to see that, Coach. You know, a lot of these schools were decimated by COVID, so to see a program like that, especially a program like Elgin that's never actually had a state qualifier, be able to just have numbers, that's a big part of it. Steel, sharpen steel, so you want kids out there making each other better. Elgin's a good testament to putting the time in and getting quality athletes. Their program's definitely heading in the right direction.
Well said, Zach. COVID did decimate a lot of wrestling teams down below. Grade school programs, middle school programs, and of course now we're coming out of COVID and the high school numbers are suffering as a result. But I think today you're going to see Elgin tested by Northmor. Northmor has entered 12 of the 14 weight classes, and Northmor may not have a full lineup, but Northmor's got talent. Northmor's, unlike Elgin, a program that has a history, many state qualifiers from Northmor, many league titles, many sectional, and even district titles.
Yeah, Coach, Northmor definitely has quality. That's something that you hope carries them through for this program. 2019, last time they had a league title. That's for a program like this, that's something you don't usually see. So,
well said.
Hopefully they'll be able to turn that around.
Northmor has a culture of wrestling, Zach, and you were very much a part of that. Coach Carr is bringing the program back with this field of wrestlers that he has that are almost 9th and 10th graders. He has one senior in the lineup today. That's it, just one senior. He has a boodle of talented 9th and 10th graders, some 11th graders in there, and he actually has a pretty good 8th grade class. I know you've helped coach that junior high team this year.
Yeah, those 8th graders, they're definitely mine. I take great pride in those kids. Some of them second-year wrestlers even. We have one kid, Nye Askew, a 172-pounder. Second-year wrestler, he was a Gorman runner-up. So not often that you see a kid come in with that much intensity and that much dedication to getting better. But it's something that they're definitely running with here at Northmor.
I love it when you bring those names up. Grandma wants to hear those names. And one prominent name we want to mention is your sidekick coaching the junior high team, Jamie Baldridge. Coach Baldridge is a staple within this program. He was a state runner-up when he was in high school, and he's just doing a whale of a job coaching not just the junior high along with you, but he's helping coach the grade school program as well with his dad. He and his dad are doing a great job with the grade school program, bringing it back.
Yeah, we love having him help out with the high school, junior high, and elementary. It's a big part of wrestling here is the family atmosphere. And
Culture.
Jamie's Baldridge's family is a big part of that wrestling culture here at Northmor. So he does a great job, him and his father, with the Biddy program. Obviously, we wouldn't have a good, successful junior high or high school if we didn't have that good foundation of a Biddy program.
I'm telling you, wrestling, the coaches are important role models out there for these tough kids, but do not underestimate what the coaches have done with their grade school programs. If you want to have a championship team, you've got to have a base. And for years, Northmor had that. We kind of took a hit back during the COVID years for one reason or another, but we're trying to get it back. And right now, you're going to see two teams at the varsity level battle for supremacy. Elgin and Northmor, I think, will be our top two teams here today. You're actually watching two Elgin wrestlers wrestle on mat one. One, of course, will be their scorer, and one will just be in the tournament.
Yeah, Coach, you got Elgin on all three mats, I believe. Oh, nope, that's Shelby.
Back to Northmor. I think, Zach, when you mentioned a few minutes ago the quality that Northmor has, not the depth. We don't have 30 kids out like Elgin. I think we might be able to put at least a half a dozen wrestlers into the finals of this tournament today.
Yeah, Coach, definitely the finals of this tournament. And going further, when you see down the line sectionals, districts, and state, I think a lot of these kids are going to shock some people. I know they're young, but these young kids have been practicing together and bouncing off each other. Definitely some good technique. They're going to surprise a lot of people. So
well, some of these kids won't be a surprise. For example, Cohen Becker placed, what did he place, 5th at state last year?
He got 7th at state last year.
7th at state last year as a freshman, only a sophomore in the lineup this year. And we have another wrestler. Tell us about our junior high state champion.
Yeah, Campbell's an amazing, amazing talent. He's got a brother, that Landon Campbell, that I believe is a returning state champ from Galleon.
No, he was a state placer. He wasn't in the finals. But Carson?
Yeah, Carson.
Going what weight class here today? 138.
138. He'll keep that the rest of the year. And he's got amazing technique. You see kids that either have speed or strength or technique. He's one of those few athletes that you see that really has them all and brings them all together. So Carson Campbell, young, he's a freshman, but he's going to definitely come out and do some great things for this program.
Okay, I think you're beginning to see the format of today. We're going to talk about wrestlers, and we're going to talk about wrestlers from other teams too. But right now you can see we've got mat number 2 on the big screen, but you're also able to see all 3 mats as well as a running score. The KMAC and Northmor is doing a marvelous job of running this tournament. We don't have any kids at any of the tables. Those are adults running every table, the score and the time. We do have some youngsters doing the bopping, but those are adults, all wrestling knowledgeable adults, and you can see the running score on the right-hand side of your screen and a couple of results. You can see that Brady Carr got a pin, and you can see that Ethan Amon's got a pin in round 1 for Northmor. But let's go back and talk about some of the other teams. I want to talk about Elgin. I have talked to their coach this morning, Levi Pasma, and I'm told he's a marvelous science teacher over at Elgin. But I met him last year when he won the league, held down, I believe it was at Centerburg last year. And I congratulated him on the number of kids that he has out. He's almost a Pied Piper within that school, able to get, in a school that size, 30 kids out for wrestling. And I asked him about state qualifiers, and he has, just like some of the other schools, like Northmor, a bevy of good assistant coaches. In fact, when I spoke with him this morning in the hospitality room, he had 4 young assistants listening to every word he said. And one of those young assistants made it clear to me that they will have some state qualifiers here in a few weeks. they're big believers in that program. They've done a good job, and I hope they do. I hope they do have several state qualifiers. It'll be good for the league and good for the area. Marion Elgin.
Yeah, Coach, as we look through this, we only have here at the KMAC one state placer from last year, outside of Carson Campbell, who won junior high state. But Becker's the only state placer that we have here at the KMAC. So this is definitely going to be something that is going to change in this year and the years to come.
The sectional is next week, then the district, and then the state. So we are within weeks away from completing the winter wrestling season. Many girls basketball teams have already completed their season. A shout out to our school. We did lose last night in the second round of the OHSAA tournament, but we made it to the second round, and Coach Fred Beachy had a winning record this year, 12 wins, 11 losses. Shout out to our girls basketball team. The score wasn't what they wanted last night, but they had a pretty good season with a winning record.
Coach, on mat 2, this looks like it's a pretty close match. You're seeing for the first time some near fall points. These
Tell us what schools we have out there, Zach.
From here, it looks like we got maybe Cardington and Elgin. We got 2-0. He's holding the near fall. A lot of times you'll see this. He's in the same transition move, so they're not going to award him the near fall because he's still in the process of getting the pin. Short time on the clock. He got it. Good match.
That fall was incidentally called by John Hinton, one of our 5 officials here today. John Hinton is a 1997 Northmor grad and a 2-time state placer. I believe when John was in high school, he placed 4th one year and 3rd another year. Out on the mat 2 right now, getting ready to officiate is another area official. That's Dave Blackford. And the other 3 officials here today are Corey Ocker from Mount Vernon, Paul Posdernick, and Eddie Mickley from Danville. Or I'm sorry, it's Cade Mickley from Danville. 5 officials. The KMAC is really putting on a show here today with 3 mats, 5 officials, the junior high being run simultaneously with the high school tournament, and it's all live and free for you on the OH Report.
Yeah, John Hinton, bringing you back to the official we just saw at the previous match. Northmore's not only first multiple-time state placer, but he was Northmore's first state placer. So real great job with John. I believe he has 123 wins for Northmore. So 100 wins, a big accomplishment.
Actually, in all my years associated with Northmore, I couldn't have told you that little tidbit. He was our first state placer?
He was. John Hinton went 4th and 3rd. I only know he won 123 matches because that's the same number I won. So
I guess it's a tribute to Scott Carr and the program that we've had that many state placers and state qualifiers that I wouldn't know the answer to that trivia question.
Well, Coach Skelton, you definitely had your hand at that. 29 years as a head coach, correct?
I worked for Northmore 40 years, 29 of those I was the head coach, but all that really means, Zach, is I'm old, past my prime, and most of these kids have absolutely no idea who I am. They see me as someone who broadcasts for the OH Report, not a former wrestling coach.
Not old, Coach. Well aged. Over on mat 3, we got Carter Thomas. Oh, nope, this is Parsons. Ryan Parsons.
Son of Joe Parsons.
Son of Joe Parsons.
Wait, and you'll see that frequently within our lineup, generational wrestling.
Ryan's an athlete that he's progressing a lot as the year went on. He started off a slower wrestler, but
I want to watch him, but I also want to watch what's going on right now on mat 2. Tell us who's out on mat 2 as I just switched to it.
So this is C.J. Stoney, a senior, our second senior. He took a year off last year, and this is going to be his first match in probably 18 months. So we're really excited that he's putting the time and the effort in, and seeing him in practice, he doesn't have a lot of rust. You see there with that nice high crotch, he caught the leg.
I want to do a shout-out as we talk about generational wrestlers. C.J. Stoney's dad, Stan, wrestled for me decades ago, and C.J. is proudly entering the United States Marine Corps in June. Here he is Here he is spending his last winter weeks scoring points again for Northmor after, again, taking last year off. C.J. Stoney's going to help Northmor here a lot. Even though he may exhibit a little mat rust, he knows how to wrestle. His dad and his coaches have taught him how to wrestle. And he just got a pin on mat 2. Good job, C.J. Stoney.
Yeah, you notice with C.J., he's got great hips. That's something that Northmor really preaches on here with wrestling. Even if he gets out of position, he's able to recover well. In that, the kid tried to throw him. He dipped his hips, took him right to his back. Great job with Stoney.
Leaving mat 2 right now, you see our head coach, Coach Carr, about to congratulate CJ. And also on mat 2 a second ago, you saw Coach Carr's top assistant, Coach Buck Workman. Coach Buck Workman is one of those guys that any high school needs. He's just involved in everything. He's also our head baseball coach. And our head football coach is over there running. Which mat is he on? Do you see Coach Armrose?
Yeah, he's on mat 2.
Tell us about Coach Armrose.
Yeah, Coach Armrose run a really good football program. He helps with the weightlifting program. I think he might be the coach of the weightlifting program as well.
Yes, sir.
As well as one of our assistant wrestling coaches here. He takes care of the JVs. He's got a really a stud athlete of a son that has progressed a lot this year.
Going to wrestle here today. What weight class will we see Nick in?
Nick will be wrestling 215. He wrestles the majority of the year at 190, but he'll go 215 this year, get Northmor some much-needed points.
You know, you talk about coaches that are role models. Coach Armrose is every bit of that, a role model for these kids within the football program, weightlifting program, and we deeply appreciate what he's doing here with wrestling. Who do we have up on mat 1 for Northmor?
All right, speaking of our young Carson Campbell, he'll be over here wrestling in the green for Northmor.
So we're going to switch to mat 1.
All right, over here on mat 1, deep single, good transition. Everything that this kid does, you'll see it's extremely smooth.
Now, when Zach says in the green, we're not colored green. Our uniforms are black and gold. But every wrestler, if you're new to the sport of wrestling out there, maybe watching a relative, every wrestler is assigned a red or a green ankle band. And that helps the official keep track of the points scored. So you can see the one boy is Carson Campbell wearing a green ankle band, and the other boy is wearing a red ankle band.
We spoke earlier about C.J. Stoney and how important it is to have great hips. On that last takedown, Carson's position, his stance was pretty excellent. The kid shot in, and he was able to lower his hips and stay in good position to get the takedown. So
he's technically sound, isn't he?
Very.
You know, and again, that personifies what we were talking about, having a grade school or junior high program. He knows how to wrestle before he got to his freshman year in high school.
Now, Coach, you're seeing something interesting here. He stepped over the leg. If you look at his left leg, he purposely gives his left leg to the opponent. He's getting out ahead so that he can Campbell him up. We call it the Carson Campbell, but it's an interesting technique. It's not your
pinning combination.
It's a pinning combination. It's not your regular head in the side.
He baited him. He baited him. Pin to win. You see the official smack the mat. Pin to win. Scoring in a tournament is a little different than a dual match. Today you're going to get 2 points for advancement, 2 premium points for a pin, and at the end of the tournament, 14, 10, 7, 4, 14 points for the first place wrestler, 10 for the second, 7 for the third, and 4 for the fourth place wrestler. 14, 10, 7, 4. And that, if you're trying to follow the team score, it'll be a little confusing, but we'll update it periodically for you. Many of these teams have only entered maybe 5, 6, 7 wrestlers. I can tell you throughout the day how many of these schools have wrestlers in the lineup, but you're not going to win a tournament with 5 or 6 wrestlers. You need a full lineup. Now I'll give you an interesting team. I think that the teams that you'll see score high here today, besides Northmor and Elgin, it's time to talk about Loudonville and Centerburg. Both excellent teams. Loudonville, like Northmor, has entered 12 of the 14 weight classes, and I think very highly of Loudonville's coach, Ryan Thatcher.
Yeah, Coach, you spoke to it. Only missing 2 weight classes. That's how you got to, if you're going to place high or win a tournament, you have to have wrestlers in these weight classes. Some of these weight classes not that deep. 106, for example, 2 wrestlers. You enter another wrestler in that, and you're getting automatic team points just for third place.
Depth
is important for sure.
In any sport. You're not going to win a football game with just 11 kids. You need depth to win a football game. You need to fill offense, defense, and special teams. And if you just have 11 athletes out on that sideline, they're going to get tired. You need some depth. But back to Loudonville, coached by Ryan Thatcher, who was 3rd in the state for Loudonville at 152 pounds back in 2007. Ryan Thatcher's just one of those good role models. Almost every coach here today personifies that. You're dealing with 15, 16-year-old teenagers. They need role models to keep them in line.
Yeah, fun fact about Ryan Thatcher, he actually wrestled Shelby's head coach, Jeremiah Howe, in college. So those two were able to go at it in college. And he wrestled one of our local heroes, Gary Golick, back in high school in 2006 and 7, I believe.
Ryan Thatcher went on to wrestle collegiately for Ashland?
I'm not sure, Coach. We'll definitely get him in between.
You mentioned Jeremiah Howe. He wrestled for Heidelberg.
Yep, Jeremiah, a real outstanding wrestler here at the Northmor program, an assistant coach for a good time, graduated in 2007.
You mentioned Gary Golick. He started off at Clarion University. The Golick name is a big name within Northmor wrestling. Boy, the Golick family, those were 4 brothers that I have fond memories of, the Golick boys.
Yeah, I think I saw Brad Golick running around here earlier. A lot of times, wrestling programs, they thrive on having a good community and support system. Here at the KMAC, we see a lot of not just coaches and assistant coaches, but you see a lot of the people that are helping are former wrestlers, former athletes from the school, but also a lot of parents that just want their kids to succeed and know how important this wrestling culture is here at Northmor.
Yep, it should go well today with all knowledgeable adults on those tables. You know, another coach that I think highly of is Mount Gilead's coach, Mike Williamson. Mike's program took a little hit this year. They don't have as many in the lineup as they're accustomed to. Mount Gilead, Mike Williamson's a great coach, but right now, through injuries and this and this and that, they're down to 4 wrestlers here at the end of the year.
Yeah, 4 wrestlers. It's definitely not what you want to see at the end of the year. You want to start off competitive and you want to finish competitive. Mount Gilead's a program that they've had some deep talent in recent years, but they definitely are going to get back on track with getting the numbers up. You see programs like Elgin, and I know we talk about Elgin and Northmor a lot, but these programs that have these not just varsity wrestlers, but JV wrestlers to fill in for the lineup when somebody gets hurt or something happens and they're unable to compete. Schools like Mount Gilead, as soon as they start getting those wrestlers back in the room, they're going to be competitive, Coach.
Mike Williamson knows what he's doing. His son graduated a year or 2 ago and now wrestles in Indiana. But as long as we're talking about Mount Gilead, shout out to their girls basketball program. They won the KMAC this year. Girls basketball's coming to a close around many schools. Boys basketball tournament just getting underway.
Over on Mat 1, Coach, we have
Mat 1?
Mat 1, we have Joe Parsons' other boy, Tyler Parsons. Tyler's our other senior outside of Stoney.
Hey, I said one senior, but you're right. When Stoney rejoined the team this year, now we have 2 seniors in the lineup.
Correct. He's down 2-0, but looks like we got a safety call there, stoppage. Tyler's a wrestler that has definitely improved progressively over the years. Like to see him come out and maybe be a KMAC champ here as a senior.
It's a big day in wrestling to be a KMAC champion. It's a big day to be a league champion anywhere. Around the state of Ohio right now, you're seeing wrestling tournaments held. In Guyan right now, they're holding the MOAC tournament. I know the OCC tournament is today. And we're missing Zach Truax as one of our announcers because Zach is helping to run the OCC tournament. Zach Truax. Man, is Zach a good man. You talk about somebody good for the sport of wrestling. Zach, did you know that Zach is the president of the Ashland Board of Education?
I did not, Coach. That's something that's going to be good for a lot of these programs that are trying to grow. I've heard a lot about Zach Truax. I know that a lot of these people that are important in the community and important in the wrestling programs, it's good to see them taking a step forward in a more of a leadership role. And
I've done these broadcasts before with Zach, and I miss Bruce Wyrick. Zach right now is helping to run the OCC tournament. Of course, Ashland's involved in that. And Bruce Wyrick is helping to run the MOAC tournament. But I can tell you this, I'm plenty pleased to have Double Z, Zach Zolman, join me here today. Wow. Zach is young enough that he knows many of these wrestlers and is actually coaching some of them, so he should add to our broadcast here today. Zach, who do we have for Northmor on mat 2 right now?
So on mat 2, Cooper, he's a junior for Northmor.
And I want to talk about him.
Real talented wrestler. He's a second-year wrestler. He's spent a lot of the time out early in the season. He had an injury to his shoulder and his collarbone.
Bryce Cooper.
Bryce Cooper was a league champ last year as a first-year wrestler. So
let's talk about that for a minute. You know what? I don't care how bad your season's gone, how sorry things have been, whether you've been injured. You can turn your season around today around the state of Ohio if you win your league tournament. You know, years from now, when you're having a reunion 20 years from now, people aren't going to remember you've won the Big Walnut tournament or this tournament. I don't mean that to any tournament.
You don't want to discourage,
yeah,
of course.
What I'm trying to say is winning the league is big. Do not minimize winning the league.
Big pin there by Cooper.
Bryce Cooper won the league for Northmor last year as a first-year wrestler. Now, that's a testimony to his athleticism and our coaches. But you just saw him get a pin in round 1 here, so he gets 2 points for the win and 2 points for the pin. And there's Coach Workman talking to him over on the side of the mat, congratulating him. Yeah, around the state of Ohio, you win your league tournament, that's a big deal. I don't care if there are only 8 schools in the league here today. Winning a league tournament is something that you can be proud of the rest of your life. And the winning team here today, patches on the old Letterman's jacket. You don't get patches on the Letterman jacket for just any old tournament. But if you win your league tournament, you'll see schools around the state of Ohio. The athletic director will have patches made, and those will be sewn onto the Letterman's jacket, proudly displaying that your team was the 2023 league champion.
Coach, I dug out my old Letterman's jacket just a week ago, and it still had that MOAC when we were back in the MOAC patch on it from winning the league back when you were the coach.
Winning the league's a big deal.
It definitely is.
See a little cleanup out there on mat 3. You can see mat 3 down in the lower right-hand column of your television screen. Again, my producer, Adam Thompson, has got split screens. We actually have 4 cameras here today broadcasting this tournament. The OH Report, live and free, the way to watch high school sports these days. I confess that there were many times I sat at home this year for a boys or girls basketball game and watched from the comfort of my living room rather than come to the gym. It's just so convenient to watch the OH Report. What do we have down there on mat 1? Let's go to that feed.
Coach, one of Northmore's younger wrestlers, kind of a inexperienced kid. He's definitely putting some effort in, but
Give us a
it
name.
doesn't look like it's going that way.
Give us a name. What school?
Northmore's James. Most of the kids call him 40-piece, so he's an interesting wrestler.
Who's he wrestling?
Trojan?
Centerburg Trojans. Centerburg is coached by Alec Sonati. I don't know Alec, but he looks like he's doing a good job over there, and I'll tell you why. I see the coaches all dressed alike. I kind of like to see that. I like to see the coaches understand uniform of the day as well. You know, the kids are in uniforms. When the coaches are all dressed alike, it shows that they are together as a team as well. Uniform of the day. You see a lot of schools. Look at the Elgin coaches down here on mat 2. See them on mat 2? Well, actually, you can't see them. They're on the lower left-hand
Well, Coach, are on the lower left hand, the
section.
top right.
Will, my producer is sneaking one of the camera views to show those Elgin coaches. Down in the lower left-hand corner, you see that Elgin coach Levi Pasma that I talked about, the science teacher, bald-headed gentleman with the nice beard. He's got about 4 young assistants here with him here today. That's what I used to do. Find a bunch of young guys, let them wrestle those kids in practice. I don't want to get out on the mat. I'm too old.
I think you see that with Coach Carr's program. A lot of times he's bringing in young guys to be able to.
Like you and Jamie Baldridge.
Like Jamie Baldridge and I. Yep. I know we've had.
Coach Carr doesn't want to get hurt any more than I did.
We've had Walker Carr come in. Brian Baldridge, state champ from
all
Northmor.
Good names. Brian Baldridge, yeah. Bust out those names, Zach.
Tyler Heminger, I think one practice.
Tyler Heminger was a 4-time state finalist for Northmor. Can you imagine that? In the state finals, his freshman, sophomore, and junior year, placed second those years, and then his senior year, Tyler Heminger won the whole thing. The whole shebang, went on to Ohio University.
I think in one practice we had
to wrestle 2
state champs, and I think we might have had a total of 9 or 10 state placers.
That's the culture here at Northmor.
So definitely good to see these wrestlers giving back. A lot of them not just in coaching, but you see a lot of state placers and state qualifiers helping run tables and helping with the program in other ways.
There's Coach Armrose out there right now. Is he going to bop? Our head football coach is going to bop? The man is amazing.
When you've got talent, you can do everything.
I have a lot of respect for him. League tournament time. I love league tournament time. Of course, right now you're wrestling for your school. Beginning next week, when we get to sectional, you're really kind of wrestling for yourself. I mean, yeah, there's going to be a team champion next week. There's going to be a team champion every week in sectional district state. But once you get that far at the end of the year, you're trying to advance. Right now, you're just trying to win for your school. How about I spend a minute telling you how many are in each weight class? I'm going to do the high school at 106 pounds. If you're watching the tournament today, you might not see a lot of action because there are only 2 entrants. Elgin has a lightweight and Northmor has a lightweight. So you'll see 2 wrestlers at 106. And that's why we're bopping back and forth to different weight classes, because a different number of entrants in each weight class. At 113 pounds, there are 5 wrestlers entered. At 120 pound weight class, we have 5 wrestlers entered. At 126, 5 wrestlers entered. At 132, there are 7 wrestlers out of the 8 schools. At 138, there are 6 wrestlers. At 144, 7 wrestlers out of the 8 schools. 150, 6 wrestlers. 157, 6 wrestlers. 165, just 4 wrestlers. Pretty good one from Northmor, though. Tell us about our 165-pounder.
Yeah, Ashton Clark, he transferred from Mount Gilead. Real outstanding wrestler, 2-2 at districts last year, almost made it to the big show, but he's somebody that has improved dramatically over the year.
We'll make sure we show him down the line. At 175 pounds, there are 7 wrestlers. 190 pounds, there are 7 wrestlers. At 215, there are 6 wrestlers. And at 285, there are actually 10 wrestlers because Elgin has entered a couple of extra athletes.
Coach, we got a pretty good match over here on mat 3. You have Centerburg's Braxton Vernon, 8th grader, 24-7. Real good wrestler, seedable record with 77% win rate. Wrestling a first-year wrestler, Jaron Hatton. Jaron got the early first takedown, gave up the escape, and just got taken down there. Short time on the clock.
That Hatton kid is a tough kid. I like him a lot.
Yeah, when it comes to
I hope he
strength
sticks with
and speed, he's definitely one of the faster, pure talents that we've seen.
He has a future. I hope he sticks with it. I'd like to see a lot of these younger kids go to summer camp. That really helps them.
Yeah, for young wrestlers that out there that don't know or they're just getting started in the wrestling programs, summer camps are a huge part of growth and development.
And I'm going to tell you why right now. When you're wrestling for your junior high or your high school team, you're an amateur athlete. Wrestling after school should be your primary responsibility. You're practicing for maybe in 90 minutes, 2 hours tops a day. But when you go to summer camp, you're not an amateur. That's your job. All morning, all day, even when you're sitting around at night having supper in the cafeteria, you're talking about wrestling with those teammates at the dinner table. For about 1 week in the summer, you get a chance to experience professional athletics. That's your job, to get better at wrestling. No English classes those days.
Yeah, part of the things that you remember most about being a young wrestler are those moments of going to camp, the bonding with your team. It's important for those wrestlers to set the goals high, but you're also getting to wrestle kids that you've never seen and you never will see outside of camp. A lot of times in high school and junior high, we'd go to Clarion or Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. There you'd wrestle state champs from West Virginia, Pennsylvania, all over the nation. So.
You know, it's not just getting to see wrestlers from all over the nation, but coaches like to get their teams away. So they're not going home at night, but they are eating, living, talking, sleeping, wrestling with their teammates. It's as you suggest, teams can be built in summer camps.
Yeah, here on this third mat, Coach, we see the inexperience of Jaron Hatton. Real great technique, but he's given up some cheap back points. That's something that as young wrestlers that are watching the KMAC and other programs around the state, you want to make sure that you don't leave yourself exposed. You got to have good hip position. As you see Jaron there, sticks with the spin. He keeps the leg, and he drives with his double, taking the kid down. It's good. Now it's a closer match, 10-4. Out of bounds.
Let's switch to mat 2 and watch these wrestlers battle out here. Mat 2, I'm really looking now there's a takedown, but we had some high-level hand fighting out there. Talk to us about hand fighting, Zach.
Yeah.
When you're on your feet.
Yeah, Coach, offensively and defensively, using your hands is extremely important in the neutral position.
It's your first level of defense, your
That's
hands.
Right. When Coach talks about hand fighting, he's not talking about just wrist control and trying to gain an advantage. If you don't know how to properly hand fight and use your hands, defensively, somebody shoots in, your hands are your first line of defense. You need to head pressure. You need to make sure that you're keeping their body as low to the mat as possible and away from your legs. So these two on mat 2.
Let's stick with mat 2 for a second. And as we bring out 2 more wrestlers, you can comment, Zach, about hand fighting.
Yeah, no problem, Coach. I think they're having a slight delay here, but all right, we got 2 Mount Gilead kids that are going to go at it. So obviously being aggressive is important. You want to make sure when you hand fight you're going for good wrist control. That's important for just simple arm passes. A lot of times coaches will tell you to set up a shot, set up a move. You want to make sure that it's not just your level change of just trying to dip your hips and get them out of position, but you can move an opponent by taking their wrist and just passing it by, switching it to a 2-on-1.
Now here you see them pressuring the head with hand control. Hand control on the head. They're pressuring the head. They're using their hands to try and destroy the stance of the other opponent.
Yep. They were in a good collar tie. As you notice, red for Mount Gilead. We don't have their names, but he pressures the head down, causing his opponent to stand up so that he can get the easy takedown. On bottom, you got to make sure that you're constantly moving. Our young wrestlers are doing a good job working up to the base, but then you can't sit there. You got to keep your hips moving. When you're on the mat, low hips are not what you want. You want to have high hips when you're in the top or bottom position.
We're not going to be able to give you names all day long because they are going to move back and forth, and we're going to try and cover all the mats. But the OH report is going to enable you to watch wrestling all day long. In the lower right-hand column, you'll see a broad screen of all 3 mats. So if you're looking for your nephew or somebody in particular, you'll be able to see him on that lower screen. But right now we're going to switch to mat 3 in a junior high bout.
Here we have Sean Walker from Northmor.
On our big screen. Sean Walker, you got to think highly of this kid. Grandpa was a fine wrestler for me.
Yeah, he's
Brad Walker.
He's a pretty good wrestler. He started off the season slow. You watch, he's got a pretty decent leg attack there, and he's aggressive. That's something, especially at the biddy and the elementary, junior high level, you have to be aggressive. Sean doing a great job of head pressuring, trying to run the power half, and he hipped over 2 or 3 times there as the other guy clamps down on the arm, tries to look away.
Because I stole you to help broadcast this tournament, Zach, Jamie Baldridge is short on a coach, and he took Brad Walker. There's Brad down there on the mat cheering his grandson on. God bless that family. Good people.
Now, one thing when Walker ran this half that I'm sure he'll watch and he'll hear me saying, you got to settle back when you run that half. You got to sink it in deep and get chest on chest. But good pin there for Sean Walker.
You can be sure that Sean Walker will be attending summer camp this summer because he's one of those 8th graders that knows he's good enough to be in the varsity lineup as a freshman. And when you're in that position, you want to be ready. You may not be highly successful as a freshman, as young Becker was for us last year, but you want to be able to battle. If you're good enough to be in the varsity lineup as a freshman, you don't want to humiliate yourself with getting pinned every week. And Sean Walker will be ready if I know that family.
Well, that and the team really counts on you, especially as a young freshman. Your expectations are not as high, but you want to go out there and show that not are you able and capable to wrestle in the varsity lineup, but you can contribute as well. A lot of our young freshmen, they go out there and they want to put points on the board for their team. Tournament play is big for that because not only do we need you to win matches, we need you to get pins. So,
okay, let's talk about mat 2. We're already on mat 2. Who's coming up for us out there?
Here we got Nick Armrose.
Nick Armrose wrestling Mount Gilead.
Nick, extremely strong wrestler. You'll see he doesn't get out of position often. He's aggressive. He is going to go out here and hopefully give us a good match.
We're not going to be able to give you names all day as we bump back and forth between weight classes, but that Mount Gilead athlete out there is named Cody Mimer. He's only a freshman. Nick's only a sophomore. So they kind of personify what we're talking about. They're both good enough. Look at those frames for a freshman and a sophomore in high school. They're both good enough to be in the lineup at a young age.
Yeah, on that single leg, Nick kept his arm a little high. Mount Gilead kid was able to pull out of it. Nick transitioned to a knee tap.
And I hope I pronounced that freshman's name right. It's M-E-I-M-E-R, a freshman from Mount Gilead. Boy, the kid's got a body. He looks like he can battle.
Yeah, intelligent kid. The Mount Gilead's able to head pressure, catch that front headlock when Nick shoots in. He needs to do a better job of setting up these shots.
Look at him hand fight.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to shoot from far away. You want to hand fight, get inside, and get maybe an angle to get that takedown. That's what Nick was trying to. Oh,
there
Nick,
you go.
See, Nick shot from too far away right there.
He tried to go with a low single, more of a quick wrestler move. You can't just dive in like this.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you can and get away with it, but you don't want to get in the habit of doing that and beating the freshman. You want to get into the habit of good takedowns that are tight so that you can beat the juniors and seniors. Interesting
to see our Northmore's current 215-pounder being officiated by Northmore's third and fourth place at the state, John Hinton.
In case you didn't know, John Hinton, who's officiating out there, is also the Morrow County Sheriff. He actually has one of his deputies officiating here for Mount Gilead. Not officiating, coaching.
Nick's really got to work on getting to a base here.
Nick's a tough kid.
He is. He's got to move his hips. He brings them up, trying to fight to neutral.
I
you
like
gotta
him
get that
a lot,
separation.
but he just shot from too far away. I hope he watches this broadcast when he gets home so he can hear my commentary. Nick, get in tighter. Hand fight, get inside, and don't shoot from so far away. Nick chooses down. The score is 2-0. Red's ahead. Nick is green. Cody is red.
Now Nick's got to move here on bottom. One thing that a lot of these matches are, a lot of these wrestlers are evenly matched. So we see Nick wrestling this kid down 2-0. He's got to battle back and not make simple mistakes. Right here, Nick chases him out of bounds. He got to his feet. He got neutral. You want to try and make sure you get the separation there so you get the for sure point.
When you broadcast a tournament, you just can't do each and every match in the way we're doing this match right here, right now. But we want to use this as an example to teach.
Bad position there with Nick. He tried to hit the slide by.
Out of bounds.
Didn't work for him. He just went down to a knee and got ran over. Strong freshman.
Yeah.
He's got power. You can't make those kind of mistakes.
And that's one of the reasons we're showing this match is we're so impressed with a freshman and a sophomore out there. Those are not your average. Look at the arms on those two young.
Yeah, these are not small young men by any means. Mount Gilead tries to run the half. Got to break them down there first.
Now talking about big, powerful kids, over on mat 1, you can see on the big screen we've got our heavyweight out there. He's only a freshman, our heavyweight.
Yeah, Brandon Keener, one of the strongest kids we got there in the wrestling room. Definitely has the power.
We'll switch to him for a minute. I think he has a future in wrestling. He may not be polished yet, but he's got the tools, he's got the body. I hope he sticks with it.
Yeah, he's a strong kid. If you watch Coach, he's got good hips, especially for a heavyweight. A lot of times you just see a lot of pushing and getting out of position. Both of these wrestlers doing a relatively decent job of trying to stay in position to battle, get the other person out of their position. There was good hand fighting there by I believe that's Fredericktown.
You know, a lot of times these bigger athletes are also football players. And many times their first sport is football. They're predominantly a football player who's just wrestling in the winter, trying to get better at line play. Line play. We can make a lot of football players better that want to wrestle in the winter.
Yeah, for pulling guards or even just pass blocking, wrestling's great for a lot of these bigger guys. But even at the middle to lower weights, hip flexibility and movement is going to be great for corners, linebackers being able to tackle. I'm sure a lot of these matches we're going to see some pretty great blast doubles that are instinctively just a great tackle.
Back to mat 2 where you just saw Nick Armrose get a reversal. The score is now 4-3. We're heading into period 3 here. There's just 5 seconds left in period 2. You see up in the corner, there's Coach Carr clapping his hands, but there's Coach Armrose. They're all dressed alike here today, all the Northmor coaches.
All right, Mount Gilead takes neutral.
Period 3, the score is 4-3. Mount Gilead's ahead right now. Let's stick with this one for a minute. Watch period 3. Hand fight. They're both, look at the head pressure.
Yep, Nick's down by 1, but
trying
he's making
to
sure to get him out of.
Trying to destroy his stance. Each athlete is looking for position.
Nick tried to work that knee tap earlier. Mount Gilead, as he's getting more tired and out of position, he's planting heavy on that left leg. Nick's got an opportunity for a bear hug here if he can.
It's 4-3, 4-3. 4-3, the score is 4-3 right now. Mount Gilead's ahead 4-3.
All right, Nick's doing a good job pressuring him out. If he get that a couple more times, he might get a stalling call on Mount Gilead.
Shout out to our producer, Adam Thompson. He just corrected the score on your big screen. He's trying to run all 3 mats, 4 cameras. Oh, Mount Gilead with a crucial takedown. 1:17 left in the 3rd period.
Yeah, that's 2 times Nick tried to do that low single and then just stayed down there. If you don't work, if a shot doesn't work, you got to come up.
6-3 now, 6-3.
All right, Nick looks like he's going to get the reversal
Nick's got
here.
the reversal. Now
All
it's 6-5. 2 points for the reversal, 6-5. Nick kicks him out. Oh, my goodness, it's 7-5 with less than a minute left.
Yeah, with a minute left, if he's not real confident on breaking him down and turning him, he's
Nick
got to
and
go
Cody
for the takedown
are putting
here.
on a show. Nick and Cody.
Cody tries to slide by it there. You'd like to see him stay in position and not stand up in between hand fighting.
Tough to broadcast a tournament and do individual matches, but we're doing this one. You're seeing 2 young, fine athletes battle on mat 2, center mat. And Mount Gilead's Cody, just got the pin. Just got the pin.
These 2 will be battling for the next couple of years.
I'll bet they'll battle on the football field, too. That was Cody Mimer from Mount Gilead. Back to mat 1. Who do we have out on mat 1 right now?
Looks like we got Brady Carr.
Head coach's son, Brady Carr.
Wrestling at 113.
Another freshman for Northmor. Brady Carr is certified at 106, but is wrestling 113 to contribute to team points here today. We have another 6-pounder who's pretty good. They'll wrestle off for the spot in the sectional lineup this week. The winner will go 106. The loser will go 113 because they're both good enough to be in the varsity lineup.
Great job there with Brady Carr. He shot. He made sure he stayed in good position. Started to come up and then hit a reshot into a double. So
I mentioned our other 106-pounder. His name is Cohen Hurst. Cohen Hurst is a junior for Northmor High School. A fine young man. I've spoken to him several times. He and Brady both going to be in the sectional lineup for Northmor next week.
Brady's got that wing in. He's got it in nice and tight. He's got to make sure to keep the wrist on the other side, take big steps. They were short on time. Didn't get any near fall.
So we're at the end of the first period on mat 1. Brady Carr is ahead 2-0. Who's Brady wrestling out there, Zach?
Looks like we got the Cardington Pirates. Let's see if we can get...
Oh, we'll give you a name. We'll give you a name. We respect Cardington.
Good reversal there for Brady. We got Brandon Hughes from Cardington. Brandon, a young freshman, promising talent.
Cardington's an interesting program. Down through the years, they've had some top-notch wrestlers. I still remember Tom Smith, state champion. Now a prosecutor in Morrow County. They, like some of the other teams here today, are hurt by numbers. They are missing 3 weight classes here today. So Cardington is fielding 11 out of the 14 weight classes. You're not going to win a tournament when you've got that many holes in your lineup, but they've got some good athletes out there here today. I saw they beat Lexington the other day in a dual match.
Yeah, it was a good match. Here on bottom, you got to keep bringing your hips up. You got to move your hips. You can't take breaks on bottom. When you do that, you're going to get turned. Brady's doing a good job of following his hips, but he can't just let him work the base. He's got to break him down, try and run that half, either run a power half or catch that wrist.
I want to give a shout out sometime here today. Let's do it right now to our athletic director, Blade Tackett, for hosting this event and taking great care of every single detail. Good job, Blade Tackett. He is our head basketball coach, and he's got a fine team headed into sectional tournament play here in the days ahead. We have a poll up on our YouTube page, and you can participate in that poll. Scores are coming in, and they're not all real time, but they're fairly accurate. Check out that YouTube poll.
4-0, Carr's got the early lead. Still a close match, tight match.
You can see we're looking for a poll. We're talking about, what are you looking for? Are you looking for skill, technique? Are you looking for speed, agility, power, force, or the inability to never give up? Right now, speed and agility seems to be the most important thing you're looking for. Speed kills, folks. Speed kills more than just on the highway. Speed kills on a wrestling mat. Speed kills on a football field. Speed kills on a basketball court. So you're not wrong.
Yeah, if you got a decent wrestler that's going to upset a real promising athlete, it's going to be speed that gets them. Just not being able to keep up is going to be a neutralizing factor in a lot of situations.
I want to switch to mat 2 right now. Tell me why I want to switch to mat 2, Zach.
Well, it's a close match. Obviously, we got 40 seconds left. We want to make sure that we got the young lady that's on bottom is trying to work up to a base. It's good to see so many people getting involved in all these schools and these wrestling programs.
Girls wrestling is the fastest growing sport in the state of Ohio right now. And you're looking at a young lady wrestling for Elgin High School right now that is in her team's lineup this week, but beginning next week, the girls are having their own tournament. Yes, that's right. There's going to be a girls' state tournament this year. The girls' state tournament will be held in the Schottenstein Center this year simultaneously with the boys. They're not going to have as many mats. They don't have as many participants, but that's how big girls wrestling has become. I'm telling you, girls wrestling is going, for the first time ever, the Ohio High School Athletic Association will recognize girls state champions. That's wrestling in the state of Ohio. And we have a bunch of younger girls wrestling for us in this program, coached by Jessie Shirley. Jessie Shirley's doing a good job. Jessie Shirley was the first girl in the state of Ohio to win a match at the district level decades ago. I don't want to tell you how long ago it was, but Jessie Shirley is now coaching some of our younger ladies in her grade school club. She and her husband Brian doing a good job.
That Shirley family has strong ties. Her sister, Shelby Shirley, also wrestled for you, and her older brother, Rick Shirley. So
love to see the girls come out and wrestle high school wrestling. All these. I think it's only a matter of time before some of these schools actually have a team, and not just one or two girls. They'll have a team. I know they're talking about that right now at Marion Harding. They think next year they're going to have a girls' team with a girls' coach. They think they're going to have that many girls come out next year. So kudos to that young lady on mat 2 that we're watching right now. She's behind 11-0, but she's towing the line and she's got guts. Back to mat 1. On the big screen, back to mat 1. We've got all 3 screens down in the lower right-hand corner, and we've got a running team score. You can see on your TV screens a running team score right now. Elgin's ahead with 32 points. Loudonville, I told you, don't dismiss Loudonville. They've got a fine program. Coach Ryan Thatcher has a number of talented athletes in his lineup. It kind of reminds me of our school. They have a culture of wrestling at Loudonville. Now, they're missing 2 weight classes today. They do not have a 6-pounder or a 13-pounder, but he fills every other weight class. The 2 weight classes that Northmore's missing today are 75 and 190.
When we talk about wrestling culture, it's interesting to see a lot of these schools that don't have a long history of a great or a decent wrestling program.
Loudonville's got a history, though.
They do. A lot of these other schools coming out of the woodworks, out of nowhere, and just producing huge numbers to then transition a program to a wrestling culture. A school like Elgin, you wouldn't say, tends to have a wrestling culture because they don't have the history that a Loudonville or a Northmor has. But, man, it's great to see them just being able to start their own wrestling culture and get their own history.
Don't be surprised if Loudonville joins our conference full-time in the very near future. Right now, they're one of the adjunct teams that participates in football and wrestling, but don't be surprised if they become the 8th member of the KMAC tournament, KMAC league rather, in the very near future. This league needs an 8th school, and Loudonville, I think will probably be that 8th school in the very, very near future. I know from the inside.
Coach, we talked about hand fighting before. This match on mat 2, great job with head pressure, hand fighting, but it comes back to hips. Wrestler from Loudonville was head pressuring. The kid's able to get around and sneak on through.
Let's go back to mat 1. You're going to see a Northmor wrestler. Who do we have out there?
This will be our state placer, Cohen Becker. Placed 7th in the state last year. Obviously,
look at his hips. Look at his hips. Low hips win on your feet. High hips win on the mat. You're going to see Cohen, I'm telling you, hit a low single leg. He's adept at hitting low single legs. I hope he kicks him out.
Oh, I'm sure
out of
he
bounds,
will, Coach.
so you can see it again. He's going to have low, watch him, young wrestlers. He's going to have low hips, high hips on the mat, high hips on the mat. You want to keep your hips above his.
And on each of these shots, he's doing it with multiple finishes. That one, he ran the pipe. Here he just simply chops the wrist.
Looks like he's not going to fool around. He's just going to get a quick pin. And Cohen Becker's that good that he can do that.
Yeah, Coach Carr definitely wants to get pinned in all these matches so that we can get those team points higher.
We've talked about families here. We've talked about the culture. Cohen has a couple older brothers. One wrestled for us at Kent State, state runner-up, and he wrestled then at Kent State. And another one was a state champion, wrestles right now for Duke University.
Yeah, quick pin for Becker there. Great job. Way to put him away early.
I was kind of rooting for a kick out so we could see that takedown technique. Young Mr. Becker is only a sophomore, and he will be a state champion before he graduates. It's only a matter of how many state championships he collects. We've had state champions here, but we've never had a two-time state champion. His brother was probably going to be a two-time state champion until COVID knocked out the state tournament. He won his junior year and was ranked #1 in the state for his senior year, but COVID knocked out the tournament. Then the older brother, Conan. Conan now, I believe, works as an engineer for Kokosing. The Becker boys are not only talented wrestlers, they're intelligent. Those parents have done a great job raising those kids, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a great family here in the program. Obviously, when you want a wrestling culture, you want a great string of families. That's something that you see in the stronger, deeper schools.
Hey, speaking of historic wrestling teams, how about Edison? They're not here today, but they've got a historic wrestling team. And while we're covering some action here today, here at the KMAC Championships, we do have 2 girls basketball games taking place today from Edison. In sectional tournament play, we've got the #4 ranked Shelby Lady Whippets taking on Port Clinton Lady Redskins. That'll be at 6 p.m. tonight. This is from Edison, who's got a pretty good wrestling program, but we're talking girls basketball right now. And then after that, you'll see at Edison tonight, the Norwalk Lady Truckers, seeded #1, taking on the #3 Mansfield Senior TY Tigers. Stick with the OH report today for around 12 or 13 straight hours of live sports, folks. We're not only just doing wrestling here today. The OH report has got you covered with girls basketball, live and free, all day long. They're here, and they're at Edison. I started off talking about Edison's wrestling program, but they're up there tonight covering girls basketball. Who do we have out there on mat 1 right now, Zach?
Speaking of strong families, again, C.J. Stoney, this will be his second match in about 18 months.
Semper Fi, young man. He's joining the Marine Corps, ladies and gentlemen. He leaves in June for Parris Island. God bless him.
Like to see him set those shots up a little bit better, but
a lateral drop!
A big throw.
How about the lateral drop? I shouldn't shout into the microphone, but that was an exciting throw.
Great job lacing the legs.
My goodness gracious. I think my producer just grabbed his headset when I shouted into the mat, into the headphones. But what a beautiful throw that was. I love Greco-Roman wrestling. You know, internationally, we don't wrestle folk-style wrestling, which is what we're doing right now in high school and college. Folk-style wrestling, you'll see the NCAA championships in folk-style. Internationally, they wrestle either freestyle or Greco-Roman. Greco-Roman wrestling only attacks from the waist up, the upper body. And I love Greco-Roman wrestling. I love freestyle wrestling too. I kind of would like to see the high schools across the United States just say, hey, we're going to go freestyle. But it's a more wide open style of wrestling.
There, Stoney does a good job hipping over multiple times, try and get the half.
It's a big match because he's taking on Elgin.
These are the points that are really going to matter team score-wise. towards the end.
You can see we're running a team score, and Elgin right now is ahead with 18 points, but Loudonville giving Northmor all they want for second place, tied right now at 32 each.
10 seconds left. You can see the rust and the gas kind of from Stoney. Obviously, you don't want to give up an escape here. You want to be able to hold them down.
Might be a good time for the coach to find a way to take a timeout. Sometimes you got to do that.
Couple missed opportunities for Stoney. He had an easy tilt there. He didn't settle in.
He's a little gassed, isn't he? God bless him. Look at him. He knows how to wrestle. He's ahead 5-0 right now. Head pressure, head pressure.
Now the kid's getting ready to set up a head and arm.
Oh, another throw.
Another to his back.
Another throw. Stoney needs to put him away and get off the mat and collect his breath. But the Elgin kid is a tough kid who isn't going to let that happen. He fought right off his back. I'm going to look up that young man's name. I have enough respect for him. I want to put it on the broadcast. Fought off his back at 126 pounds from Elgin.
For the young wrestlers out there, a lot of times when you see these wrestlers go to their back, Stoney stays parallel. He stays his body along the other wrestler. You don't want that. You want to get perpendicular.
That's Jacob Hostetler. Jacob Hostetler for Elgin just got pinned, but Jacob Hostetler is no young punk. That kid's only a sophomore, and he gave Stoney everything he wanted. He's going to have a future in the sport of wrestling. You can bank on that. Jacob Hostetler, shout out to you.
That time Stoney teed off. He got perpendicular. He was able to lift the head. You don't want to go across their body so that they can just roll you through. You want to try and put as much weight on their shoulders as possible. Great job by Stoney. Here we got another good match. Carson Campbell.
You know, we have started this tournament pretty early at 9 a.m., and people are asking me, does the early start impact these athletes in any way? No, not really. These kids are young, in shape. Some of them can roll out of bed at 7 a.m. and run a couple miles.
Campbell on that one went down, lowered his hips, expecting a shot. When he didn't get it, he turned it into a reshot. Great job by Campbell. All right, here he does the same thing he did in his previous match. He hooks that leg, gets a tilt.
Pin.
Quick pin by Campbell.
Pin.
Good job.
We interviewed him after a dual match a week or two ago. He's a personable young man. I'm sure he hasn't done many interviews as a freshman in high school, but he held his own.
Extremely quick-witted kid. We've spoken numerous times.
Comes from a good family.
He does. We've spoken numerous times about his speed, and if you watch, sometimes he'll slow it down and make it look so methodical. I asked him about it. He quoted a tortoise in the hare reference from his preschool. He said that's why he wrestles like that.
Little Aristotle. I don't know the young man's name in the white singlet on mat 1, but I just saw him dance around, and he looks like he can hold his own.
Loudonville getting... So these matches, they won't start without a coach, which is great for the kids. So Loudonville was waiting on...
That's Loudonville and Elgin battling on mat 1.
That's right.
And that Loudonville wrestler, you could just tell the way he danced around getting ready for this match, is an athlete. Got to be one of Coach Thatcher's better wrestlers.
Yep, great job. He caught that front headlock, and then he went straight to the ankle to bump him down.
Kicks him out. What weight class is that?
We just ran 138 with Campbell, so more than likely this is another 138, or it could be 144. Yeah, great job just running through him there.
Loudonville's got a lot of good wrestlers in their lineup. But I can tell you right now, that young man knows what he's doing. That might be Ethan Davis. Might be Brandon Murata. Loudonville's got some.
I would imagine it's at 138, probably junior. Isaac Whittle took 6th at districts last year, 2nd at sectionals, and one of our few returning KMAC champs.
There we go. Good job, Zach. Good job, Zach, with that little tidbit of information.
He wrestles every day with Josh Soretto, also a junior, got 4th at sectionals last year. Loudonville expects big things from them this year at the state tournament, hopefully.
Loudonville's got some, just like us, some holes, but some really quality wrestlers in their lineup. The two teams mirror each other. Which match you want to watch, Zach? You want to go junior high a while?
Give these folks some junior high commentary.
We've got 4 different cameras covering this tournament today.
Great job by Mount Gilead there, scooping the head and settling back.
Great job by the OH report. 4 cameras, live and free. And again, I want to plug those girls basketball games tonight being broadcast from Edison. A lot of local schools involved.
Quick pin by Mount Gilead there. This 92 weight class for junior high is not a lot of wrestlers in it, but both Mount Gilead and Northmor fielding some strong athletes. You just saw there Mount Gilead's wrestler went against Carter Thomas in the Gorman. Carter got him the first time, and then the wrestler from Mount Gilead, Tyler Hare, ended up getting him in the finals. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup when those two get to go.
You know what's impressed me with this tournament so far? Because they're running 3 mats and one of the mats is being used exclusively for junior high, the high school tournament is being run on just 2 mats, and that means they're not having to take breaks between rounds. We went seamlessly from round 1 to round 2 and never took a break. This is solid action here. Now, it might make it a little difficult for the old guy trying to do the announcing to keep up with who's on the mat, but the cameras are covering everything.
Yeah, a lot of these weight classes, there's time restraints in between too. So
you have to have 45 minutes between matches.
So we've already seen a couple of wrestlers. We're getting ready on mat 1 to see Tyler Parsons, senior, wrestle his second match of the day.
We'll sneak back over to mat 1.
But
who's he going to wrestle?
Let's see. Another Elgin kid, so big match for Northmor and a big match for Elgin.
I realize we're showing a lot of Elgin, a lot of Northmor, a lot of Loudonville, but those are the schools that have the most wrestlers in the tournament. Centerburg has got some great wrestlers, but they've only entered 7 here today. Just to give you an idea of what's going on, Fredericktown has entered 7 as well. Fredericktown and Centerburg both with 7. Lucas has 5 athletes in the lineup. I think we told you earlier Mount Gilead has 4. Cardington-Lincoln has 11. So most of the fuller lineups are just Elgin, who's fielded all 14 weight classes, and Northmor and Loudonville, who both have 2 holes. Loudonville's 2 holes are at 106 and 113. Northmore's 2 holes are at 175 and 190. We have a 75-pounder, but he didn't make it here today.
Now, Coach, we talked about the number of athletes in each of the high school weight classes. In the junior high, we have seven teams here today. Only one weight class, 122, has 7 athletes. Everything else has 6 or lower.
I'm glad you point that out. We don't want to dismiss the junior high. In the junior high, we did not invite outside teams the way we've invited Loudonville, Elgin, and Lucas. Those are adjunct teams that we've invited to fill the lineups here today. But an adjunct team can win this league, as happened last year. Last year, the KMAC was won by a Marion County school, Elgin. If they win, we'll hand them a trophy. In the junior high, just the 7 league schools are here, no adjunct teams.
Junior high also not fielding Danville teams or East Knox today.
So essentially, that's a good point, Zach. We're only looking at 5 teams in the junior high on mat 3. 5 schools are competing in junior high. They are Northmor, Cardington.
We got Cardington, Centerburg, Elgin, Fredericktown, Loudonville, Mount Gilead, and Northmor. And then we do have some extra wrestlers in a couple other weight classes.
They did let Elgin in on the junior high. Okay, I didn't know that.
And we got Loudonville as well.
I have spent most of my time preparing for the high school tournament, but Zach Zolman is a junior high coach, and he knows what's going on with the junior high tournament. That's why he's up here. That's why he's up here. I care about the junior high. I care about the grade school. But I confess I'm here to watch somebody be crowned a league champion today. Winning the league is just so significant. It's good for the school. Shout out to our girls bowling team who won the league just a week or 2 ago, covered by the OH Report. The KMAC League bowling tournament. Our girls won. And I think our boys were second.
Coach, when you talk about the importance of winning the league, it's not only great to be one of the best around here locally, but when we spoke earlier about the different sports and how a lot of these people go against each other in wrestling and football and baseball and track, you want to be able to step on the mat with somebody that you're going to compete across the field from and be able to dominate them and let them know that's going to be a factor in other sports.
I just flipped the switch to go to mat 3, a junior high match. I'm going to turn it over to Zach. Zach, tell us what we have over there. Here comes Coach Baldridge across the mat.
Here we got Carter Thomas, promising 92-pounder. He will for sure be a staple in the varsity lineup next year. Extremely quick, technique-wise, among the best. This is one of Northmore's junior high team captains. He's aggressive, great job with head pressure. He'll be on the podium at the state tournament at the shot.
Oh, I love to hear that. I love Carter Thomas. I haven't really talked to you or met you yet. I need to meet Carter Thomas.
Speaking to the young man's character, we had a previous coach come in and help coach just a junior high practice one day. Carter Thomas waits till after practice to shake his hand and thank the gentleman for coming in.
Oh,
that just speaks to the character of Carter.
Hey, good story. Good story. We spoke about the Stoney and the Marine Corps earlier. There's Coach Jamie Baldridge, a proud veteran of the United States Marine Corps, down in the corner on mat 3, lower left-hand corner with the bald head.
I like to see that, letting them wrestle, letting them go through and try and complete their takedowns before just calling it out of bounds. Good officiating here today.
We've been at it for about 90 minutes. Sometime here, since they're running this tournament without a break between rounds, we're going to have to take a quick break. But we're going to make sure we watch young Mr. Thomas before we take that break. After this match, though, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. You're watching the 2023 KMAC Wrestling Championships live and free from Northmor on the OH Report. But we're not going to leave until this match is over. Yeah, we're not going to leave at all. We'll still be on. We're just not going to be able to talk for a minute or two.
Great job, Carter, getting a quick takedown there in the closing seconds. A lot of times young wrestlers will kind of close out a period gassed, take time off. That's not the time to do it. You got to expect that your opponent's going to be taking a break, and you capitalize on it. Great job, Carter.
You really excited me when you told me he was going to be on the podium someday.
That might be Northmore's first two-timer if Becker or Campbell don't beat him to it.
No, you can beat one of those two is going to win. Coach Carr's got a heck of a program right now. You can bet one of those two is going to be a two-timer. Isn't it exciting to talk about someone winning not a state championship but two? Becker and Carter, there's no doubt about it.
We talked about how these kids are,
what weight class is
student
this?
athletes. This is 92, Coach.
92 pounds.
Carter, a great student as well. You can see it as he wrestles. His technique is flawless. He makes sure to settle back in a good position.
Let's start the show.
He tries to run the power half here. He'll also make a great coach one day.
Oh, I'd love to hear that. Pin. We're going to switch to mat 2 and give my producer a break. He needs some popcorn. We'll be back in a few minutes, live and free. We're not going to leave the air.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon, soon. Know as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm down to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred.
Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hear my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
I got 2 feet on the ground, head flying in the clouds. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Hands up in the sky, it's all gonna be alright. It's just the little things, all of the little things. And love little things, love little things.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom, vroom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Okay, we're back live at Northmor High School. I was just kidding a minute ago when I said my producer needed some popcorn. We had to run some sponsorships, some commercials. Without the KMAC is doing such a good job, and our athletic director Blade Tackett, pats on the back for him for hosting this, is doing such a good job that they're not taking breaks. It's amazing that we're wrestling just solidly without taking any breaks, and we needed to get some commercials in. Okay, right now you're looking at Mat 2 out there, and Northmor's outstanding 165-pounder. He's already ahead 2-1. There he is looking for a single leg. Oh, he goes for the duck under. You're looking at Ashton Clark, a sophomore. On top, ahead 4-1 at this point. On Mat 2, live and free. Here we are at Northmor with the OH Report. The OH Report's broadcasting all day long. Not just this tournament, but girls basketball tonight and the pin. the pin over Elgin, a significant pin because we're looking at the two teams that are possibly chasing the top of the podium, although do not dismiss Loudonville. You're looking at the team scores right now. You can see Elgin has 49.5 going, but Northmor just collected 4 points with that pin. So Northmor, even though it doesn't reflect it yet on the team scores, has 44, Loudonville 36. And I think I told you all day long that you're going to see 4 teams pretty much dominate the scoring here today with Elgin, Northmor, Loudonville, and Centerburg. Do not dismiss the other schools, Lucas, Fredericktown, Cardington, and Mount Gilead, but numbers count. So good job, Ashton Clark. A lot of people in the gym. The gym's pretty full. I've got stands behind me and stands beneath me that are pretty full. A lot of people will leave here and go home and watch this later today. And as you watch it, a lot of the people really care about wrestling. So I want to point out, if you're someone who may be interested in one day officiating wrestling, folks, the KMAC, maybe you're someone who you're 20 years old, you're watching your little brother. The KMAC will reimburse the license fee for you to become an official. And that's not just for wrestling, but for any sport. As long as you want to be officiating any sport in our league, the KMAC will actually reimburse you to become a licensed official. All you need to do is contact the athletic director within your school or our league in some capacity, and we'll pay for that licensing fee. We'll pay for you to take those classes. So it's a really good idea. A lot of sports are low in officials right now, and that's the case in wrestling. Although we have competent officials here today, it's tough at this time of the year when everybody's running a league tournament to find good licensed officials. But the KMAC does things right. You know, if you're going to pay to get people licensed, then they're going to stick with your league. They'll be loyal. So think about that. Maybe your sport's not wrestling. Maybe you want to be a volleyball official or a baseball umpire. We'll help you. We'll help you along those lines. And the OH report is letting it be known. Boy, we've got a couple of mooses wrestling on mat 1. I'm going to sneak over there. Mat 1, 2 big, powerful young men on mat 1 from Cardington and from Elgin. You can just see those guys in a football uniform.
Junior high, 128. Junior high, 128.
The Elgin boys pretty talented. Another takedown. And a pin. We'll sneak back to mat 2. Here comes my sidekick, Zach Zolman. Zach Zolman, a 2008 state qualifier, a 3-time state qualifier, actually.
Coach, on mat 2, we also have my son there bopping. So shout out to Aiden bopping.
How about that? My 33-year-old son is sitting in his living room in Columbus watching this right now. Shout out to you, Fletcher.
Also a 2008 state qualifier, Fletcher Skelton.
Also, Fletcher was a 2-time league champion. You know, I can't tell you all the tournaments that he won or you won, but again, I can tell you that he was a 2-time league champion. Isn't that funny that a little league like this can mean that much?
I'm almost constantly spending time with the Golick family, which is a proud family here in the Northmor community. Multiple state placers, state qualifiers. But Derek Golick was the only 2-time Cole champion. If you remember the Cole, which was the junior high tournament back in the day.
Central Ohio Athletic League. Yeah, league champion. There's just something magic that rings out when you talk about this. Some of these league champions are going to go home tonight and have a real nice victory supper.
Yeah, it's nice when you can say you're the best in the county or you're the best in the league. Unfortunately, we don't have Highland in our league anymore, the one school missing from our county, but a lot of these kids will be able to say they're the best in Morrow County after they beat some of these schools.
The pizza always tastes a little better when you're a league champion. Highland's up in Galleon right now battling for a Mid-Ohio Athletic Conference championship. Boy, there's a couple of great teams up there right now. I can't tell you who's going to win that tournament. I might swing towards Ashland, but I do not want to minimize. Now, Ashland's in the OCC. I do not want to minimize Galleon. Ontario's really good.
Galleon's got a real young team, but a lot of up-and-coming. Their 8th grade class, their junior high in general, extremely talented. I believe they have a 4th-ranked wrestler in the nation in 8th grade.
I've seen him. He's good.
He wrestled another undefeated kid that was 26-0, and he ran a tech fall clinic on him. So definitely watch out for Galleon in the coming years. Maybe even placing at districts or state as a team level.
Don't dismiss Ontario either. Well coached, Mr. Turnbaugh. Coach Turnbaugh is a model coach, but so's Galleon. What mat you want to watch? Let's go to mat 1. You can watch all 3 mats down in your lower right-hand corner, but we bop back and forth between mat 1, 2, and 3 on the big screen.
This is the young freshman from Mount Gilead, Cody Mimer, 19-8 coming into the tournament, 20-8 now.
No breaks. KMAC's taking no breaks. It's hard to imagine how fast this tournament is moving with no breaks.
.215 is going to be a pretty stacked weight class.
How many do we have in 215?
7 and 8 wrestlers at 215. 2 of them will be extras, so they won't count for scoring-wise, but extremely top-heavy. Got that young freshman there, Cody Mimer. They have Charlie Sargent from Centerburg, a junior who placed 2nd at sectionals, and he was a runner-up here last year at the KMAC.
We're going to see some heavyweights now on that one.
At heavyweight, Centerburg has a returning KMAC runner-up, Mason Lanthorn.
Wow. Look at what my producer, Adam Thompson, has done now with yet another camera angle on the big screen.
So now we have mat 1 on the big screen, and then you're able to also see mat 2, the other high school mat. So
our superintendent just walked behind Zach. Mr. Redmond, Chad Redmond, just walked. I wish he hadn't walked away. Mr. Redmond, you talk about a culture of wrestling. Mr. Redmond is our superintendent. He wrestled when he was young for Bucyrus High School, went on to wrestle for Ashland University, and he literally coached at 3 or 4 schools before going full-time into administration. But we have an excellent administration here at Northmor that provides these young students and athletes with marvelous athletic facilities. A shout out to our school board and our administration. If you've never seen Northmor's athletic facilities, you ought to walk around this campus and see the baseball and softball diamond just look great, don't they?
Yeah, Coach, they definitely put a lot of work into making these grounds look pristine. It's something that speaks to the culture of athletics here at Northmor.
Well, not just athletics. Northmor's a great academic school as well. Let me brag for a minute. Northmor, the state of Ohio grades you on a district report card. Northmor didn't just have the highest grade card, test scores, that's more than tests, the highest grade card, the highest scores in Morrow County, but the highest scores of any school within a 5-county area. That includes Richland County, Knox County, Marion County, and Crawford County. Northmor, good academic institution as well. Let's zip down to Mat 3 and talk about a junior high match. Who do we have down there?
We got Sean Walker again. His aggressiveness shows here. He's able to, as the kid shoots in, he's able to float around, get his two, but he doesn't stop there. Constantly going for the half, constantly pressuring. He's somebody that went from just participating in tournaments to he was actually able to win a North Union tournament this year. So
he's going to win this junior high tournament today. You can tell that.
Right here, he's got to catch the head. If he could cross-face the kid to his back, that would definitely help him here with the back points.
Well, I wish I could show you with a camera. I'm not going to. The people in front of me, not on the far side of the gym, and the people behind me. There's a lot of people here for a small tournament with 8 schools.
It's good to see people coming out representing their schools and supporting their local wrestling teams.
I think a lot of them will go home and watch this broadcast. That's the joy of the OH Report. It's not just live and free, but you can watch it on a tape delay as well.
Great job, Sean, controlling the hips there, making sure he stayed broken down.
Nice singlets for Northmor, too. I like that singlet he's got on. Coach Carr does a good job with this program.
Good explosion from the bottom there with Walker. Now he's got to turn and separate to get his one for an escape. There he goes.
League tournaments being held today all over the state of Ohio. But you're watching the KMAC.
Now, Coach, on the smaller screen there, we got Mat 1. That camo singlet, is that Lucas?
You love those camo singlets, don't you?
I like those camo singlets.
That is Lucas.
We'll have to talk to Coach Baldridge about getting some camo singlets for the junior high.
You know, shout out to the Lucas program. It's only about 5 years old, coached by Coach Anthony Brooks. Shout out to Lucas. They've come a long way in a short amount of time. I mean, it's not like you're going to just suddenly put a bunch of talented wrestlers on the mat. You got to really start with a grade school program and feed them up. But shout out to Lucas. Let's look down there at that camo. Oh, the Lucas wrestler. Did he get a pin?
He got a pin. Sean Walker just got a pin on Mat 3.
I don't think he got a pin. He got near fall points. Does that say Lucas on the front of the camo, Zach? You have younger eyes than mine.
It does.
My eyes are 70 years old. The rest of me is just 50. Hey, I passed my sight test when I renewed my driver's license. I can still see. It's touch and go, though, to be honest about it.
Mat 2 got another Lucas wrestler against Mount Gilead.
You like those Lucas singlets, don't
like
you?
those
Let's
Lucas
look at
singlets.
those Mat 2 then. We're there, Mat 2. Okay. The split screen. You got to love the split screen. We're actually looking at so many different camera angles. Look at this. Down in the lower right-hand corner on your television screen, you can see all three mats. And then on the main screen, you're looking at mat 2. And then with the split screen, you're looking at mat 1. It's tough to broadcast. I've broadcast tournaments before. I've broadcast the J.C. Gorman in Mansfield before. And it's tough to broadcast wrestling tournaments with kids coming and going and matches ending and starting. You do the best you can, but it's much easier to broadcast a dual match. Down on mat 3, I think they switched to mat 3. On the big screen, you're looking at an Elgin wrestler that's on the bottom. He's getting beat by a Mount Gilead boy. I mentioned earlier the Elgin coaching staff. They have like 4 or 5 assistants. There's 2 of the assistants down there right now. The bald-headed gentleman is a math teacher at Elgin.
Having so many assistants and so many teachers in these coaching positions, it speaks to their ability to go out there and inspire young men and young women to be wrestlers and join the wrestling team.
And a shout out to any school administration that can find those teacher coaches. It's tough. It's tough. I know a lot of school administrations struggle to fill their coaching lineup with teacher coaches and frequently dip into the community for qualified coaches. Nothing wrong with that, but it's easier to recruit numbers if you have some teacher coaches. Like I just pointed out, Elgin has a math teacher and a science teacher coaching that wrestling team, and they got 30 kids out.
Here on mat 3 is a good example of, as you're trying to get another wrestler out of position, you'll find they're doing a lot of push-pulling and then standing straight up. You want to try and keep in that nice low stance. Good double leg by Mount Gilead. Good job safely returning them to the mat.
Hey, Zach, not all these schools are really equipped to host a league tournament. Northmor is not only equipped with personnel, but look over there in the corner on the big screen. There's another couple mats stacked up over there.
Oh yeah, Northmor is going to be running a biddy tournament tomorrow for the elementary kids, and depending on the size of it, we're going to have the ability that if we want to put a couple mats or a mat or two in the junior high gym for the younger kids, we'll be able to do that. So hopefully a big turnout tomorrow for the biddy tournament here at Northmor.
Nice little segue promo for the biddy tournament tomorrow. Biddy tournament means grade school tournament, but up in that corner, you can see another couple of mats stacked up. When this thing's over here today, they'll set up another couple mats for that grade school tournament tomorrow. Hey, Loudonville just slid into 4th place from 5th on the leaderboard. It's still early.
They were up as high as 2nd earlier, so a lot of things as the matches go on, a lot of the kids, because there aren't complete weight classes, aren't getting to wrestle yet. So
Loudonville's in 4th. Centerburg's in 3rd. Northmore's 2nd. And Elgin's starting to run away with it with 69.5 points. The defending league champions, Elgin High School. It's a Marion County school.
Now, Coach, correct me if I'm wrong, but the scoring, the Elgin extras will not be scored, even if they advance.
That's correct. You cannot give team points to an extra. But you know what? They can take team points away from another.
Right.
Yeah. There's something to be said for numbers, because if your extras can place, say, third or fourth, well, then they're taking potential placement points away from a school like Loudonville or Northmor or Fredericktown. For those of us that are ignorant, a typical score from an event like this is pretty much what you're seeing right now. You're probably going to need about 200 total points to win this tournament. About 200 points should get you first place, maybe as low as 180. Here comes your son bopping out on that too, Zach.
He's doing a pretty good job.
8th grader. Well, he's a tall 8th grader.
Yeah, 13. He's 5'9", going on 5'10". He's going to be a tall young man for sure.
Mount Gilead and Lucas on mat 2.
Close match, 7-4 going into the third.
The Mount Gilead Indians and the Lucas Cubs.
Junior high 205. Junior high 205.
I love that mat 2, where it says Golden Knights. That's my favorite Northmor mat.
Not a lot of movement off Mount Gilead. On the start, you got to make sure that you explode. Have quick hips there. If you give them the opportunity, they're just going to break you down and turn you.
Sometimes you'll hear an announcer just call us the Knights. No, we're the Golden Knights. Around the state of Ohio, there's Silver Knights, there's Crimson Knights, we're the Golden Knights. Sometimes there's just Knights, but we're the Golden Knights.
If you're watching the split screen with all three mats, there's a slight delay with the junior high. They don't have as many kids, about 80 kids total in the tournament. So
well, there's only, how many schools though? 7?
7. So 80 kids total.
We've got 8 high school teams.
Correction, 65 total kids, and then 90 kids for the high school. So 65 junior high and 90 for the high school.
Boy, it's hard to project what time this tournament will be over. It's moving so rapidly. We're playing around now with trying to run the split screen. The technology is fantastic. UH Report, really. They've got 4 cameras here today. I'm having fun, though. It's a lot more fun to do this than to run the tournament. It's a lot of work to run a tournament like this. Shout out to Northmor, Blade Tackett, our athletic director, and our head coach, Scotty Carr. They have arranged all the table work. Of course, our commissioner's hired the officials. Shout out to him. We've got 5 officials. The commissioner of the KMAC is Barry Wolf. Barry Wolf is here today. He was seated behind me a little while ago, but I want to point out again, the KMAC will reimburse the license fee if you're interested in becoming an official for any sport as long as you're willing to officiate in the KMAC, and we're not asking that you officiate for us exclusively, but if you're interested, you contact an AD within your school, or you contact our commissioner, Barry Wolf. Barry's done a good job running this league. We lost to Highland a year ago to another conference, the MOAC, but I think pretty soon we're going to be picking up an 8th school. Loudonville just right now looks to me to be a real positive addition. It's a class act over there at Loudonville.
This close match on mat 2, going with blood time again. Like to see more action from it, but real close bout here on mat 2 from between Mount Gilead and Lucas.
I wish that Lucas coach the best of luck. I remember what it was like decades ago getting a program started. It's tough, you know. Your head's swimming multiple ways, trying to talk everybody into a grade school program. And
here on mat 3 at 172, strong wrestler from Cardington. I believe he plays 3rd at the Gorman.
Those are big junior high boys. I'm going to sneak down to mat 1 though, Zach, and I'll tell you why. On mat 1, I'll put the other mat on mat 3 for you on the split screen. But on mat 1, you're looking at a rather significant match.
We got Sean Littleton from Northmor. Very, very experienced and strong junior high wrestler, wrestling over on mat 1. Great job. He's committed to that butcher. He's keeping in tight. He's making sure he bumps the hips first.
I wonder why they moved junior high matches to mat 1.
Great adjustment from the butcher to the cradle. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
They were running just the junior high exclusively on mat 3, and now I imagine to get caught up because they were just using one mat, they've been forced to shift some matches to mat 1. Wanted to watch that mat 3 for a second, huh?
Yeah, next up on mat 3 will be Rodney Accord, Northmore's other captain outside of Carter Thomas.
Junior high captain.
Junior high captain. Rodney, 20-5, 8th grader. He one of the stronger wrestlers at 205 for sure.
I'll bet Coach Armrose is looking forward to putting him on the line for football.
He's a junior high running back. So Rodney's got great speed. He's got a great blast double, but very, very strong running back for Coach Armrose.
He may have been a running back in junior high, but he sure looks like a lineman in high school. He's a big, strong kid. Look at that pin. Boom. That was a 20-second pin. We switched over to mat 2 on the big screen. Nick Armrose out there.
Yeah, Coach Armrose's son, Nick, got to get away from that head and arm.
He's in a tough weight class today.
He is. 215's pretty stacked. Good kid from Centerburg.
Give us his name.
Centerburg, 215, that would be Charlie Sargent. Charlie placed second at 215 here last year. Strong kid. Low center of gravity. Also a sectional runner-up at 215. So Charlie, a junior, going to do a little bit better this year.
Centerburg's another one of those programs that's coming along. They haven't had wrestling for decades, but they're probably probably 10 years in, maybe a little longer, and now becoming a little more sophisticated in numbers and what they put on the mat.
Well, mat 1, Nye Eskew,
They're
second-year wrestler.
They're in
JC
third place
Corbin
right now,
runner-up.
Centerburg.
Just got a pin with a butcher.
Centerburg's moved ahead of Loudonville. Running team score on the right-hand side of the screen. And then right down below it, you see the multicam. If you want to watch any match today, that's the way to do it, that multicam. And then we slide back and forth with one of our cameras.
For the viewers out there, mat 1, when we reference mat 1, will be the one on your multicam, all the way to the left, the black with the gray. Mat 2, the center mat, reading Golden Knights. Mat 3, the black and gold, with the knight head down at the bottom left-hand corner of the mat.
Another junior high match on mat 3. The junior high periods are 1.5 minutes in length. If you're new to the sport of wrestling, high school matches are 2-2-2. So junior high, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. High school, 2-2-2. And if you're interested, college is 3-2-2.
Big difference between high school and college riding time. Here in high school, obviously you don't get any added points for time that you've been able to ride your opponent on top.
Back in the day, when I wrestled high school, now we're talking about a long time ago, riding time existed in high schools across the nation.
Yeah, I would have benefited from that. That would have been nice.
Yeah, I did too. I rode the legs a lot to accommodate riding time. Your strategy changes a little bit.
High school 126. High school 126.
Boy, back in the day, I didn't have the facilities that we have right now. These facilities are top notch. Shout out to our administration, school board. Look at this gym floor, covered in mats. It's a beautiful sight. Northmor has 4 gyms. This is the biggest one. Although the one on the other side of campus is pretty comparably sized.
The Mike Skelton gym at the old school.
It's an old gym.
Yeah.
But it's big. It's nice. I mean, I love it. Actually, here's a little tidbit. In this beautiful facility that you're looking at right now, the only teams that practice out of this facility are volleyball and basketball. All the other teams that we have practice across campus in the other facility. In the field house, in the gym.
Wrestling program has their own wrestling room. Baseball uses the gym over there. It's definitely a great facility for all our athletic programs.
Now there'll be teams that will basketball in some schools have to practice late at night because they've got a shared gym time. Because we have 4 gyms, we don't have to do that here. There's no 9 o'clock practices here. Coach Blade Tackett, our athletic director, is our head basketball coach. He does a good job. Okay, coming up on mat 2.
This will be Becker again, returning state placer. Elgin looks like they're trying to decide on an opponent. There he is.
Maybe no one wants to wrestle him. I know I wouldn't.
Need a pin here for Northmor. Updated team scores. Northmor is trailing Centerburg 52-50.
Cohen Becker is wrestling 126 here today. Takedown, 2.
Cohen does a great job as a wrestler on top, controlling the opponent's hips. After you break them down, make sure that you keep them broken down.
You can see they were on that out-of-bounds line on the 28-foot circle, but you have to be the supporting parts of both wrestlers out of bounds for the match to stop. He's wrestling an Elgin wrestler, isn't he?
He is. Northmor needs this one to try and keep their hopes alive of winning a league championship. Becker with the roll-through tilt.
Boy, he's good at that.
Let him belly out so he can get his points. Go right back.
Tell us
to
about
a near
his
side tilt.
Tell us about his 2 brothers, Zach.
Both of his brothers, they wrestled a little bit before I got here, but outstanding wrestling family. Obviously, passed that on to the younger Becker. Technique was a huge part of their victories.
Conan wrestled at Kent State. Connor wrestles right now at Duke. Connor's in the lineup at Duke as well. Boy, that's a fine academic institution, Duke.
Good pin there by young Mr. Becker. All right, over on mat 1, we'll have Ethan Amons. Amons family, another big wrestling family here. 2 older brothers wrestled here at Northmor.
I think highly of that Amons kid. I think he'll win the league as a freshman. Good parents.
Wrestling 120 here. He's wrestling a tough opponent from Loudonville. He bumped up to wrestle in a duel that we had against Loudonville. Drew Sprague, a junior from Loudonville. Won the KMAC at 113 last year, won sectionals, and second at districts.
Yeah, he's one of their top wrestlers, Sprague is.
Amons took it to him in the first period of their match a couple weeks ago. Was up, and then Sprague come from behind and won. So this is a match that a lot of people are anticipating. Good job keeping the ankle there.
No takedown yet. There's no control. He's got that leg.
Make sure that you don't get any near fall.
There's 2. There's the takedown. Drew Sprague is a junior. And I may have spoken a little early about Amons winning the league this year. Mr. Sprague says, no, not so quick, not so fast. Those are 2 talented athletes, both of whom could be competing in Columbus in a matter of weeks. They'll both move on from sectional and probably both move on from district. I don't want to jinx them, but they're that good, people.
Early lead for Sprague, up 4-0.
4-1.
Amons, constant movement. Good job, Amons.
Let's watch that. Let's watch that whole match.
Now, as you're watching the difference between the higher elite athletes in this sport, you notice that both of these wrestlers stay in a good stance. They're always constantly fighting for position, hand fighting. Those are the little things that you can't do against a younger wrestler or a JV wrestler.
Second period.
Second period. Got to constantly worry about staying in good position.
Northmor defers. Loudonville chooses down. So Northmor will have the choice in the third period. Oh my goodness gracious.
Quick standing switch.
Rapidly. Nice standing switch by Drew Sprague.
We talked about it earlier, speed kills. If you're going to go against a top athlete, you got to be fast. Drew definitely able to explode there and get some some needed points if he's going to pull away from this. Amons needs to move his hips on bottom, bring his head off the mat.
It was a lot closer when they wrestled a couple weeks ago. In fact, I vividly remember where Amons had Spring on his back.
Yep, couldn't come through with the pin. That's why it's important when you get some of these guys on their back, you gotta stick them.
I'll bet you they've both watched tape of that match. Probably tape done by the OH report.
Score correction, it should be 6-1. Loudonville Coach Thatcher is trying to get the correction, so stand by.
Now they've got it, 6-1. We've got it right on our screen. Our producer has it right. Now they've got it right on the screen.
Minute 11, Amons has got to move on bottom. Good first move with the stand-up.
How about the scoreboards we're using for this tournament? We've got 3 nice scoreboards for all 3 mats. Not some paper. 3 electronic scoreboards. This school's got it happening.
46 seconds left in the second period.
6-1.
Now these two wrestlers both met at 126 last week.
No, it was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Amons weighed in at 120.
It was a tight match.
Bumped up to wrestle the match. They're meeting at 120 today. I believe that's where we'll see Drew at for the rest of the year. Amons will go back down to 113.
And you got to respect what Amons is doing here today to help the team out.
Yeah, to capitalize on the talent they have at the lower weights. Their ability to adapt and
that's Northmore's strength right now.
Have wrestlers wrestle up
the
to
lower
try
weights.
and win.
And once you get to the heavier weights, we could use some more numbers. In fact, the 2 weight classes we're missing today are 75 and 90. Amons chooses neutral the third period. The score's 9-1. You can expect some kind of an attempted throw. He isn't going to win this match with a shot.
Locked up the lateral drop. Maybe he'll lock up the screw lock here. He's got the overhook. He's got a collar tie on the other side. No bear hug.
Spring's he's not only older, he's stronger.
He's noticeably stronger.
He's noticeably stronger. Well, they're really in different weight classes. When you think about it, Amons is wrestling up.
They are. Spring's a 26 that's going down to 20 for the rest of the year. He's carrying a little bit more weight. Amons is a fine wrestler,
a 13-pounder who's bumping up to 20. Yeah, these two are really a couple weight classes apart a month ago.
Minute 12 left in the match. If Amons is going to stand any chance, he's going to move on bottom there. Maybe sit, catch the head, sit and rip. Now he's high.
How about Centerburg? Centerburg has moved ahead of Northmor in the team score. Wow, we got to give Centerburg more attention.
Now if Amons can bring his hips up here, maybe he can shake Spring down.
Good job, Centerburg. And just like that, Northmor moved back ahead of Centerburg. It'll come up on the team scores in a minute. Northmor 60, Centerburg. No, I think Northmor has.
We'll get you those scores as they come.
I'll tell you though, both teams are within striking distance of Elgin. Elgin's not going to walk away with this.
Yeah, with these bigger tournaments, you got to wait till the third or fourth round before you see how things shake out. A lot of these kids had first-round buys if they weren't the first seed. They did a good job trying to facilitate that the higher seeds got the more matches.
The tournament will be won with placement points, and no placement points have been added to any team score yet. Again, 14, 10, 7, 4, first, second, third, fourth. 14 points for first, 10 for second. That's where the big tournament points lie, in placement points. Drew Spang with an 11-1 decision over young Amons. But you got to pat Amons on the back, moving up to 120 for this match.
Junior high 122. Junior high.
I have nothing but respect for him and his family.
All right, here on mat 1, we got another first-year wrestler, Thomas Keene. He's an athlete. He's a good cross-country runner, runs for a great cross-country program here at Northmor.
What weight class?
He's wrestling 126. Him and Stoney are in the same weight class.
So it's one of our extra wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
Stoney's the score, but look, he's got a takedown.
Correction, 120. No, 126.
We do have depth down below. Well, I won't say depth, I'll say flexibility. How about that?
Keene runs a half.
Good job, Keene.
Big steps.
You know, with this constant action and no breaks, we're not getting commercials in. The OH report is running this thing almost commercial free. And with multiple screens.
That too, good cradle there. Got a little out of position, but win or lose, you got to love those Lucas singlets, right?
You like those camo,
I
don't
like
you?
those camo singlets. Hopefully we'll see some of those in Northmore's near future.
You're bigger on the camo than I am. It's hard to read the lettering on a camo singlet. Let's go back to mat 1. Keene's really doing well down there.
Got out of position a couple times early on in the period. Right here, you don't want to make any mistakes. 4 seconds left.
Period 1 just ended. He's ahead 2-0. What grade is he in?
It's a young freshman. He's got plenty of room to grow.
That's a good name within our community, Keene. A lot of good people.
All right, here he's coming around the waist. Switches instantly to head pressure. Good job. Try and get that arm back.
It might have been a little hard. 1 point red.
There. I believe the official thought he was trying to head pressure with a closed hand, a fist. It's not a good idea. Obviously, wrestler safeties are important.
You got to like the aggression, though.
Here he goes, trying to run a butcher. You see Coach Carr on the bottom of the screen telling him to bump the hips. Gets out of position. That's just inexperience.
Seated right next to Coach Workman, our head baseball coach. Hey, we're going to have a good baseball season. He's got a good team.
All right, Keene struggling to work to a base.
Oh, I don't
roll
know.
through here.
I don't know. He's not struggling too much. He just
Got
turned
his
that boy
reversal.
onto his back.
I think this is a battle of inexperience versus inexperience.
It is. It is. You're looking at two young wrestlers, but right now, Northmore's ahead 6-3. Illegal move. He used a full Nelson, so 1 point red. It's now 6-4. You know what just happened right there is the table worker inadvertently forgot to shut the clock off. But I want to give a shout out to the table workers. Not only are we not taking a break, but try and imagine being a table worker who's not taking a break. I've been a table worker before, and it's difficult to focus. The concentration level without a break is difficult. You need a break now and then if you're a table worker. We shifted to mat 2 for a minute, but you're going to see a much higher level of wrestling.
Campbell does a very slow, methodical reshot.
That's
from
138 pounds. Carson Campbell.
Great job controlling the hips and controlling the wrists when he breaks them down.
Northmor's stellar freshman at 138 pounds.
Keene's match is still on the split screen up at the top right of your screen. Carson locks up his cradle. See if he can catch that leg to tighten it up.
He's putting away an Elgin opponent. I don't know which one it is, though, because Elgin has 2 wrestlers in that weight class. Elgin's entered an extra wrestler. But Carson Campbell is Northmor's stellar freshman.
Now Elgin does have a good sophomore, Colton Long, 15-5. A good winning record, so Carson just pulling away from this one a little bit.
The other Elgin wrestler's name is Landon LaValle. Couldn't tell you which one that is. We're floating back and forth, doing the best we can. I apologize to the parents and the young man.
On our other split screen, we got a young Jaron Hatton, first-time wrestler for Northmor, up 5-0 on mat 3.
I'm enjoying watching Carson Campbell.
Campbell's got that leg trapped. He's going to run the half, try and get some points before this period's out.
Carson was an MIT runner-up. That's one of the biggest tournaments in the state of Ohio. As a freshman in high school, he was an MIT runner-up. He was also a J.C. Gorman runner-up.
Lost to Coach Turnbull's son.
Yeah, I think it was the 60th annual J.C. Gorman. He and Turnbull have wrestled 3 times this year. Carson won 1, Turnbull's won 2. They could face each other again in Columbus, Ohio, in a pretty meaningful match, state tournament.
Ontario's Division II now, still? Correct?
D3.
D3. All right, good job hooking the leg by Campbell. He does a great job of trying to get people out of position.
He's baiting him with that leg again.
Gets him to reach back for the head. Northmor wrestlers on all 3 mats. Keene on mat 1, Campbell on mat 2, Jaron Hatton, junior high, mat 3.
See Northmor's moved ahead of Centerburg for 2nd place. Centerburg, I knew that Centerburg and Loudonville would battle it out for 3rd and 4th place, or at least I suspected it. But I thought Loudonville might be too much for Centerburg. Centerburg's wrestling exceptionally well today. Shout out to their coach.
Mat 1, Keene's taking that match 11-11 to overtime. First takedown a win here for the young wrestlers.
Overtime's 1 minute in length. One takedown wins it. And Mr. Keene is about to score that takedown if he floats. If he floats.
Step over the leg.
If he floats.
Got to block off with the arm.
Pressure the head and get behind, young man. High leg over. High leg over. And there it is. (13-11) in overtime.
Good win for Keene. 7-0, Hatton wins on Mat 3.
Ooh, we're going to win all three of those matches, huh?
Campbell up 13-1 in the third period.
You shouldn't be such homers, Zach. We need to talk about the other teams.
And other schools are here as well.
I was pretty impressed with Keene there for not being a sophisticated wrestler. He showed a lot of promise and guts. He scored 13 points.
He placed high at a JV tournament here this year.
Placed won 13 points.
And he did that by going out there, and he's got a lot of heart. He doesn't give up off his back.
That's what I was saying. Yeah.
A lot of young wrestlers can help their team just by not getting pinned sometimes.
You know he's got heart because he's a runner.
Campbell up for 15-1. Northmor could use the pin here.
Tech Fall's worth 1.5 in a tournament in premium points. A pin is worth 2.
If you could settle in and get that guillotine. Reach back, scoop the head.
That's how you get those half points.
He's got 15 seconds, needs one more set of backs.
Premium points. A major decision, a regular decision is 1 through 7. A major decision is defeating your opponent by 8 to 14 points. If you defeat your opponent, as he just did right there, by 15 or more, that's called a technical fall. And of course, a fall is a pin.
Correction, 15-1. He won by 14. Major decision.
Well, I think there were some points at the end that stopped it. I'm not sure the final score. I think there were some back points at the end. And that's why they blew the whistle. Time didn't expire.
Yeah, Aiden was out there. There was 8 seconds left. But it was a good win, regardless.
Amen.
Campbell.
Boy, there's a talented Loudonville wrestler out there on mat 2 right now.
That, I believe, is Isaac Whittle. And again, we get him mixed up with Josh Serrato. One's wrestling 138, one's wrestling 144. But Whittle won the KMAC at 126 last year, placed 6th at districts. Loudonville's expecting big things out of this young man.
Don't blink. This match is going to be over any second. Pin. I like what I see here today. Well-run tournament. There hasn't been one glitch yet. Maybe the only thing you could criticize was when the table worker ran 10 seconds too much time off. And without taking a break, Wow, if that only happens one time, and we're 3 rounds in. 3 rounds in, and we haven't taken a break.
Of a 5-round tournament.
You're going to be home well in time to watch the OH report tonight. Girls basketball. You're going to be home by mid-afternoon.
Now here on mat 2, I believe this is Josh Soretto, the junior from Loudonville, placed 4th at sectionals last year.
Their middleweights are their strength, by far.
Had a record of 14-3 coming into the tournament. So
they need our lightweights, and we need their middleweights.
We'll also take a 75 and a 90-pounder if anybody has a spare.
Well, Nick Armrose could wrestle 190.
And he does the majority of the game.
Yeah.
Correction.
He's just
75 and a 215.
Nick Armrose is a tough kid.
It's great having good kids that are able to be flexible, but you got to have enough of them to fill the weight class.
There's going to be a day when Nick Armrose wrestles in Columbus, Ohio.
Another common scene here on mat 1, Elgin versus Elgin.
Hey, folks, I've been talking about girls basketball. In 15 minutes, you're going to be able to watch a girls basketball game. Upper Sandusky, the Lady Rams, they're going to take on the Willard Lady Flashes in about 15 minutes on Facebook and the OH Report YouTube channel 4. You're going to see in about 15 minutes 2 ranked teams. So stay here or go to a girls basketball game. Or flip back and forth. It is a Saturday in February, so you're seeing a lot of tournament games being held today. And the girls' tournament is well underway. The wrestling tournaments begin next week. In Ohio, we go sectional, district, state. There's no regional. Candidly, the districts are really regionals. In fact, the regional that we go to at Harrison Central on the eastern part of the state. It's actually over there close to East Palestine. It involves 3 different districts. It involves the Central District, the Eastern District, and the Southeastern District. Northmor, if you're unfamiliar with Northmor, we are the northernmost team in the Central District. How about that? The northernmost team in the Central District. The Ohio High School Athletic Association calls this school Gallion Northmor. Gallion, we're just about 10 miles from Gallion. Gallion High is in the Northwest District. But we have a Gallion address.
Coach mentioned East Palestine. Our best wishes go out to those people there, obviously.
God bless them.
For everything that they're going through.
Northmore's called Northmor because it's the northernmost school in Morrow County, hence the unusual spelling, North M-O-R. No E on the end. Northern Morrow County. But so far north in Morrow County that we are the northernmost school in the Central District. Consequently, it's difficult for us to hold, despite these marvelous facilities that we have been provided. It's difficult for us to hold sectional or district tournaments because we're so far north. We're not centrally located. Going to the sectional next week, Zach?
Oh yeah, I'll be there. I'm gonna stick with the team for sectionals, districts, and state. We have junior high, state. It's going to be coming up in about 5 weeks, so we have a couple kids that are going to go out.
Good.
For for their districts tomorrow.
That's what you got to do. You got to go way beyond the normal school schedule if you want to be a champion. Tell us what's going on map 3, Coach.
Young, aggressive Sean Walker doing it again, taking it to an opponent, driving in on his legs, getting deep. Same adjustments need to be made, but good job hipping over there and switching to a head and arm finish. He's got to lift that head, keep it tight. And he sticks him.
He's got it all, doesn't he?
Good third win for Sean Walker. He'll be competing for a varsity spot here next year.
Oh, no, he'll be in the lineup somewhere. He's just got to be ready. Maybe 2 camps. There were summers you went to 2 camps, huh?
Oh, of course. Here they benefit from having the ability for the younger wrestlers to go to a 3-day camp in Ashland.
Hey, we've got final results on our poll. What are you looking for? Skill or technique? 22% of you voted that way. Speed and agility? 33% of you went that way. That's our winner. Power and force? 11%. And, you know, the inability to give up, just guts, whatever you want to call it, that was right up there too. 33%.
Northmor senior Tyler Parsons on mat 1. 30 seconds into the first period. Ooh, gets ankle picked. Got to watch walking on those heels. You got to stay on your toes.
A 28-foot circle. Then the interior circle's 10 feet. Toe that line on red and green. It's a great sport. The ancient honorable sport of wrestling, Zach.
First martial art.
It is. The first of the martial arts, the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans. They all wrestled. The ancient Egyptians. You know, you look on the walls of the pyramids today, and you can see wrestling moves painted onto those walls thousands of years ago. The first Olympics, wrestling. Ancient, honorable sport of wrestling. You put 2 little boys in a room, what are they going to do? They're going to wrestle.
First mat, the violation was called, but the match wasn't stopped. It's locking hands. The bottom wrestler gets a free move in that situation to try and score. You got to make sure you don't lock your hands around your opponent's waist when you're on top.
Anyone interested in the martial arts has really got to learn to wrestle. If you want to do MMA someday, mixed martial arts, you better be able to grapple on the mat. And a lot of these guys that have graduated from here have gone on to mixed martial arts.
CB Dalloway.
That's our most successful, who fought in the big time.
Jamie Baldridge did some fighting.
Yeah. Dalloway did it for the major leagues, though.
Yeah. Same ankle pick there. Parsons got ankle picked again. Waiting on some bout sheets down for mat 3. That junior high tournament's just flying.
It has been a while since we've had a break. It's been, I mean, we've been wrestling now for almost 3 hours, and we only took 1 commercial break up to this point. I think, Zach, we're going to give a break to our coverage and run a few commercials and take care of our sponsorship. So at this time, we're going to bug out, but we'll be back. We're going to run a few commercials. Don't leave us.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results. more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I was soon. Knew as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, don't got the time. Cross on my T's and he dying.
I got 2 feet on the ground, head flying in the clouds. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Hands up in the sky, it's all gonna be alright. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Oh, 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 oh. Love little things, love little things.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
show, starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I blow soon, soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her sit back, I need my broom, vroom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in a room. I've been so real, I'm down to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you.
Okay, welcome back to the KMAC. I'm Mike Skelton. My co-host today is Double Z, Zach Zolman. We're live and free with the OH Report, broadcasting an entire tournament from Northmor High School, the KMAC. It's wild, and I'll tell you why. We're not taking breaks. We're broadcasting this entire tournament without taking a break, but naturally we need to take a break occasionally for a commercial, cover our sponsorship, and we just did that. We're back right now. During the break, I went down and talked to some Centerburg folks because I'm just thoroughly impressed with Centerburg. They are pushing Northmor hard for second place. Their coach is one of the gentlemen I do not know in the tournament. His name is Alex Zanotti. And I'll tell you what, shout out to Alex, Coach Zanotti. He's doing a heck of a job. They are currently in third place. Elgin is in first place right now with 77.5 points. Northmore's second with 63. And Centerburg is narrowly ahead of Loudonville. Alex Zanotti is a realtor out of Delaware and just doing a whale of a job with that wrestling program. I think we told you a little bit about his team earlier. He's only fielding 7 wrestlers in this tournament. But those 7 wrestlers are scoring points. So good for Alex Zanotti. If they had a teacher coach that could help him recruit, that might be able to fill the lineup. But he's obviously taken the boys that have come out and teaching them how to wrestle. Centerburg just moved ahead of Northmor. They are now in second place with 68 points. Northmor, with 12 wrestlers to Centerburg 7, has slipped to third place. We have 63. Coach Zanotti. How about Coach Zanotti? Elgin with 85.5 is now beginning to, with their depth, fielding all 14 weight classes. They're beginning to run away with this. It is difficult to broadcast a tournament. I talked about that earlier. And I've tried to broadcast tournaments before, and we've even done the J.C. Gorman once or twice. The constant action, you're not always going to get the names of every combatant that's on the mat, but the OH Report is doing a heck of a job right here. And with 4 different cameras, we've got one with a broad view giving you all 3 mats so that when you're going back, and a lot of these people that are here today will go home and watch this leisurely on their own, you can find your mat somewhere during the tournament on mats 1, 2, or 3, but then we go back and forth. I can punch some numbers here. There's mat 2, there's mat 3, back to mat 1, but we've also got that smaller screen in the middle that right now you're looking at that smaller screen, mat 2. Let's go to that with the big one, and we'll shift the smaller screen to mat 1. I shifted to mat 2 with the bigger screen because that's a pretty good match right now. It's 6-4. It's at 165 pounds. You're looking at Ashton Clark from Northmor battling Elgin. Boy, those are 2 big, strong athletes. Ashton just turned the Elgin wrestler onto his back. The Elgin wrestler is Zane Darling. No, I'm sorry, that's Jared Johnston from Elgin. Jared is a senior and one of the young men that they hope will become their first state qualifier. Elgin's a real up-and-coming program. Their coach has just done a great job with that numbers for the program. Coach Levi Pasma has about 30 kids out. They've never had a state qualifier, but this young man on mat 2 could be their first. That is, again, Jared Johnston, a senior from Elgin, and he is right in the match with Northmore's outstanding 165-pounder, Ashton Clark. Oh my goodness, this is a premier match. What do you think, Zach?
Coach, both these wrestlers extremely strong. Different opponents that they've came up against throughout the year, they've been able to overcome them with strength. Now they're wrestling somebody that matches them in strength, and today technique wins. So
we're going to go into the third period. Really.
That's it, Coach. 8-4.
Oh, it ended.
Great match by two very skilled, high-quality wrestlers.
And the Elgin boy won. That may have been enough to seal the tournament for them. I'm not going to give him a definite, but putting him into the finals was big. Jared Johnston, senior, shout out. Good job. All right, we're floating back and forth. Different matches, different weight classes, even different tournaments, because we're running a junior high tournament simultaneously with the high school tournament. The high school tournament is on mats 1 and 2. If you're looking at the screen down in the lower right-hand corner, and in the far right-hand side, you're seeing on mat 3 the junior high KMAC, the junior high tournament. So you can imagine the difficulty I'm having trying to give you names and even weight classes. But we're broadcasting live and free. And since it's free, I don't think anybody's going to complain.
Coach, you said Elgin's kind of pulling away from it. There's a huge battle for second and third. So if we look, Centerburg, Northmor, and Loudonville, all tight there up at the top.
It just keeps going back and forth as to who's in second place, but nobody seems to be able to catch Elgin's depth. Elgin's got 14 weight classes, and that's what you need. You need 14 weight classes. Northmore's got 12 of the 14 weight classes filled, and next year maybe we're going to fill them all because we've got a pretty good junior high coming up, huh, Coach Zillman?
Yeah, Coach. We've looked at what the lineup's going to look like, probably a little prematurely with the 8th grade class that's coming up, but not only are they going to be talented, they're going to fill every weight class, and they're going to be deep. They're going to be some kids that could wrestle at numerous programs and start, and they're probably not going to have a spot on this Northmor roster next year.
I greatly look forward to a full lineup. Loudonville right in this thing, but again, if they had a full lineup, they'd be in the same situation we are, right, or that we want to be in, right on Elgin's neck. Loudonville, like us, they're filling 12 of the 14 weight classes. They're missing 2 of the easiest weight classes to score, and that's 106 and 113. And I say easiest to score. In this entire tournament, there are only 2 106-pounders. There are only 5 113-pounders. So if you've got the lightweights, and Loudonville doesn't have them, but maybe next year they will.
Yeah, Coach, that goes all back to filling the lineup and having these coaches that are in the schools, in the classrooms, convincing these young kids to come out for the wrestling team. Wrestling's one of those sports where it doesn't matter if you're 100 pounds, it doesn't matter if you're 280 pounds. You can come out and contribute.
I've always liked that about wrestling. It's so fair. You're competing against someone your size. You're not on the football line weighing 120 pounds lining up against a 180-pounder. Wrestling's so fair. But I'll tell you, I think a lot of people get scared about wrestling. They think they've got to lose weight, and that's not the case at all. If you look at a wrestling lineup in a typical year, usually about a third of the kids are wrestling right what they weigh. About a third of the kids in the lineup are wrestling up a weight class, and we have several in our lineup today that are doing that. They're right. Giving up pounds. And usually about a third of the kids in your lineup are maybe losing 5 pounds to try and get down to that weight class that they want to compete in at the end of the year.
That's absolutely right. A lot of these kids are trying to condition their bodies and be in the best shape possible for the state tournament. In doing so, some of them do go down, but some go up. We have some wrestlers that decide to wrestle up a weight class just because that's a better fit for them. Nick Armros, a great example today, decides to go up to 215 to wrestle a different style, a different type of opponent. So wrestling's a great sport for any of those kids out there that might feel they're a little too big or a little too little to play sports.
Hey, we've got on our screen down below a little girls basketball right now, some live girls hoops. Nothing wrong with that. I like that. Give a little credit to the ladies there. So you get to watch that for maybe 5 minutes, as well as some wrestling. But as I'll tell you, this tournament is just freaking amazing to me. They're not taking any breaks. When we ran a commercial break for about 5 minutes, I ran down to the coach's hospitality room. They still let me in there, Zach.
Oh, that's good.
I ran down and grabbed a bite to eat, and it's almost comical. There's coaches. I look at them out there right now. I see a coach over there eating a plate of pasta as he's talking to his wrestler, getting ready to send out on the mat. The coaches aren't getting breaks. The table workers aren't getting breaks. It's a fantastically well-run tournament, and a shout-out to the KMAC and the administration here for running it that way. There are no breaks in this tournament. It's just solid action.
Yeah.
You mentioned Nick Armrose. On mat 1, you see him pacing right now.
Here he is getting ready to take on a 215 opponent. He's given up 20, 25 pounds, but he's got the strength to do it. He's wrestled big kids before.
I think he's pacing because I think they shut down mat 1 for a minute to give those guys a bathroom break. We wrestled 3 straight hours without any kind of a round break. We're well into round 3. Some weight classes are into round 4 already because there's different numbers in different weight classes. I can't tell you that we're in round 3 across the board. But those table workers to just concentrate for hours without a break, that's a lot of focus, it's difficult.
On that small commercial we took, I saw Coach Baldridge in passing. He was trying to wolf down some pasta, get in there so he can get out there for the kids. So it was nice to be able to relieve him a little bit, coach a match for some of these kids on the commercial.
You know, the one person that does get to take a break are the officials, because we've got 5 of them. With 5 officials, they can take a break and go get something to eat or get a drink of water, go to the bat. The officials are in better shape than the tournament workers themselves or the coaches. The coaches just have had no breaks.
That's a testament to how well run the program, the KMAC itself is. A lot of these tournaments are struggling to fill official slots. We had a junior high tournament earlier this year in Mount Vernon where they weren't able to get enough officials, so they had to draw 8 teams out of a hat and tell the other teams, hey, sorry, we can't facilitate you. So Northmor and the KMAC being able to provide 5 officials really is a testament to how well prepared they are ahead of time.
I'm going to switch back to mat 1 because they have table workers back.
Quick takedown for Nick Armrose. Nice shucking him by. He's got him broken down. Let's see if he's able to hip over and capitalize with a half. He's got the wrist on the left side.
You know, I've been gone long enough now, retired long enough. I've been retired 7 years after 40 years in public education. Actually 41. I've been retired 7 years now that a lot of these kids, I just don't know them. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I do know Nick Armrose. He is just a great kid, isn't he? Hard worker. I've seen him in the summer. He bales hay for my son-in-law, Joe Kruger. Mm-hmm. And the kid's got a work ethic.
Yeah, when I was looking to come back to Ohio in the Northmor area, Nick was one of those kids that I was really excited about to get to coach and be able to develop, and he's really taken off.
You mentioned coming back. Tell us about your career, Sarge.
Right after high school, I graduated in 08, traveled the world with the Army, and knew my roots were back home. Northmor wrestling program, something that's obviously been incredibly important to me, so obviously, as soon as I came back, I think within a week or two, had you and Coach Carr breathing down my neck to come in here and help develop the next generation.
You've greatly added to the program as one of our junior high coaches. You got up to what rank? E what?
I just did my first term. I got out as an E5.
E5. That is a sergeant, though, isn't it?
Yep. My wife was a major, and she got out, so we're a dual military household.
Zach's wife is a doctor, a physician, a medical doctor. What kind of medicine does she practice?
A family practice.
And speaking of family, Zach already has one baby, but April, his wife, is about to have their second child.
Yep.
A little girl.
Over on mat 3, we got Carter Thomas again. This kid, absolute animal. He never quits. He's got tons of heart.
And he's one of the young men I want to get to know better.
Yeah, if you're gonna pick somebody to follow their career, this is the guy. Look at
him pace the mat. You can just tell he's like a caged lion out there.
Oh, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he wants some action. The team scores have just been updated, and Loudonville is now really beginning to run away with it. Elgin's really beginning to run away with it. They have 97 points. Loudonville bumped back up they're now in second place. Centerburg's in third, and Northmor slips to fourth.
Carter Thomas with a nice gator roll. One of Coach Skelton's favorites.
There's a big difference between fourth place and fifth place. Fredericktown's currently in fifth with 28. Lucason's in sixth with 26. You can read the scores. They're on the screen. And then Cardington with 24, Mount Gilead with 12. But how about Elgin High School? Their depth with all 14 weight classes, it looks like it's just going to be too much to overcome. And they're going to be, within a few hours, picking up a trophy as league champions again. They won last year, and they're going to win again this year. Who's going to finish second, though, Zach?
That'd be Northmor, Coach. You hate to see them behind as they are right now, but they've got the depth. They're going to pull away, hopefully. A lot of the weight classes that they're filling, such as 106, we're competing with only 11 right now because our 12th wrestler is a 106-pounder who
hasn't wrestled yet. And he'll score points, either 14 or 10.
Yeah.
But again, I want to give some attention and love to that Centerburg coach. I do not know Alex Zanotti, but Alex Zanotti is really, he's put together a heck of a team for only 7 wrestlers. They're scoring a lot. They've entered 7 wrestlers in this tournament, and they're right up there battling for second place with only 7 wrestlers.
Coach, I got Tyler Haar, Mount Gilead. Great 92-pounder. This is setting up for a great finals match between him and Carter Thomas. Another great Morrow County kid to watch out for.
Tyler Haar?
Tyler Haar. He'll be at the state tournament at the high school level at some point.
How about Centerburg? I just can't get over that. There's 14 weight classes, and they've only entered 7 of them. So they've got 7 holes, and they're battling for second place. 7 holes where they're not scoring a single point, and they're battling for second place. Alex Zanotti is putting some kids on the mat that know what they're doing.
Northmor's big heavyweight, Brandon Keener, freshman. This kid, as he gets stronger and as he grows into his body, he's really going to become a force to reckon with.
I hope he plays football. Coach Armrose will keep his development moving along nicely. And I hope he sticks with wrestling, too. He'll be somebody if he does. Hey, nice little crowd here today, huh?
Yeah, just about all the bleachers are packed. It's a good turnout for sure.
When I ran to the coach's hospitality room to get something to eat when we took that commercial break, I noticed the cafeteria was full as well. There's a lot of people out there picking out something to eat, not just from the concession stand, but did you see the Girl Scouts out there with their they were kind of cute. Yeah, the Girl Scouts have a few tables out there. It's Girl Scout cookie time. I got a couple boxes sitting at home.
Yeah, wrestling's definitely big in the community, not just in Morrow County, but all of Central Ohio. So a lot of these kids A lot of these kids are
they're
well represented family-wise.
Let's look over on mat 3. You see not just a Northmor athlete, but you see a father-son coaching tandem out there. There's James Baldridge and his son Jamie. James wrestled for me back in the 1970s, 1980s, somewhere in there, and he was a state qualifier. He's now one of our grade school coaches. I asked him the other day. He goes, my son's the head coach. I'm just helping my son. Jamie's doing a great job with the grade school program and the junior high.
They're coaching a very strong and powerful 8th grade Rodney Accord. This kid's going to be going to the districts tomorrow, and he'll be participating at the junior high state level.
So he's attempting to qualify for junior high states tomorrow, not just wrestling in this tournament today, but tomorrow he'll weigh in and wrestle in junior high districts. Where's he going to junior high districts, Zach?
They'll be going up to Bellevue, I believe.
Are you going there or coming here to the grade school tournament?
I'll be there. We split it. Coach Baldridge will be staying here for the
grade school
biddy kids.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That's
fantastic. That's the way a program needs to operate. Coaches have got to split up so the kids are covered.
Good recovery there.
Again, over in the corner, you see several more mats stacked up against the wall. Those mats are stacked up because when the bleachers get torn down at the end of this tournament, Northmor will put out 5 mats for the grade school tournament tomorrow. So if you're going home tonight and you turn on the OH report and you're watching this broadcast, bring your grade school biddy wrestlers here tomorrow.
Accord didn't capitalize there. He gave up a reversal. He's got to move on bottom. Can't stay there.
We actually have several grade school clubs operating within our school district. We've got the school-sponsored grade school club, and then we've got another grade school club, community run. I don't care where they learn how to wrestle. I just want them to wrestle.
Preferably for us, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, the other grade school club will eventually feed in once they get to junior high here.
Rodney does a good job taking the head to the leg on that cradle. Got to make small adjustments.
What weight class is that, Zach?
That'd be 205, Coach.
205 in junior high.
One thing that you'll see there.
If you're new to the sport of wrestling, and I've got somebody behind me asking me, he locked hands. You're allowed to lock hands when you're pinning. You can't lock hands unless you're in a pinning combination.
But, Coach, something you and I are sure to see, when he ran that cradle, instead of doing a good gable grip, he locked with his fingertips. That's why the other kid was able to pull free and get out of the cradle. You got to make sure when you do it, you make the right adjustments.
Zach knows what he's talking about, studio audience. 3-time state qualifier.
Short time, about 25 seconds left in the match. Let's see if he can get one more set of backs. Now you got to settle his hips back here.
I would say your primary coach as you were growing up was Coach Darren Howe.
Darren Howe, amazing credit to the program.
Darren Howe took you to a lot of tournaments when you were young.
He did. He found as a 5th grader I wasn't doing any sports, and he came and he picked me up and he took me to all my practices. And then I got to be blessed enough to work with Coach Carr and Coach Workman and yourself. A lot of the coaches that are still around, even the volunteers, are prior coaches of this program.
I know talent when I see it. We made Darren Howe a grade school coach, then a junior high coach, and eventually he became one of our top assistants here at Northmor High School. Darren Howe brought along a lot of fine wrestlers in his coaching career.
He did. He had a fine wrestler, too, and Jeremiah Howe, who now coaches for the Shelby program.
The Northmor stable of coaches extends all over the state of Ohio. We've had coaches, and you're right, Jeremiah Howe is now one of the head coaches at Shelby. Jeremiah Howe is a school administrator at Pioneer. I'm telling you, he might run that show one day. That's how highly I think of Jeremiah Howe.
Good pin by Rodney Accord. Great adjustment.
Hey, Coach Baldridge looks fit down there as he stood up.
Yeah, he trimmed the beard. Looks a lot younger for sure. Back over to Mat 1. We got Brady Carr, Coach Carr's son.
The head coach's son, Coach Carr, Scotty Carr, has ran the program now for about,
since 2009.
Yeah, since 2009, he became the head coach. And his son
Good
just
escape.
did a wonderful standing Granby. Well, it wasn't standing Granby. It was a Granby. Coach Carr wants to win this league again. I know he does. And if it doesn't happen this year with that 8th grade class that you guys are coaching.
Yeah, he's got a great class coming up. I don't see them just competing at the league or sectional level. I believe in the next couple of years they'll be competing for a district title and maybe even in some state duels.
I know he wants to win this tournament again. He's won many league titles in his career since 2009.
I think 9 times since 2009.
Well, let's just count them up. Conference titles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Eight conference titles in his coaching career. He'll win again.
Still on Mat 1. We spoke earlier about how women's wrestling being one of the fastest growing sports in Ohio.
No, not one of.
They
advertise it. The National Federation advertise it as the fastest growing sport in America.
Now, with high school wrestling, they still compete as the same varsity team representing their school. The only split is at
the sectional level.
Correct.
Once we get to next week, the ladies are running their own tournament. And there are a lot of girls' tournaments during the course of the winter that a young lady can participate in, even though she's wrestling for the boys' tournament, the boys' team. I have a lot of respect for the girls. I wish we could get more of them out. There's college scholarship money out there, ladies.
All right, Mat 2, we got Mr. Becker getting ready to take on an opponent. And on Mat 1, we have Ethan Amons.
Same old story, Northmor and Elgin going at it. Two of the teams with the most wrestlers in this tournament. Centerburg, even though they've only got 7 wrestlers in the tournament, is battling for second place. Northmore's got 12 of the 14 weight classes covered here today, and one of them is by this young man, Cohen Becker.
Great setup for his head and arm. It reminded me almost of Heminger-esque. From Tyler Heminger, used to set up his head and arm that same way. So great job by Mr. Becker. Amon still 0-0
Score is
on his
4-0.
match.
No, it's 4-0. It's 4-0. He got a takedown and near fall points. 4-0. It was on the edge of the line. But the match officiated out there by Sheriff Hinton. Nobody's going to argue with Sheriff. I'm certainly not going to argue with Sheriff.
I'm not going to argue with him.
That's the Morrow County Sheriff officiating that match. He's ticking off back points again. I'll explain that out of bounds. I think it's important for people who aren't really rabid wrestling fans to understand the out of bounds. You know, in football, that white line means you're out of bounds. In baseball, if the ball hits that chalk, it's in bounds. In wrestling, that line is ambiguous. You can be completely past that line and still be in bounds if the supporting parts of either wrestler is in bounds. So you just need supporting parts in bounds. The line itself, that 28-foot circle, is an ambiguous. It's really a boundary line, not an out-of-bounds line.
And that's something that's not necessarily new to the program, but it's not that old either. Back when you still coached and I was in high school wrestling, that wasn't the case. If you wanted to turn somebody or pin somebody,
had to be inside the line.
Had to be inside the line.
You could he'd be out of bounds, but you weren't getting back points if his shoulders were out of bounds.
Correct.
Now, it's a national federation rule. He said back when I coached, I worked here 40 years. It takes most high school kids 40 years to get out of high school. It took me 40 years to get out of high school.
Good pin by Amons there. Back-to-back pins for Becker and Amons. That'll definitely help.
They were a good 40 years. If there's a young person out there thinking about a career, I encourage you to look into teaching. They were a good 40 years. If I were a young man, I'd do them all over again. What do we have coming up on mat 1?
Carson Campbell, same old story, getting ready to go against Elgin.
138 pounds of twisted steel. I'm not sure there's an ounce of fat on that body. Tall, lanky. Kind of reminds me of Dalloway, tall and lanky.
A little bit. Now, I do believe this one is Colton Long, the sophomore out of Elgin.
I'll talk about body types. There are a lot of ways to win at wrestling. It's not like football where the coach says, okay, this is the play, and everybody's got to be in sync, moving the same way for the play to work. In wrestling, there's a lot of ways to win. You can be short and squatty. You can be tall and lanky. You can be a leg wrestler. You can be an upper body wrestler. There's a lot of ways to approach this sport. So these coaches really don't stress one style.
It's not just weight class. A lot of weight classes, you see a variety of
body types. Body types.
215, you could have a wrestler built a lot like Coach John Hinton, the official on mat 2, or you could have a body type completely tall and skinny. The wrestling moves that they hit, though, are so dramatically different.
Carson Campbell with the pin. You mentioned body types. And Sheriff Hinton. Sheriff Hinton's a runner now. He's lost a lot of weight. Look at him. He's svelte.
He looks good. Campbell with the quick pin. That's 3 Northmor pins, 18 points.
He wrestled over 200 pounds in high school, but he doesn't weigh over 200 pounds. Look at him. He's in good shape. Boy, it's hard to stay in good shape if you're a coach during the season. Long days. You're getting home in the dark at the end of practice on a school day. Then on a weekend, you're doing something like this. I have the utmost respect for wrestling coaches.
That's part of why a lot of them do it. They obviously don't enjoy that time away from their families, but they enjoy giving back so much. And sacrifice is a huge part of wrestling. The coaches are able to show sacrifice in their time after working a full day at their job, then coming and trying to inspire these kids to become great young men.
There's 3 good coaches for Northmor right over there by that trash can in the upper left-hand corner. Look at that. There's Coach Armrose, Coach Workman, and Coach Carr. Our head football coach, our head baseball coach, our head wrestling coach, all dressed alike. Uniform of the day. They're in team uniforms just like the athletes.
Got a small delay on 2 and 3, trying to get those bout sheets covered out. We're heading into round 4, Coach. It's flying by.
I don't know that I've ever seen a tournament with no break. Oh, just right up here, right behind me, just came Mr. Becker. He's shooting up. He's taller than me now.
Yeah.
Wrestling 126 pounds.
He's gained probably 2 inches just since the season started.
Has he really, Cohen?
He has.
Cohen's gained 2 inches. Oh, he's up there with his family. Yeah. You know, let's get Cohen down here. Let's talk to him. Get Cohen down here. I'd love to interview Cohen Becker. Zach's left us for a minute. He's going to bring Cohen down. We're going to talk to him. Our producer is setting up a mic and a camera. I think I've told you we've got 4 cameras here. Cohen, you're not on camera yet, but I can still talk and set us up for this. By golly, I appreciate you coming here and talking to us for a few minutes. 7th in the state last year as a freshman in high school. There's your mic right there. Cameras, can you see us on the air yet? We're getting there. The producer's getting it, so you're going to see this handsome young man on TV. I'll tell you why I brought you down here. You walked by me a minute ago, and I said, my goodness, that kid shot up. And Coach Solman said he's grown 2 inches since the start of the season. Is that true? Yeah, probably. You've gained 2 inches since the season started and after football ended in October. What'd you play in football? Quarterback. Starting quarterback. Get that camera on this fine-looking young man. Here we go. So 2 inches. Have you had to buy new pants? It gets expensive when you go through a growth spurt. I've raised kids. I understand that. 2 full inches, and you've stayed at the same weight class. So tell us, are you now having trouble with those extra inches making weight? You're wrestling 126. What's your natural weight?
I'm actually wrestling 20. I'm just bumped up.
Going down to 20 for sectionals.
Okay, good. I didn't know that we wanted the state of Ohio to know that. I knew that, but I didn't want to advertise that to the state of Ohio.
I mean, it's kind of out there already.
Okay, all right, it's out there, folks.
Give them a chance to dodge him if he wants.
He's wrestled 26 most of the all year, and has actually certified at 120. And next week, sectional district state, it's now out there. You're going to wrestle 120 pounds in the sectional next week. What are our aspirations? And that's the way to do it. Don't put any 3-week. You're wrestling 1 match at a time. Respect all, fear none. That's the best way to approach wrestling. It doesn't matter what the kid did last year or this season. He's capable of beating you, so you have to respect all. The worst thing you can do is to not respect them. Maybe take them down a little too hard. You slam them, and then they're hurt. And you understand what I'm explaining? A forfeit. You don't want that to happen. Hey, they've got the small camera on us right now. Smile out there for everybody. You want to do a shout out to anybody? How about your mom, huh? How about your brothers?
I mean, they taught you a little bit, right? Okay.
They taught you good. Which brother do you think is the toughest? I'm going to get you in trouble.
You're the toughest, right?
You know what the correct answer to that is? Your dad. That's the correct answer. All right, look, he's so good that in the middle of the tournament, we've brought him up here to interview him, but I want to let him go. I want him to get his focus back. Thanks for talking to us for a few minutes. We look forward to watching you in the weeks to come. God bless you. Good job by our cameraman there and our producer as well. Great job. Adam Thompson, our producer. You got to meet, as Zach pointed out earlier in this broadcast, the only returning state placer in this tournament. I think he's the only returning state qualifier in the tournament.
No, we had Loudonville had Drew Sprague.
Okay.
Got second at districts.
Okay.
Cohen got first at districts. And then
the bottom line is we're a matter of weeks away from many of these kids. Well, I don't want to say many, but more than a handful are going to be state qualifiers in a matter of weeks.
Centerburg did have an alternate, placed 6th at 150, Kalen Lamaster. He won 150 at the KMAC last year, placed second at sectionals, and then he got 6th at district. So Centerburg.
The top four qualify to the state tournament, so he didn't make it last year, but I'm thoroughly impressed with those Centerburg wrestlers here today. You're going to see a couple of them make it to the state tournament. Look at the battle for second place right now. Loudonville 75, Centerburg 74, Northmor 71, but Elgin High School, wow, Coach, you're doing a heck of a job. You're running away with it for the second year in a row. Nobody's going to end up close to Elgin High School. His team depth. You know, I said it before, they haven't had a state qualifier in the history of the school yet, but they are so close. They're a few weeks away from getting maybe one or two of those kids.
Close match on mat 3. Got a 5-5 going into the third. If Jaron Hatton can pop his head out, or even if he just gets an escape here, he's going to be in the lead, but he's got to not blow this. He tried to get the reversal. Now he's making an amateur mistake, reaching back for the head. It'll work against some kids, but Matt situation, you got to know you're up 5-5. You need 1 point.
Yeah, don't reach back for the head.
Don't reach back for the head.
Drew will teach him, don't reach back for the head.
Also, don't look at your knee and get cradled.
Make sure that happens, Drew. I saw Drew just a few minutes ago down on the floor when we took a commercial break.
So from here, what he should be doing is he needs to get his head up. He needs to be moving. He's got 8 seconds left. He needs an escape. He's got that arm over. He could try and reach through and dump.
We're going to go into overtime on mat 3.
That was a missed opportunity by Jaron Hatton. Hopefully he'll be able to capitalize here.
They're on their feet in overtime. The first takedown wins. They put 1:30 on the clock. I think it really just goes 1 minute, but here we go.
Yeah, there's Drew Spade, Jaron's uncle, down on the corner of the mat. About lost his mind, not getting that escape.
I mentioned Drew a minute ago. You know Drew Spade, huh?
Yeah.
He's a good man.
08 graduate. Now, Jaron's got a great double leg here. He's got to set it up. Drive, finish.
And he wins.
It's over.
With I'll tell you what, now he's looking for the fall. Wow.
So, in overtime, first points win, but obviously from a team standpoint, you want to try and get the pin.
Oh, a little emotion. Wrestler's not happy he lost, and his coaches are wisely trying to calm him down. Gotta love that. Those are the Fredericktown coaches, and they're doing a good job controlling. Good job. Shout out to the Fredericktown coaches right there, taking a 14-year-old kid and teaching him about how to win and how to lose. Good job, Fredericktown. I like that. Uncle Drew liked that match. I see him down there in the corner. Trim that beard, Uncle Drew. He'll watch this broadcast later and hear that.
On that one, Northmor Senior, Tyler Parsons down 2-0. Trying to step over. You got to make sure you loose arm out of there.
And good job by Zach Zolman trying to give us names now and then. It is wild here today with no break. If you're just joining us, these people running this tournament haven't taken a break. I can't imagine being a table worker. They have started the tournament at 9 a.m. It is now 12:53, and we haven't taken a break. We are 3 hours and 50 minutes into our broadcast. 3 hours and 50 minutes into our broadcast. However, I assure you, Zach Zolman's not out of words yet.
Oh. These guys, there's a lot to talk about, a lot of good things to point out, obviously a lot of heart and soul, but I could talk about them all day for sure.
We got you up here for a reason, Zach. That's it.
10 minutes longer than the Super Bowl so far. We're not done.
We are now, my producer tells me, 10 minutes longer than the Super Bowl. Over the past 10 seasons, the average length of the Super Bowl is about 3 hours and 39 minutes.
Slightly less viewers.
Yeah, we have a few less viewers, but you never know. The viewership invariably for any of the OH broadcasts goes up when people go home and then watch the tape. I'm going to sit at home tonight and watch some girls basketball on the OH Report.
One thing that I love about coaching and watching junior high wrestling is the upsets. When you see kids that we discussed before, speed is a great neutralizer, but kids that just have heart and just push their way through, that's something that a lot of kids that, if you've never wrestled and you're thinking about potentially coming out, there isn't a too late of time to come out for wrestling. If you're in junior high, even early high school, a lot of these guys are just now starting their wrestling career, so it's never too late.
One of our wrestlers at 144 pounds, Bryce Cooper, exemplifies what you're talking about.
Returning KMAC champ.
Did not come out to his sophomore year. He played basketball all his life. Got to his sophomore year of high school, realized, hey, there's only 5 kids that really make the court in basketball, and I'm not going to be one of those 5. So his sophomore year of high school, he comes out for wrestling, and the next thing you know, he's a league champion last year.
Yep.
Now, I don't know if he's going to win the league again as a junior because he's had a rocky season with some injuries, but you're right, you can do that.
But Bryce Cooper, prime example of a key contributor for the Northmor team. Doesn't have to be the Carson Campbell or the Cohen Becker, but somebody that comes in, has a great leadership and work ethic. There's not a kid when they do sprints that comes close to Cooper. So
there's 14 starting spots on a wrestling team. There's a lot of room out there for somebody who wants to fill a varsity uniform and get a letter. 14 starting spots. And let's face it, a lot of opportunity for some wrestlers who are maybe JV to fill in varsity matches here and there and still get their letter.
It's very much so a family mindset. That being said, don't want to give any wrong ideas. It is a tough and grueling sport, and these guys are at the end of their season. They're getting ready to go to their sectionals in their districts. So these guys have put in the work, and you can see it here, a lot of the adjustments that they're making.
Amen to that, but I don't want to say wrestling builds men because right now girls wrestling's taken off. Wrestling builds fortitude. Wrestling builds you as a human being. But wrestling builds men too. They've got all 3 mats going again for about 5 minutes there. Mat 2 was down, but it's back up and running. All 3 mats. They're now trying to run mat 2 with just 1 table worker. There's Jeff Whistler over there, one of our school board members, running mat 2 by himself. God bless him. Jeff Whistler helped run the J.C. Gorman this year. He was a table worker over there. But that shows you a lot about our school district here, Zach. There's a school board member over there running a table. He knows a lot about wrestling, though. He wrestled when he was younger.
Had some good kids that came through and wrestled.
One of his sons was a 2-time league champion.
One coach here as well.
Yes, yeah.
For the junior high.
I called him Spanky when he was in high school. He was a stud. 2-time league champion. Now he's got a couple more people back over there to help him. Coach Whistler, or Mr. Whistler does. Yeah, the table workers are just going through a brutal day. Who runs a tournament without a break? Well, Northmore's able to do it because we're running the junior high tournament on mat 3 and the high school tournament on just 2 mats. When you're running the high school tournament on just 2 mats, that 45-minute rule hasn't come into play once yet. There's always got to be 45 minutes between matches. That's a federation rule. National Federation rule, not state to state, 45 minutes between matches.
That one looked like you got a
How about those team scores? Zach, update us. Give us the team scores.
Northmor back up to second. Again, they're going to gain some points at 106, hopefully, when they wrestle Elgin. Elgin is the other qualifier at the 106 weight class, so going to be a very key and important battle there at 106.
You know, one of our lightweights is going to get bumped out of the lineup next week. We've got 4 good wrestlers for the first 3 weight classes.
For potential state qualifiers.
We really do. We have four very, very good wrestlers for the first 3 weight classes. But next week, you can't enter extra wrestlers. You can't bump up the way we are right now. One of those 4 young men is going to get bumped out of the lineup. I think we all know who it is within the community, and I just want to give that kid the biggest hug in the world and tell him next year's your year.
And it's hard being that odd man out, but that does show the depth of this team, having the flexibility.
In the lightweights.
Having the flexibility to bump some of these guys up. Obviously, it didn't work in certain instances, but
I wish we had some more depth in the middleweights and heavyweights, but those lightweights are nails.
So does every school outside of Elgin.
Yeah. Loudonville would love to have.
Yeah.
Loudonville would love to have one of our spare lightweights. Loudonville's doing very well here today, right on our heels with 85 points. They've got a great coach, Ryan Thatcher, but they have no 6 and no 13. Ryan Thatcher placed 3rd in the state his senior year at Loudonville at 152 pounds. You did not want to mess with Ryan Thatcher when he was young. I wouldn't want to mess with him now, but I'm old.
In 2007, that 152 weight class at state, that was a stacked weight class.
You remember that?
You say Thatcher placed 3rd.
He did.
Jed Moore was the state champ from Pleasant that year. That was a rough weight class.
Good memory.
Then our own Gary Golick took 5th.
There's always a Northmor kid in there somewhere, huh? Or not, I shouldn't say always, but often. You know what? I've actually lost track of how many state qualifiers we've had. You ever try and count them up?
I have not. Trivia-wise, who was Northmore's 5th state placer, 5th wrestler to place at the state tournament?
I have no idea. Were you it?
I was it. I was it. John Hinton, then C.B. Dalloway, Brian Baldridge, Matt Stuff. Then I placed a few moments before Gary.
Back in the early days, they only qualified 8 to state in Division III. It was very difficult to qualify for state when they only qualified 8 instead of 16. And back in that day, they only put 4 on the podium. Now they qualify 16, not 8, and they put 8 on the podium, not 4. It's a heck of a lot easier to be on the podium these days, but I don't want to minimize. I'm just trying to explain there were some mighty good athletes.
No, you hurt my feelings. It's fine. Don't worry
about it. Mighty good athletes that came through the program. Well, right over there in the corner, up in the corner by the mat is James Baldridge, one of our grade school coaches. Back in the day, he probably would have been on the podium.
The top 8.
Yeah. But they were only putting 4 on the podium. Right now he's over there talking to his wife, holding up a mat. He's got a long day ahead of him tomorrow with the biddy tournament.
Bopping on mat 3, another state placer, Brad Golick.
What time's the biddy tournament start?
They start at 11 o'clock.
That's good. It gives everybody time to go to church first. God Family Wrestling. So that's Brad over there in the hat?
Yep, Brad Golick. placed fourth. Went to Lexington his senior year, placed fourth in Division II at 189.
How many kids does Brad have these days?
Brad has 3, 2 daughters and a son.
Good for him. Good for him.
His son will be a great wrestler, hopefully, here in the Northmor program.
Maybe the daughters will too.
Yeah.
Maybe the daughters will too. Let me just brag on Brad Golick for a minute. That man went to the United States Military Academy at West Point. I watched him on TV one year play football in the Army-Navy game. He was a running back for Army. And now he's over there in a corner bopping on Mat 3 Junior High.
Helping out the Northmor Wrestling program.
God bless Brad Golick and the whole Golick family. Brad, I hope you hear those kind words from somebody later tonight. United States Military Academy at West Point.
It's a close match here on mat 2. Well, it's interesting.
Well, that's another Elgin wrestler, but the Elgin wrestler this time is on the bottom. Who's on top?
Looks like we got Cardington, one of Cardington's 4 wrestlers. That's what we said.
No. Cardington's got a pretty full lineup.
Oh, okay.
Cardington's got 11 wrestlers in
Mount
the tournament.
Gilead only has 4.
Yeah. You got shout out to Cardington. 11 wrestlers fielded. That's tough for a school that size. Maybe not the quality that you're seeing from Loudonville or Northmor, but 11 weight classes. Coach is doing something right. Cardington coached by Mike Ongalabang. Good job, Coach.
So Northmor here on mat 1. We got James Eichler. You asked me this young man's name before. I've called him 40-piece the entire year.
Yeah, we should know his name.
It took me a moment.
Mom wants to hear the name, James Eichler.
Nicknames are fun, especially in high school wrestling.
Yeah, but out of respect, that's a good family, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Eichlers.
You know, this is unofficially the longest OH report broadcast that does not include a weather delay. My producer has just told me we are setting a record here today. The longest broadcast in the history of the OH report. The OH report really took off during the COVID years, and I'm telling you, they are going to change the way you watch high school sports. I feel guilty at times that I'm not getting my butt out of a lazy chair and coming over to watch a basketball game. I watch it from home. It's just too convenient to watch Travis Berardi do the broadcast.
That being said, we still are getting a huge support from all the people that have came out.
Big win for Elgin High School right there. You can tell they exploded with excitement over that. Went over Cardington. Kid came back, got a pin.
Was losing 6-2 or 6-3, I believe.
Look at that. That's beautiful to see that kid hug his coach. Did we catch that on?
Yep, it's right here on mat 2.
Okay. I wish we would have had that
top
on
right of your screen.
I should have had that on the big screen to see that tender moment. There's the coach right down there. You can't really see him. He's down in the corner. He's doing a great job, though. The cameraman's going to zoom in on him so you can see him. Coach Levi Pasma, science teacher at Elgin. I'm calling
bottom left of your screen there.
I'm calling him the Pied Piper. The Pied Piper.
Nicknames are important.
He's got 30 kids out for wrestling. In a school the size of Elgin, that's big.
quality kids, too. They're not just coming and filling a lineup. They're coming and competing and winning some big matches for this school.
Thank you to one of our cameramen for zooming in on that. You can see those Elgin coaches down there in the bottom left-hand corner. Again, uniform of the day. How about that? They get it. It's a team sport. Yeah, you're wrestling for yourself, but it's a team sport too. Hey, Eichler's no punk out there. Look at him.
It comes back to hip position. He's gotta do a better job keeping his hips high.
He's only a freshman. You know,
he does fight though.
I want you to think about this. He's not a freshman wrestling 106 or 113. He's up there.
He's wrestling 150, yeah. I believe he started the season at 165.
That's got to be tough when you're a young man wrestling juniors and seniors.
And he's at a height advantage. I think he's 5'3", so he definitely fights through a lot of adversity to be able to be competitive in these matches.
Loudonville just bumped back up to second place. Good job, coaches. What a battle for second place. Centerburg and Northmor 86 and 87. Loudonville with 93. Elgin way up there at 119.
On mat 3, getting ready to see Sean Walker again. Another quick takedown.
I think we've given him more camera time than anybody in the tournament. You know what?
And his matches only last about 30 seconds. Snap him down, float, run a butcher.
I'm okay with that camera time. He's a fine young man from a fine family. We got to get him to 2 camps this summer.
Yeah, his
nice hip over there to get into position.
Just scoop the head, catch the head. His family lives right across the street from me. Sean Walker
look at
does.
him, hip from half to half, side to side.
You can see he's not quite confident with the boots, but he wants to put them in. He's been working on it. Good half. Lift the head. He's got to make sure that they don't catch his legs there. Good adjustment.
He's
on his toes. He's on his forehead, putting all his weight. He's buried. He's under the mat. There he is.
Pin. Help him up. One of the best moments in wrestling when the referee raises your hand. I always like to have my hand raised. Didn't happen often enough.
How many times did you qualify for districts, Coach?
Wrestling was different back when I wrestled. There weren't 3 divisions. There was just 1 division back in the day, back in the 60s and early 70s. Just 1 division. It was very difficult to even qualify for the district, let alone state.
Now, this is Stoney's 3rd or 4th match that we're getting ready to see here on mat 1? I believe it's his 3rd.
Again, if you're just joining us, different weight classes have different numbers of participants, so we're actually in different rounds for different weight classes. The 106-pound weight class hasn't even started yet because there's only 2 participants.
So on mat 1 at 132, CJ Stoney's wrestling an Elgin kid.
No, that's a Fredericktown.
Fredericktown? Okay.
Give us the Fredericktown name.
We have 2 seedable kids from Elgin. So kudos to Elgin for having 2 kids with winning records in the same weight class.
That's a Fredericktown wrestler. See the bird?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they've stopped the match.
Fredericktown is Dalton Lang, sophomore.
Boy, that's a nice frame on a sophomore. He's going to be a big, powerful human being one day. I don't know why they've stopped that match. Again, we're trying to do the best we can to broadcast this for you, but with constant action, covering 3 mats back and forth, different weight classes, different age groups, junior high tournament, high school tournament. I don't know why they stopped that match, but they're getting ready to start it again.
Oh, there's blood on the corner of the mat.
I don't think that's blood. I think
there's a cleanup of some type.
just
on the edge of the
somebody
mat.
spilled a water bottle.
Okay.
That's what happened. Somebody spilled a water bottle over on the corner of the mat. The official saw it, and he stopped the match because of it. Boy, you can tell. Nobody's going to bleed that much. Look how much.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to bleed that much. There's no ambulance down there, folks. That was a water bottle. Let's show it right down there. Let's get on it. There we go. There we go. You can see him down in the corner, in the lower left-hand corner. You can see they're still wiping up with a roll of paper towels. Somebody spilled a water bottle, and it was too close to the inbound surface. The official had to stop the match to get the mat cleaned up. That's all right. Stoney can use the air.
He did get gassed on that last one a little bit.
If you're just joining us, Stoney lettered for us. CJ Stoney lettered for us his freshman and sophomore year. Didn't go out his junior year and has now rejoined the team to finish his senior year. So he's not in the kind of shape that he would like to be in, but he knows how to wrestle.
Good hip movement.
Wow, not good. Fantastic. Great hip movement and an early pin. A 20-second pin. You see Coach Carr. Coach Carr got excited there. A 20-second pin. And again, I want to give CJ Stoney a little shout out. He's going to graduate in late May and go to Parris Island to join the United States Marine Corps in June.
Good victory for CJ Stoney.
Okay, I think you might have seen with that win, Northmor jump up. We don't have on the team scores yet a reflection of that win, but while Elgin's running away with it, Northmor did slip into 4th place, but with that pin by Stoney, that's gonna add to our team. Who's out there for Northmor right now, Zach?
A pin here from Nick Armros would be absolutely outstanding. First couple of matches, he tried to force the head and arm too much.
He's wrestling Elgin, isn't he?
He is wrestling Elgin.
Well, he's the aggressor. He's chasing that boy all over the mat. Good job, Nick. And there we go with a head and arm. He doesn't have any points yet. Now he's got 2, and the official begins to tick off the back points. Nick Armrose with a powerful head and arm.
Elgin wrestler trying to chase those legs so he can keep that shoulder up, but I think Nick's going to stick him here.
I don't know. Nick looks like he's let that slip above the elbow. I think and there the official. It's going to get
stopped.
I saw it from up here. The official saw it right after I did. Illegal move. Nick doesn't know what he did yet, but he let that hold slip above the elbow, and then it became an illegal headlock. So
got to make sure on the head and arm you have the head and the arm.
So
above
that
the
gives
elbow.
1 point to Elgin, and now the score is 5-1. 5-1. They've got it 6-0 on the scoreboard, but it should be 5-1.
I think between Joe Parsons, Greg Allen, and Zach Tench, they'd be able to manage the scoreboard a little better. But
those are 3 old wrestlers over there that all know what they're doing, and a couple of them actually were certified officials. Certified officials just running a table here at Northmor High School. We appreciate their time and dedication to the sport. You know, you go to a lot of tournaments and you just see kids running tables. We not only have adults, we've got registered officials. Now retired officials, but we're deep in personnel.
Still can't believe they haven't caught the score yet. It'll be a wonder if that comes into play later on.
Hey, as long as I'm talking about officials, I want to one more time let you know, young people, the KMAC will reimburse anyone their licensing fee if they become an official. I'm not just talking about wrestling. Reach out to the KMAC or a KMAC school athletic director if you aspire to become a softball official, a volleyball official, a baseball umpire, not just a wrestling official. We'll pay for your training. We want you to become an official for our league. Oh, the clock was in Nick's favor down there, huh?
Ooh.
The clock was in Nick's favor.
You got to pay attention and make sure that you don't get too high on somebody when you're on top. He paid the price right there.
That 2-2, that reversal and 2 back points made the score 6-4. If you can't see the scoreboard, the score is 6-4. We're now in the second period. We're on our feet again.
Now this is a mistake by the Elgin coaches. The score should be 5-5. Nick was up 5-0, and they gave the point. They awarded Nick the point instead of making it 5-1. So they made it 6-0.
Somebody will catch it.
Somebody, well, they should have caught it there at the end, but
the Elgin coaches are pretty sharp. Takedown by Mr. Armrose. Good job, Nick.
ducking the head on that head and arm. Good job.
Well, you can just tell Nick's giving up some weight.
Oh, yeah.
Why did he bump to 215?
See,
that's a lot of weight on top
Yep.
of you.
same thing. Somebody goes to throw that half in. You do a head cart, cut that arm, get it down.
Elgin with the pin.
Elgin with the pin.
Those Elgin coaches are doing a good job. They may not have a lot of history within their program, but they're building history. Hang in there, Nick Armrose. Better days ahead, young man.
On mat 3, James Baldridge has been, Mr. Baldridge Sr. has been brought up to be a bopper now.
There are so many good people helping run this tournament. Good job, Coach Carr and Blade Tackett, Northmor Athletic Director. So many.
Talented depth at every position.
We just have a culture here with that many adults that understand the sport. That makes it tough on Coach Carr, though. You know what? With that many adults that understand the sport, there are times he gets a lot of criticism. I know he feels the pressure to win this league again.
It's a competitive tournament for sure. A lot of people have been hit with the same issues of numbers, but
you're right.
The
we're not
quality
the only
of
school
athletes they're putting out
we're
there.
not the only small school to battle numbers right now. And when I say battle numbers, we are filling 12 of the 14 weight classes here today. But what you want to do is you want to fill them all, and you want to put some extra wrestlers on the mat. I did not see Greg Allen down there until you pointed him out.
He's got Greg Allen, ex-official on.
Zach Tinch.
Yeah. He just signaled to John about blood
Okay,
time.
we just updated the team scores, and it's amazing. But Loudonville is in
Up
second
6-0.
place. They're having a whale of a. It's amazing to see the race for second place between Centerburg, Loudonville, and Northmor. Every time you look, somebody has jumped out. Look at that race, 103, 197. It's an amazing race for second place.
For second place.
Yeah, nobody. It's like kissing your sister. Look at Coach Baldridge over there on mat 3, work with somebody over in the corner. Who's he working with?
That's Ethan Littleton. Strong, outstanding young wrestler.
Dad's name is John. I just met him a little while ago. Nice man. Littleton kid's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's wrestling a little light today. He's wrestling at 42. He could have probably went 34, just like we talked about how naturally you start going to practices. He's weighing in at about 136.
Is he wrestling in the district tomorrow?
He is not.
How many do you have wrestling in the district tomorrow, Coach?
We'll have 3. It'll be
give those boys. Tell us their names.
Rodney Accord, our 205-pounder. He'll be wrestling. We have Connor Beck. He'll be wrestling for Northmor. And we have, at 92, Carter Thomas. He'll be wrestling for Northmor.
I'm sure these other schools have junior high wrestlers that are going to wrestle the district tomorrow. And just good luck to all of them. All the athletes that are wrestling junior high district tomorrow, whatever school you're from. We're not trying to do a homer broadcast here. We're trying to broadcast for the OH Report, live and free. From Northmor High School in our main gym. Our cameramen have got to be tired. We might have to do another commercial break sometime to run some sponsorship before we get to the league finals. We've got to be close to the league finals. I'm going to speculate.
We've wrestled 4 rounds.
I'm going to speculate by 3 o'clock this tournament will be over. They will have run 2 tournaments, a junior high tournament and a high school tournament in 6 hours. No break. The highlight of the day for me was the interview with Becker. 2 inches. He's grown 2 inches.
He's getting massive.
The kid's grown 2 inches since November. He walked by and I could tell.
That kind of throws out the window when people say, oh, you'll stunt your growth with wrestling. He's in the middle of a wrestling season, hitting a growth spurt.
I know. Yeah, you have no idea what weight class he'll be next year, though. He'll probably this spring. He'll probably this spring hit the weight room heavy. But I know he plays spring sports too. Ready for break? Okay, we are going to take a break right now, a commercial break. Give some of our people a minute to go out and get a Coca-Cola. We will run, I promise you, the championship commercial free, but for the next 5 minutes, we're going to break and run some commercials. Thank you to our sponsors in advance, live and free with the OH Report.
I got 2 feet on the ground, head flying in the clouds. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Hands up,
Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I was soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm back to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hear my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
I got 2 feet on the ground, head flying in the clouds. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Hands up in the sky, it's all gonna be alright. It's just the little things, all of the little things. And love little things, love little things.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I was soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm back to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hear my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, More than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions.
Okay, we're back
more
live
than someone
with
who
DOH
listens
report.
to your
Mike
heart.
Skelton.
We are your healthcare
And
partner
on
who takes
mat
the time
one,
to know you,
you are
listen
looking
to
at
your
the
concerns,
finals
and
at
provide you with
106
expert
pounds.
personalized care to
You're
make
looking
and keep
at
you well. Because to us,
two
you're more
athletes,
than just
the
numbers
only
on a
two
chart.
athletes
You're a
in
neighbor
the tournament
and a
at
friend.
106
Knox
pounds.
Community.
One from Northmor, one from Elgin, so a lot of team points at stake here that are going to go up on the board shortly. You're looking at Cohen Hurst, a junior for Northmor, and you're looking at Adam Cervantes, only a freshman for Elgin. I'm sorry, it's Aiden Cervantes. The score is 12-0 right now. Back on their feet. You're seeing the Northmor athlete just dominate the freshman. You're looking at a junior. This speaks to our depth in those first 3-4 weight classes. This fine young man, Cohen Hurst, is about to become a league champion. He just tech-falled. Tech-falled. Match is over. League champion Cohen Hurst, congratulations, young man. And I want to really pat him on the back because somebody, as we've pointed out earlier, is going to be bumped out of the lineup next week for the sectional. We've got 4 very, very talented wrestlers at Northmor for the first 3 weight classes, and there's just not room for all 4 of them. It might be Cohen Hurst that gets bumped out of the lineup, but he leaves this tournament a league champion. I have nothing but admiration for Cohen Hurst. And now you're looking at 113 pounds. This young man is the head coach's son. He's certified to wrestle 106. This is Brady Carr. Brady Carr's wrestling 113 today, but again, he's certified to wrestle 106, so he and Cohen Hurst are going to have to wrestle off for that spot in the sectional lineup. Because I can tell you, Ethan Amons is coming down to 113, And as announced on the air for the first time here today, Conan Becker told the world he's coming down from 126 to 120. So again, 4 very good athletes for 3 weight classes. Cohen Hurst, though, leaves this tournament today a league champion. The pizza's going to taste plenty good tonight, Cohen. By golly, I'd like to buy you one. Congratulations. Zach, what do we have down there on mat 1? Who are we wrestling?
So Brady's doing a good job head pressuring, getting the motion. He's got to set up these shots, though.
Can you tell us who he's wrestling?
Does it look might be Brandon Hughes from Cardington? We got 4 red schools, Fredericktown, Elgin, and Cardington. So,
well, that's not Loudonville, and that's not Elgin.
It looks like it says Lincoln on the back. I think that's Cardington-Lincoln.
That's Cardington.
So Brady's got to stay alive here, not let him float around. Good job.
These are 2 freshmen going at it in league finals. Brandon Hughes from Cardington-Lincoln and Brady Carr from Northmor High. The score at the almost end of one is 0-0. There's 6 seconds left. What I don't know is if this is the finals. Can you find out if they're now wrestling the finals down there just on mat 1? Get down and ask them if these are all finals. All right, we're into mat 1, period 2. A hotly contested match between 2 freshmen at 113 pounds. Morrow County foes Cardington and Northmor. The southern end of the county and the northern end of the county. Cardington on the south end, Northmor on the north end. Good hips by the Cardington wrestler. Look at him ride high hips. Frequently he's got that knee between Brady Carr's legs like he does right now. Tough for Brady to base up. Good strategy. This young man knows how to wrestle. He didn't start wrestling as a freshman. These 2, even though they're freshmen, have wrestled for years. You can tell they both know what they're doing. The match is being officiated by Dave Blackford. He isn't going to put up with this much longer. He's going to have to caution somebody for stalling. But I don't blame that Cardington wrestler. I'd ride those wrists as long as I could too. "25 seconds left in period 2. There's no score in the bout. Those were the finals at 106. These are not the finals at 113. We're doing a round robin at 113 because we have 5 participants.
Coach, it's going to be a lot like that with quite a few of these weight classes.
About half of them are round robin.
Correct. Now here on mat 3, we will have a finals match at 80 because we only have 2 participants. So winner's the champ, loser's a runner-up.
What's our junior high wrestler's name down there?
That would be Marcus Parsons. He started the season weighing about 59 pounds, wrestling 80. It's our lightest weight class, so he's up to about 69 now.
Well, I'd like to watch it, but we're on mat 1 in a hotly contested bout between 2 freshmen. We'll put the small screen on mat 3 so you can see that. It's 0-0. We're in the 3rd period. And now Brady Carr's doing just what was done to him. He's riding with high hips. He's got that leg hooked. It's going to be difficult for anybody to get loose.
Brady's got that leg hooked over. He's trying to get him to put his head down so he can get him in a cradle. He's got to break him down here, be smart. You wonder how far Scott will let him go.
Oh, high hips, high hips, high
Your
hips.
up.
High hips.
Catch in the head.
High
Good
hips
job.
did not work for the Cardington wrestler. He got thrown onto his back, and I don't think he was there long enough to get back points.
Sitting on 2 back points.
2 back points. There, the official just signaled him. 2 back points. Now Brady Carr is well in command of the match with a 2-0 lead in the third period and 50 seconds left. All he's got to do is ride this out. He has not been cautioned for stalling yet. You don't. The first warning is just a warning for stalling. You don't give up any points until the second. So Brady is well in command at this point.
Cardington did a good job with the head cart, but you got to make sure that you don't get re-switched.
The Cardington kid is no punk. You got to love the kid. The official just called stalemate. The Cardington kid, Brandon Hughes, has earned our respect here today. Shout out to him. He is one tough puppy. He's not going to give it up.
And they're both freshmen. They're going to go at it for years to come. This is going to be a good matchup to watch. Not just here in the league, but they're going to see each other later on in the year as well.
Brady is seeded number 2 in this weight class. The Fredericktown wrestler is seeded number 1. So this really isn't a final.
But a tough match still. 15 seconds left. He's got to simulate, make it look like he's going for a tilt at least.
This match is over. There's seconds left. Good job, young Brady Carr.
Oh, Cardington's got a head and arm here.
No, it's over. 2-0. We ran out of time. Big win for Northmor. That'll help on the team standings. That at least puts him in the finals.
Let's see. Look at his bracket. He'll have a round robin.
Fredericktown. Fredericktown's got a good wrestler.
He just wrestled number
Trent Rook.
4. That wasn't his second round. Brady just wrestled number 4. That was the Elgin kid. Or that could have been the final.
Gar. What just happened down there at the junior high event?
Mount Gilead came ahead with a good victory over Elgin. This is a kid that at 92 that's going to do great things. Now we got a great finals match.
I'm going to put it on down there.
Great finals match here. This will be
at 100.
At 92 pounds.
At 92 pounds, junior high. 92 pounds, junior high.
Carter Thomas versus Tyler Haar.
They towed the line.
These two have gone back and forth all year. This will be the splitting deciding contest. They're 1-1. Both are aggressive wrestlers, and they both rely on a lot of speed. Tyler gets the early takedown. Yeah, Carter's got to get that arm back.
That is a high-quality junior high match at 92 pounds.
Only 35 seconds left. Carter's really got to look at trying to get at least one here.
Look down on mat 1. Glance down there, Zach. On the small screen on your TVs, you can see mat 1.
Cooper Ethan Amons, 113 for Northmor.
Well, he's wrestling 120 today.
Wrestling 120
He's wrestling
today.
120 today, but next week he'll be down at 113 where he belongs.
Good takedown by Carter Thomas, taking an early lead, 3-2 in the first period.
He's wrestling up for the team today. The team scores are about to change here in the next 30 minutes as we get towards these latter rounds of the tournament. In fact, we just wrestled the finals at 106. Not every weight class is into the final round yet. But we've taken our last break, commercial break. We are now going to stick with you to the very end, and we are over 4 hours, almost 5 hours into our broadcast. 5 hours. This is the longest broadcast the OH Report has ever made in the history of the OH Report. And I'm telling you, the OH Report is taking over the high school scene. People are, even I love it. I sit at home and watch the OH Report.
Carter Thomas, good job getting out from underneath. He's got to either separate here and get his one before they come to a stalemate,
Team
or he's got to
scores
get around
were
and get his
just
two.
updated, and you can see what I told you was true. Elgin is running away with the tournament. I projected they would end up around 200. Northmor is now sitting on 116.5. Loudonville's got 113. Centerburg 100. And Fredericktown, to their credit, is moving up in the world. They've got 54 points and are ahead of Lucas, Cardington, and Mount Gilead. I don't know that Elgin's going to get to 200. They're going to be darn close. They
still have all the placement points to be added as well.
They've had a marvelous tournament. Well coached, team spirit.
Good motion from Carter. Tyler got a little high on him. He gets his separation for his one. 20 seconds left. Now this is where Carter really excels. At the end of a period when other people take breaks.
So it's 4-2 right now. Mount Gilead ahead.
Mount Gilead's behind.
Mount Gilead's behind, I'm sorry. I'm trying to watch several matches at once. I'm watching Amons on mat 1.
Tyler tries to throw Carter in a head and arm, doesn't get it. Going into third period, 4-2.
Oh, that kid got in deep on Amons, but Amons just slammed him to the mat. Wow, if you caught that on your small screen, what a move by Amons. He took that kid straight to his back. For a pin. That was magic. He took an Elgin boy down. It was violent in a good way.
Becker getting ready to wrestle on mat 2.
Oh, I think it was a Cardington wrestler. No.
Carter gets the takedown. He's up 6-2 with a minute left.
Wow, we're just flying back and forth between different weight classes. There's Becker out there on mat 2 right now.
Got him up in the...
We've got him on the small screen.
He's in deep on a shot.
Becker has an unbelievable ability to get in on single legs.
Multiple ways to finish as well. He gets in and his scramble and his funk kicks in, and he's just able to finish from just awkward position.
But he can get in on that single leg different ways too.
Carter up 6-2, 30 seconds left. He's trying to run and get some backs.
He's a little high on that single leg right now. He's too high up. He's just going to have to stand up and start over. Nope, he tried to dump and he got it. Tried to dump, it worked, and now his opponent's on his back.
Carter Thomas with the win, 9-2.
That's a big win for Carter Thomas.
That's a big win for Carter Thomas.
That's a big win over a quality opponent. I know who the Har kid is from Mount Gilead.
Great job, Carter.
A dominating 9-2 win. Back to Becker. Ooh.
Out of bounds, 30 seconds left.
Has he got a Centerburg young man down there? Check the brackets. That's Centerburg. I ask rhetorically.
Number 2 seed, Christopher Marshall, sophomore from Centerburg.
Well, these two sophomores know what they're doing.
Both of these kids are undefeated in the tournament. Winner gets first, league champ. 27 seconds, switches off to the single. Got to be careful for a slam here.
You know, these two could probably face each other again next week in the sectional. You might not want to show them everything you have this week. It's tough to beat someone 2-3 times in a row. The Cardington girls found that out when they played our Northmor girls for the 3rd time in a sectional game. The Cardington girls had defeated our Lady Golden Knights both times this year, and then in the sectional, bing, bang, boom, our girls won the 3rd matchup.
5 seconds here. Look for Becker to pinch, maybe just chop the arm. Take it to the second period.
So he leaves period 1 with a 5-0 lead.
All right.
Flip of the disc.
Centerburg defers. Becker takes down.
You can see that singlet says Trojans on the front. Centerburg Trojans. The absolute center of Ohio is Centerburg. Did you know that? That's why they call it Centerburg. It's geographically the center of Ohio. Nice little town.
Do you know what's right in between Dayton and Marion?
I know the answer to that. I know the answer, but I'm going to let you say it.
That'd be engagement.
Yes, that's right. Between Dayton and Marion is engagement.
Coach Skelton being a Dayton alum.
I think I was the one that told you that years ago.
Back to Becker, up 5-0.
I'm a 1975 University of Dayton graduate. Proud, married to a proud Dayton graduate. Our fathers graduated from Dayton together in 1950. Our son went on to graduate from Dayton and was a cheerleader there. But he also wrestled when he was in high school.
Now Becker did a good job here. He brought the boots out.
Becker's
got high.
All over this kid like stink on a bear.
Chris just got a little bit high with his legs, but he was able to recover. He got a reversal back. He's in the same position.
Oh, that was a vicious crossface.
Becker keep his composure here.
Good for him. Good hard crossface. He's not. That Trojan is not giving up. You got to love it. That's Christopher Marshall, and he is not going to give up. You know, I just looked at this. How unusual is this? All 5 participants in the 126-pound weight class are sophomores. All 5. There's 5 kids going at it in a round robin, and again, that's one of the reasons this is so difficult for us to broadcast, because about half the weight classes are bracketed and about half of them are round robin. But all 5 participants in this round-robin 126-pound weight class are sophomores. But right now you're seeing
Coach, what's going on with the scores here?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because right now you're seeing Northmor, as we predicted, with quality lightweights jumping out to a more decisive lead at second place. Now, I don't want to say we're going to catch Elgin. That isn't going to happen, because Elgin looks like they're going to exceed my projected 200 points. But Northmore's up to 146.5. As you can see, Loudonville's sitting at 131 and Centerburg at 107. All four teams well coached. But the Northmor lightweights are putting on a show for you right now. And it won't stop anytime soon with names like Carson Campbell coming up. Although I don't think you'd call 138 a lightweight.
Yeah. But you are going to have upcoming wrestlers. Colin Beck, great outstanding wrestler at the 8th grade level. Carter Thomas, great outstanding wrestler at the 8th grade level. They're gonna fill those weight classes as some of these guys, Becker.
Well, I want to give Cohen Hurst a shout out. As Cohen Hurst battles for a spot in the sectional lineup next week, you got to factor in some of these guys are going to grow. I guarantee you, Ethan Amons and Cohen Becker are going to grow. Brady Carr too. There's going to be plenty of room next year in the lineup for all these lightweights. Wow, what's going on down there on mat 1? Let's flip it for a minute.
It's up there on 2. Carson got to make sure that he doesn't expose his back too much.
And that's why I flipped down there. He looked like he was being tested for a second. I'm not accustomed to seeing Carson Campbell even tested.
Now,
he's so dominant.
Now he's going against an Isaac Whittle from Loudonville, a junior that placed 6th at districts last year.
So there you go.
He was a district alternate.
Yeah, there you go. Now I understand what I'm watching now. Another one, again, 138, not a lightweight, it's a middleweight. Maybe you could call it the beginning of the middleweights, but the bottom line is that's where Loudonville shines. Coach Ryan Thatcher has middleweight strength.
Well, and he teaches middleweight technique. As a great 52-pounder as he was, his technique and his style.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
Bad hip positioning for Campbell.
You're just not accustomed
Able
to seeing
to work
Campbell
himself
give
out
up
of it.
points. So it's 4-2 going into the second period then. How about that? Shout, that kid's tough. Now don't misunderstand me. Carson Campbell is ahead 4-2, but that wrestler from Loudonville is giving him everything he wants, and he's chosen to go onto his feet.
He believes he's going to be able to take Carson down here.
At 138 pounds, we're looking
Good shot,
at
deep
Isaac
shot
Whittle.
in.
And I hope, Isaac, I pronounce your last name right. Whittle. The bottom line is Isaac's wrestling really well.
That's a great deep shot. He's not able to finish
We
as Campbell pulls
just
him up.
crossed 5 hours on our broadcast. Oh,
Campbell catches him.
Oh,
Isaac tries to throw it and stick with
only
it.
a matter of time, huh? Talent rises to the top. And young Mr. Campbell is talented. A
Good.
takedown and a pin. Loudonville chose neutral. Campbell said okay. Boom to the back. And
That's all she wrote.
Don't kid yourself. You could see both of them in Columbus. And there's Coach Thatcher telling his young man, I'll bet you that very same thing. No shame in that. Both of you could, well, he was a district runner-up last year.
He placed 6th in district. He
placed
was
sixth in
an
his
state
district.
alternate.
So what you're looking at was a potential Columbus matchup. Both of them that talented. Yeah, we've crossed 5 hours. I can hear my wife telling me, just shut up. 5+ hours of broadcasting wrestling, but I've had fun.
I have too. I'm in good company. This was a good time.
Well, think about this. If we weren't doing this, you'd be down there coaching, and I'd be on one of those tables.
Northmor would have more than 150 points. No.
We are jumping out to we're not going to catch Elgin. It just ain't going to happen. Not with a couple open weight classes. But, you know, even if we had those weight classes filled, let's give Elgin credit. They're wrestling well.
Well, and they've earned this victory. They went out and they've won the close matches.
They have.
They not only at the top of their lineup where their strength is, but they won the weight classes of they're not great wrestlers. They're kids that they need wins from.
They've got depth. They've got depth. Elgin has earned its second league title. There's another Elgin wrestler who just got
a victory on that too.
On that too. I question whether to get 200. They're gonna far exceed 200.
Yeah, you weren't factoring in the placing.
No, I was. I'll tell you what I wasn't factoring in. Some of the teams that are finishing lower in the tournament, I thought would win more matches. But the Elgin, you know what's happened? The Elgin extra wrestlers have taken those spots away. The Elgin extra wrestlers
are keeping the Mount Gileads and the Cardingtons
from placing third and fourth. That's what's happened. Depth. It's like a cross-country team. Only 5 kids score, but there's something to be said for that 6th and 7th runner. They can take points away from the other team.
See Colin Beck warming up over there on mat 3. Only got 3 kids in his weight class.
That's a junior high weight class.
Haven't gotten to see him wrestle. This will be good for his upcoming match.
I see the little blonde-haired kid over there. He's a tough kid. I know who he is. I don't know all those junior high wrestlers, but I know who Beck is. You want to watch that, huh?
Well, on mat 3, there was almost a clinic on bad hip positioning. One kid hadn't had an arm. The other kid rolled through. Then the head and arm rolled back. It was a opportunity for learning for sure for a lot of these kids.
Cardington-Lincoln and Elgin. Now that's Cardington-Lincoln and Fredericktown on mat 2.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the majority of the schools are all red.
Cardington-Lincoln and Fredericktown battling it out on mat 2.
Elgin, Loudonville. Yeah, 4 of the 8 schools are all red. 5, Centerburg.
I want to pat everybody that's ran this tournament on the back, whether you're the AD, Blade Tackett, the table workers, the officials, our cameraman, our producer, Adam Thompson. Everybody has just worked extra hard here today to keep this tournament flowing nicely with absolutely no breaks. I don't know that I've ever been to a tournament in all my years where there were no breaks. There wasn't a spring tournament. Spring tournament, no breaks, I get that.
You spoke earlier about the kids doing a lot in the off season other than the weight room. A lot of these kids are going to have the opportunity to go to Ashland University for a camp. I think they're going to try and incorporate maybe Central Michigan again.
I hope so. Getting away is extremely valuable.
Elgin just cleared 200 points. So Northmor trailing 171.
What is the ceiling for Elgin High School? Wow. You know, they're D3. D3, Central District. How far can those kids go next week? Well, they'll go far next week because next week's just a section. They'll go far. Usually the district tournament has a way of chewing up a high school team. Once you get to the district tournament, and there's 60 schools in the tournament, that can chew up it's chewed up one or two of my teams down through the years that I thought were pretty good. The district tournament can be very humbling for a team that's filled with good wrestlers, maybe not great wrestlers. But who knows? Some of those Elgin boys may be on the very steps of greatness.
Good match here on mat 2.
Oh, he got hit in the eye.
Two tough kids.
The official immediately signaled injury time, just immediately. You get a couple of minutes of injury time, and the Elgin wrestler got hit in the eye. That's Centerburg down there, and the coach that we talked about earlier is seated down there, leaning back in his chair. I don't know if you can see him. Alex Zanotti. He's done a good job with that team. Not a teacher coach, but a realtor.
Now I believe this to be 157, so it should be Kaylin LeMasters, a junior from Centerburg, versus the number 2 seed, Quentin Harrison, a sophomore out of Elgin.
Thank you, Coach.
Now, LeMasters was the other state alternate that we were talking about before. So Centerburg had a 6th place, district 6th place at 150. LeMasters was an alternate last year at state. So this is shaping up to be a pretty good one.
Tremendous stance. Look at those low hips. They're like two cats out there getting ready for a fight. Eventually they're going to get in tighter and you'll see more action. Right now, it's early in the bout, first period. Oh, he shot from a little far away.
LeMasters would love to be a 2-time league champ here. He won it at 150 last year.
This is a good match to feature. They're just too far away to score against quality opponents.
Well, you could tell with their hand fighting, they're both afraid of the other one getting in on their legs.
They respect each other. But if you want to beat good competition, you got to get in tight and battle. You may be fast.
8 seconds here.
You
See if somebody makes a move or they take it to the second period.
You may be fast, but when you wrestle that far apart, gives your opponent reaction time.
All right.
Elgin chooses down.
Junior high 116. Junior high 116.
Who's our returning league champ, Zach?
That'd be Centerburg, LeMasters. LeMaster. Kaylin LeMaster.
Well, he knows how to ride.
You'd like to see more movement on bottom here from Elgin.
16 seconds expired there. Can't quite see the clock. But that's
right.
okay. We'll keep you posted.
1 point Elgin. Ties it up. Now LeMaster got in deep last time on a good shot. Let's see how he sets it up this time.
I'd like to see them wrestle with a little more contact on their feet.
Ooh, good reshot. Elgin faked the shot. Harrison faked the shot, and LeMasters was able to get in.
Get in there and hand fight. Not seeing a lot of head pressure. Well, you can't get any head pressure when there's a little. Get in there and pressure that head and destroy their stance.
High School 132,
They're doing a great job, though, staying in their stance, keeping a good base. Oh,
Kalen
quick
LeMaster,
shot there by Harrison. LeMaster floats for two.
LeMaster graduates. He's only a junior. He graduates in 2024. I'm looking at his computer profile online right now. He's 5'9", 175 pounds, 17 years old.
Harrison's able to get the one escape.
He's a running back in football. Oh, wow, he is fast. With a 4.5 40-yard dash, benches 205, squats 265. He's an athlete. Fun to watch on the football field.
All right, got a close one here. LeMasters is going to take down. I imagine Harrison might try for a little to break him down and turn him for a little bit, but he's going to have to kick him and take him down.
Who do we have on mat 1 down there? It's Loudonville and Northmor. They're so tied up, I can't see who it is.
Can't tell if it's Amons or Cooper.
It's Cooper.
That'd be Cooper. Bryce Cooper.
1 point green. First one to score is Bryce Cooper.
Here back on mat 2, Quentin Harrison. He threw that boot in. He's really trying to turn him. You wonder if LeMaster is just going to let him keep wasting time, or if he's going to try and make a move to get an escape here.
I'm trying to watch both mat 1 and mat 2 at the same time.
Out of bounds, 58 seconds left. Harrison's got to look at going neutral.
Cooper's a junior. LeMaster's a junior.
LeMaster's a junior.
What grade's the Elgin boy in?
Harrison's a sophomore.
Cooper just fell behind 2-1. You can see it on the small screen.
All right, 35 seconds left. LeMaster's got the escape.
Oh my goodness.
Good try and duck after the shot. Wonder if he'll try and shoot and maybe try and peek out there.
Now that
Nice shot.
That was much tighter. And he got in deeper.
11 seconds left.
5-3, 11 seconds left. You're going to see some desperation. The desperate shot resulted in a lost takedown. Victory.
Great match.
Victory for Centerburg.
All right, go back to 144. Bryce Cooper on bottom. He's trailing 2-1 in the second period.
1 minute left, second period. About the only thing you can't see if you're watching from home are the scoreboards. And we have 3 electronic scoreboards going on here. So if you're in the gym, you know what's going on.
One of my wrestlers just informed me that because they got all three of them won their league, I had forgot a couple weeks ago I wagered my beard on it. So
You got to shave your beard?
they get to shave my beard, yeah.
Trust me, you don't mind shaving the beard, but you don't want them to shave it.
Oh, I can only imagine. Cooper's got to move here on
You're
bottom.
talking about giving 14-year-old kids a razor
Who have
and
never
putting it on-
shaved in
and
their
putting it
life.
on your face. That's not a good idea.
I'll just show up with it going tomorrow.
Yeah, show up clean shaven tomorrow. And
Save myself the razor bumps.
tell those boys, okay, guys, what do you want to do? So those are the three you're taking to the district tournament tomorrow.
Yep, all three of them won. So
Are you driving?
yeah, I'll meet them there.
Okay. And you know where you're going, Bellevue.
Yep.
Bryce Cooper's in the third period down there on Mount 1.
He's got
Shot-
to finish this double.
It was too far away. It gave the kid too much reaction time. Bryce, if you watch the match tonight, you were just too far away. That's not going to work against quality competition. You got to get in tighter and set him up. You've gotten away with that at times because you're such an athlete and you're fast. But when you wrestle the quality kids, you got to be in tighter. However, what happened right there was another illegal move. So now the score becomes 4-2. The wrestler from Loudonville is well coached, I can tell you that, but he's committed 2 infractions. So consequently, the score is 4-2. Cooper's right back in it because of those 2 infractions. Nope, not now.
Cooper worries so much about
all
trying
over.
to funk his way out of stuff.
Yeah.
And he has such great leg strength. He needs to just stand up, get an escape, and set up his double leg.
Well, he's only in his second year of wrestling, but he's such an athlete. He's gotten away with things in the past because he's such an athlete. But what you saw right there, he couldn't get away with that shot from too far away, and then that funk roll just didn't work. I still love you, Bryce Cooper.
On mat 2, James Eichler does a good takedown, gives the kid an escape, but you gotta watch locking hands. That's something that these young guys have really got to start working through.
2-2.
Oh.
Nice takedown. You can lock hands when you're in the neutral position. You can also lock hands when you're pinning. But you cannot lock hands when you're riding someone. Once you get the takedown, those locked hands need to break.
A lot of times you'll catch wrestlers when they mat return somebody to the mat, they'll keep their hands clasped. One of the easiest fixes for that is you chop the arm and you catch a 2-on-1 on their arm and then safely return them to the mat. That way you can keep their wrists and keep them out of position.
Is that our 165-pounder down there on mat 1?
Ashton Clark wrestling on mat 1. He's wrestled a tough tournament, lost a match that he'd like to have back, but right now he's holding on to this arm, hoping to get a stalemate. And he lets it go, gives up the takedown.
He's a personable young man. I spoke with he and his parents after a dual match a couple weeks ago. How about that team score? Northmor now up to 185.5. I think Northmore's going to crack 200, but I'll tell you, Elgin has just far exceeded anything I thought would happen.
Clark gets the reversal, gets under the elbow. He's wrestling Wyatt Denny, a talented freshman at 165 from Cardington. Ashton's switching. He's got to lace the legs, go chest on chest here.
I think Ashton,
he's going to get rolled if he's not careful.
he did get high and got reversed. Wow, these team scores are just crazy. Northmore's going to finish second in this tournament with over 200 points. The tournament's just top heavy. I mean, Mount Gilead's got, they've had some good wrestlers in the past, but only 19 points here today.
High school 215, high school 215.
Ball dropped on mat 1 there. Bopper Greg Allen didn't see the clock running out.
So who's ahead down there on mat 1, Coach?
So Ashton's up 5-4, but if he doesn't do something on bottom, it's not looking good. He's got to bring his hips up. He's got to try and clear them. Bottom is not his best position.
Second period or third?
We've still got a minute and a half left in the second.
I ask because the fans can't see the scoreboard. And we're letting them see everything else. All 3 mats, all the action, all day. We are now 5.5 hours into our broadcast. Five and a half hours.
Ashton Clark gets pinned.
Another 30 minutes and we're going to go 6 hours. I guessed it would be over at 3 o'clock. We'll see. That match surprised me there.
James Eichler in a close match on mat 2.
That was a back and forth bout right there.
It's a prime example of why when you put somebody on your back, you got to stick them though. You can't let them live to come back and stick you.
Put the hurt animal down.
We're going to go 190, third place.
Let them live to fight another day and you're in trouble.
Mason,
I kind of like those Fredericktown uniforms. Classic scarlet and gray look.
Yeah, those are neat. You could do the camo with the black and gold and white though. It'd look nice.
Camo isn't going to happen. Good job to his back.
Good job,
To
James
his
Eichler
back,
gets the
Eichler.
takedown.
Oh, Eichler, you made me happy right there. To his back.
See if he can get the pin.
I
Good
love
job,
a
James
takedown.
Eichler.
Sometimes a takedown can be discombobulating. You take down someone and they're just momentarily stunned, and that's what you saw right there. He took that kid down to his back and he was just discombobulated. Nice job. Fredericktown had someone on all 3 mats there for a second.
They fill 7 weight classes.
I know, but remember,
Yeah.
one of the junior high. They filled 7 high school weight classes.
They filled 5, only 5 in the junior high. So hopefully that's a program we'll see get some more.
I agree.
More kids in
I
it
agree.
soon.
I've always thought highly of Fredericktown, the community. It's a tremendous community that supports athletics, and they have the finest band program in the Mansfield area. Well, maybe Lexington, but they've got a good music program at both those schools.
Yeah, Lexington's been known for an outstanding band program in the past.
The Band of Gold. All right, we are in the final matches here. I mean, I don't want to say we're 10 minutes away, but we're not far from wrapping up 2 tournaments a high school and a junior high tournament held in a gym on 3 mats without any break all day long. Gotta be excruciating for those workers. Now they're going to go home tired tonight. A couple of those old boys down there that are in their 40s and 50s and 60s are going to pop an adult beverage later tonight. No kids working the tables here today. Good job by Northmor. Got to impress the league brass. I wouldn't doubt if we're right back here again next year. Yeah, there's the commissioner down there on the head table, but he sees this district has the facilities, they have the personnel, they have the mats. We want to run that biddy tournament the next day.
That's very advantageous for these programs to have a biddy tournament right after the league. You get kids interested and they can see the high school and the junior high kids come out and be league champs, and then they have the opportunity to wrestle on the same mats the very next day.
You gotta build up your biddy program if you ever want to be any good. You gotta build up that biddy program. We took a hit there for a couple of years during COVID, but I think we're coming back.
These athletes are grown, not born.
You know, one thing I want to talk about before we wrap this tournament up is how leagues can fluctuate. You not only see that at the high school level. We talked about Highland leaving and Loudonville possibly coming in the next few months, and we used to be in the MOAC, and now this, and we've got different schools here today. Look at what's being done collegiately these days. The Big Ten expanded a few years ago to include Rutgers and Maryland on the East Coast, and now they're about to expand again to include UCLA and USC on the West Coast. The Big Ten is about to become America's first coast-to-coast conference. Coast to coast. The travel time for these college athletes, it's not just football once a week. The adjustments that are made year to year in conference affiliations doesn't just happen at the collegiate level. It happens here at the high school level as well.
These mega conferences in colleges they're popping up, and they're going to be more prevalent as people want to have more exposure to especially college football playoffs. I think the difference that you see at the high school level is those teams can afford to travel with a plane. Here, usually your conference is pretty well localized to the schools that are around you and the sizes that are around you. Highland obviously expanded because they got big. They got bigger, they added more kids, and they grew out of the D3 level. So
along those lines, what's going to happen to a school like Centerburg when the Intel plant is built? 10 years from now, you could see the Centerburg School District double in size.
Yeah, New Albany, Centerburg, the Dublin schools, anywhere that has a great education system and great athletic programs, they're all going to explode.
Well, that's Northmor. I pointed out earlier in the broadcast, Northmor has the best standardized test scores of any school within a 5-county area. So if you're looking for a good school district, but I realize we're a little far away from the Intel plant, I can tell you this. I think that the supply chain factories will spring up and impact all of central Ohio.
Well, you're going to, of course, see that. Intel's just one of the things that's coming to the New Albany area. Westerville, by being close, is going to expand, and you're going to have to provide homes and places for those people. There's only so many homes you can fit in the Westerville and surrounding Centerburg areas.
They project that Columbus will one day be, by 2050, 3 million people. They say that we have to add 10,000 housing units, condominiums, apartments, houses, 10,000 a year for the next 30 years to catch up with that. 10,000 a year. That's how big Central Ohio is about to become.
I thought 40 years ago that Cleveland and Cincinnati were the big Ohio cities. Columbus, Ohio has become, I think it's 14th biggest in the nation now.
Columbus is, in the 2020 census, Columbus was the 14th largest city in America, but by far the largest city in Ohio. And who knows?
And it's only going to grow.
It's going to double. It's going to double in size over the next 30 years. The score update you can see on your TV screens. Elgin running away with it with an unheard of point total, 252. Gee whiz. What's their ceiling? Northmor at 196.5, Loudonville 171, and Centerburg really has some quality wrestlers, but the lack of depth with just 7 in the tournament is impacting the final score. They're going to finish 4th. They're not going to catch Loudonville. But again, who knows what's going to happen to that Centerville school district down the line.
Yeah, Fredericktown lacking wrestlers now. They're not going to be lacking for long. As Centerburg grows and expands, Fredericktown,
so will Fredericktown.
By default's going to.
So will Fredericktown. The city of Mount Vernon may greatly be impacted. You going to stick around and set up for the biddy tournament?
Set up for the biddy tournament. I got the mats down already. What else do they need me to do?
How about those mats over there in the corner?
Well, they'll wait till tomorrow to figure that out. They're not going to put them down and then tear them up. Hopefully they have a good showing, close to 200 kids, but if they have 60 kids, they'll run it on 3 mats.
Well, there's going to be more than 60. We've got 2 clubs coming in. Our 2 clubs combined. Blade Tackett doing the announcing today.
Another finals match, 144. Josh Serrano, Loudonville, Thomas Smalls, Centerburg. 144 finals match.
144 finals match they just advertised. So at that weight class, we're looking at brackets.
On mat 3, we got Coach Jamie Baldridge and Coach Colin Becker getting ready to coach a very talented Jaron Hatton. With this kid, the sky's the limit. Tons of potential. You'd like to see him get more experience in, but like you said, that's going to come with the weightlifting in the off season and the wrestling in the off season.
What happened to my high school brackets here? Is that them?
You're right there.
So at 144 pounds, they're bringing the final. That's a weight class that had 7 wrestlers, so they couldn't do a pool with 7 wrestlers. They ran brackets. And you're going to see in the finals on mat 1. What are we waiting for on that one? An
Good
official?
double leg by Jaron Hatton. Taking an early 4-1 lead.
Serrato, excuse me, Josh Serrato. Sorry, Mom. Josh Serrato, a junior from Loudonville, about to take on a freshman from Centerburg, Thomas House.
That'll be the next upcoming match. On mat 1 now, we got a close match, 8-2, Centerburg versus Cardington. Looks like it's the 175 weight class.
But he's announced the 144-pound finals are up next on mat 1. You can see him over there warming up.
Jaron Hatton gets the pin on mat 3.
Okay, one of our bigger weight classes here with 7 out of the 8 schools having participants. And you're about to see Loudonville's Josh Serrato wrestle Centerburg's Thomas House.
See,
No, that's Elgin.
that's Elgin.
Well, what happened to the
That's not
144?
144 either.
Well,
I heard him call it. He probably called them to the stand, and they're probably going to be on mat 1 when their match becomes available. So they're in the pipe. They'll be coming up on mat 1 eventually.
well, I stand corrected.
All right, mat 3, we got our finals for the junior high.
Another Northmor wrestler.
Sean Walker. See if he gets a quick pin like before. 17-9 coming into the tournament. Talented 8th grader from Northmor. Wrestling Elgin Stone Rhodes. 24-11. This will be a close, good match.
Stone Rhodes, what a good name for a wrestler.
Want to get to the top of the mountain, you got to go through Stone Roads.
I don't know what happened to that 144-pound bout he called up. But again, they're going back and forth between bracketed weight classes and round robin weight classes. Northmor just crossed 200 points. But they're not going to catch that powerful Elgin squad with 262.
Sean Walker's got 15 seconds left. He's got to let go of that leg and get out on bottom. It's up to his feet. Can he escape and get his one? No loss of control. Waited too long to move.
You got some big boys on the middle mat, some middleweights over on mat 1, and some junior high kids on mat 3. We're just all over the place today.
There's some big middleweights on mat 1 then.
Well, they're probably about 165. I'd call that a middleweight.
I'd call 165 a middleweight. I don't think I'd call mat 1 165.
You think they're 75s?
I think they're 75s or 90s. I think it was deceiving because we thought they were going to be 144s.
Loudonville with another win.
It was Loudonville versus Elgin.
That was 175. He just announced it. That was 175. All right, what do we have coming up here now? Stoney again.
I think this might be the 132 finals. Against Elgin.
They need a Northmor coach. Here comes Coach Armrose and Coach Carr. The coaches have got to be exhausted. Coaches haven't had a break.
Yeah, I think this is C.J. Stoney, senior from Northmor,
That's Stoney.
Against Gavin Rhodes, the 1 seed from Elgin.
That's exactly. You got that one right. You're 100% spot on. 132-pound finals.
Stoney, the senior, was unable to be seated because he hadn't wrestled enough matches.
Oh, watch that knee.
Yeah. Very well could have been stopped there, but Stoney did a good job getting his leg out, taking the early 2-0 lead. I thought he was going to throw that boot in. That would have been nice.
May not be seated, but he knows what he's doing. Isn't that amazing, though? He's not seated.
Well, he hasn't wrestled any matches. But to be unseated and come and win your league, it's a good senior parting gift. He's got to be careful here, bumping the hips. He takes them back, don't do it too fast.
This is a big bout. You're talking about sectional seating.
Got to hook that leg. Hold on to it. You got 20 seconds left. You don't want to give up a reversal here. Suck that leg in.
He's still got the leg, and there's only 10 seconds. No, I think he lost it. And he lost the takedown. No back. 2-2 at the end of the first period. 2-2.
Got a little sloppy. Easy recover. On mat 3, 30 seconds left. Sean Walker's down 6-1.
Good sportsmanship there. Did you see Elgin help Northmor up?
You like to see that.
Northmor chooses neutral at the beginning of period 2. Northmor also chooses oxygen.
Yeah, I think he understands his shortcomings right here. Good scramble, settle back. Sink it, settle back.
He's got him on his back. That's the best thing that can happen. A quick pin, get it over with, slap the mat,
Lift
get
the
it
head.
over with. Oh my goodness!
And
A league
Coach
champion,
Carr.
a league champion, completely unseated.
Outstanding job by C.J. Stoney.
How about that? The depth of our hallways with these kids walking around who grew up wrestling but aren't out for the team this year. There's still 3 or 4 names walking the hallways that know how to wrestle.
That could be in here helping Northmor win the league.
Maybe next year. Stoney will never forget that. He's the league champion. "25 years from now, he'll come back for a reunion." Northmor solidly in second place now, but I'll tell you what, that battle for third place, Centerburg just isn't giving up. They've got 7 wrestlers, and they're giving Loudonville everything they want, and Loudonville's got 12. Both teams well coached. Don't misunderstand me. Eventually, you would expect Loudonville to distance themselves from Centerburg. Lucas is creeping up on Fredericktown, too. Look at the battle there. Look at the battle for 5th. There's 3 teams there. Cardington was 66, Lucas was 68, Fredericktown was 70. It's a great conference meet. We're going to go past 3 o'clock. It's obvious to me. I thought 3 o'clock.
I wish we had the biddy program sheet so we could say what time our weigh-ins were for tomorrow.
Go get one. Go get one and come back and find out how many finals. I got to admit, it's been exhausting. I mean, I'm tired too. 6 hours of broadcasting.
I'm tired of looking at you.
It's been fun. It's been fun. My producer says I'm tired of listening to you. Thanks, Adam. Thankfully, Adam is not producing any of the matches or games the rest of the day. We are broadcasting the OH Report, a number of girls basketball games tonight. There's actually one going on right now. Can you pop up that score and give it to me? Just put it right on the screen so everybody can see it. Adam says his computer's tired too. We'll find it. If you've never been here, come next year. Come sometime for a baseball game, a softball game this spring. Multiple weight rooms, multiple. There's so many locker rooms. I'm not sure how many locker rooms we have. I'd have to count. Right off this gym, there are 4. Shift to mat 1 for a minute. Oh, he took him straight to his back. The Mount Gilead boy took him straight to his back. Nice move. Mount Gilead may only have 4 kids in the tournament. Good sportsmanship helped him up right there. You like to see that. They're not fooling around. 2 kids are off the mat, 2 more kids are on the mat. Huron is leading Clear Fork right. No. I'm sorry. Clear Fork's ahead 14-6 over Huron. It's in the second quarter. So the Clear Fork Colts. Good job, ladies. The OH Report is covering that game right now. Clear Fork 14, Huron 6. Got to root for the local school, the Clear Fork Colts. We've put together a pretty nice wrestling team this year. They're battling right now for an MOAC title. Zach just put on his headphones. He's back. What'd you find out?
Weigh-ins tomorrow from 8 to 9:30. Wrestling doesn't start till 11. So anybody out there interested in coming to the wrestling match for the Biddy program, wrestling starts at 11.
Bracketing between 9:30 and 11. What do we have out there on mat 2? Let's go to that mat.
Got talented freshman Braden Keener. He's a strong heavyweight. Looks like he's taking an early advantage, 3-2.
I know I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I really hope Keener stays with it. He doesn't always know which way to roll yet. That will come with experience. But he's got some of the basics. He's got some athletic ability.
Good job not giving up with short time.
He's wrestling Fredericktown.
Need some explosion here from Braden. He struggles on the bottom. He needs to clear his hips. He's got to move. That's one of the bigger issues when you get to these upper weight classes, is not having movement from the bottom position.
Fredericktown wrestler is a senior, Lucas Herbst. So you're looking at a freshman wrestling a senior. There are 10 heavyweights here today. It's the most full weight class with 10 entrants.
11, right?
No, I think there's 10. We had a scratch.
Oh.
There's 10. They're still in Pool B out there. Lucas Herbst is wrestling Braden Keener, senior and a freshman. They're in round 5 of pool brackets.
Oh, good pancake. See if he can seal the deal here. He's under the mat. There it is. Ooh, you don't like to see that. All right, good victory there, Keener. Upsetting the senior. Herbst was the number 2 seed, so hopefully Keener can make it onto the pool tournament. That was for 3rd and 4th, right?
That may have been.
It may have been for 3rd and 4th.
What match you want to watch, Zach?
I'd say the one here on mat 2 looks most promising. Did we ever get to see the 144 finals?
The only thing I can speculate
One thing that a lot of these younger wrestlers have got to realize is they need to start setting up these shots. We just saw this shot on mat 2, diving in with your head down. It doesn't make sense. You got to have some form of setup, and then you have to have different ways to finish. He's going to get it here, climb the tree. I don't know if gave him the 2 while he had the takedown, so let's see if he waves it off or if he makes it a reversal. Yep. Was an odd choice to give him the 2 while he still had the leg, but
everybody's getting tired here today. The table workers on mat 1 are struggling to get another match out there. It's been something to witness as we complete 6 hours. 6 hours of broadcasting.
big bout coming up on mat 1, Nye Eskew, talented 8th grader from Northmor.
Zach, you've set an OH report record. You were a part of it.
Mat 3, Ethan Littleton, another talented 8th grader, going to be part of that great freshman lineup. Great leg snatch there.
Just crossed 6 hours of straight wrestling with no break. They're trying to get a match going on mat 1.
Here we go, Nye Eskew, 172, 8th grader. Going against what looks like Fredericktown or Cardington.
No, it's Fredericktown. And that must mean, since they're running that on mat 1, that they're wrapping up the high school tournament in some of the weight classes.
Good job, Nye, with a good pancake. Good pin. Ethan Littleton up.
Back to mat 3.
On mat 3. Up 2-0. Got 30 seconds left. Let's see if he can break him down and turn him.
Halftime in the Clear Fork girls basketball game, and they're starting to pull away. They're up 23-7 over Huron High School.
Good pin by
Littleton with the
Ethan Littleton.
pin. Good job, Ethan. Boy, they've done a good job keeping score here today, trying to keep us updated so we can keep you updated. It's just been a good day. A long day, but a good day.
It's a good close battle down here on mat 2.
You know what, you gotta admire the way the league coaches and officials have decided, look, to get these kids some mat time, we're here, we drove here, let's take some of these weight classes that only have 4 and 5 kids and do pool instead of bracket. They got more matches that way. It made it rough to broadcast, longer day, but more matches for these wrestlers.
You do miss out on the advantage of being able to follow a bracket and tell who's advancing and who's dropping out. But
it's been chaotic to watch.
But 0-2 for your kid that has spent the whole day here is not as advantageous as getting them 4 or 5 matches. I mean, that's why they're here, to get mat time. So I think it was a great style for them to do it this way. Most invitationals that we've gone to have flipped to this style of wrestling tournament. And it benefits you if you want to get your higher place kids matches. A lot of times before, you'd have 15 kids in a tournament, and if you were the number 1 seed, well, you might miss out and only get 3 matches. That's not happening here.
Yeah. You got to buy in round 1. this is the way to go. Unless you're a big show tournament like the J.C. Gorman or the MIT, then you want to go straight brackets. I think a lot of these people are going to go home and tune in to this to see their matches later tonight.
Hopefully they go back and reflect on a lot of these matches because there's...
Well, sometimes we gave them commentary that may give them something to reflect on. You know, too far away. Get in there and hand fight. They hear it from their coaches. Maybe if they hear it from an outside source, they'll say, oh, all right. Can Elgin crack 300 points?
I think that's asking a little much, especially when we're already at the heavier weights. I don't see them getting that high, but 278, nothing to scoff at. All right, next up on mat 3, Northmore's future running back, Rodney Accord.
Or lineman.
Or lineman, as Coach Skelton has
predicted. I used to coach junior high football.
I think it'll be interesting to see where Rodney falls next year. He's
got
at
an impressive
205
frame.
right now. Yeah,
he's got an impressive frame. I mean, how tall is that big puppy?
He's 5'9", 5'10".
Oh,
he's a big boy.
He's over 5'9". He's towering over the official.
The official's 5'3".
Look at that!
Good blast
oh my
double,
goodness! He
straight
had
to
that
his
boy in
back.
the air. He had that boy in the air. Rodney
Beautiful.
Accord. Oh,
12-second pin for
he's going to
Rodney
be
Accord.
somebody. He's going to be somebody.
And you wonder if he's going to get too big to wrestle 215 next year.
He picked that boy up into the air and then set him down on his back. Wow, that was impressive.
Should be only one more match here at the junior high level.
So we're wrapping up the junior high portion of this tournament.
I think this is Bryce Cooper on mat 1 going to be going for 3rd and 4th.
Going to battle Fredericktown. Here, Zach, my eyes are getting tired. Look up that Fredericktown name. Oh, he's an athlete. These are two athletes.
Bryce against Bryce. We got Bryce Hay, freshman from Fredericktown, at 144, taking on Bryce Cooper, junior from Northmor.
Well, I just watched him jump several feet into the air. He's an athlete. You're looking at two young athletes. Now, Cooper isn't that young in age. He's a junior, but he's only in his 2nd year of wrestling. They're sizing each other up.
All right, you hit that arm drag, but you got to hit that with some emphasis. You can't just pancake it.
It's not patty cake.
The other guy's taking small steps.
Too far away.
Bryce Hay keeps his feet together, and he stands on his heels a lot. Cooper, if he's going to want to capitalize on that, needs to switch to an ankle pick, and he needs to stop crossing his feet. That's just inexperience.
That's a huge mistake, crossing your feet.
Good, he gets the 2-on-1, snatches the leg. 38 seconds left. See if he can get some near fall.
What happens if he crosses his feet?
Well, when you cross your feet, you're just not light on your feet. You've made a mistake. Think about that.
One of the biggest issues with when you're crossing your feet, you've taken your great stance and you've now made it to where anytime they shoot, you can't sprawl because your feet are all tangled up. So you're giving up your legs. You're giving up your position regardless of how good your stance is.
You want to be on your feet taking short steps. Never a long plant, because if you lift a leg up and take a long step, then the other foot is planted for a good long second that it's vulnerable to attack.
So not only have you ruined your defense, you've also ruined your offense because you can't shoot with your feet crossed. All right, second period. Bryce Hay on bottom.
I think this has been hard on the fan base too. The stands behind me are half the size that they were early in the tournament. Of course, a lot of kids are done, and the parents have left. Oh, Cooper kicks him. 2-1.
Also, if it was more competitive, if Elgin didn't have a 60-point lead, there'd be more emphasis on team scoring here. Good capitalization on.
Nice win for Mount Gilead on the center mat right there. Mount Gilead does have a lot of people over there.
For not having a ton of
Mount
wrestlers.
Gilead's got a nice crowd. Here, we'll show it to you. Look at the Mount Gilead crowd.
Cooper's match got bumped up to the side screen.
If you look in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see all purple.
That's a growing program. They're going to get back to where they were.
Well, they grew, and then they've taken a hit. I think COVID hurt them too.
Mount Gilead going for a pin. If he lets this go, it's going to go down as a tech fall. Big match. Obviously, the fans are passionate about their program.
The Mount Gilead fan base is loving it. Look at them over there.
If you're a Mount Gilead wrestler, it's what you want to see. A good win for Mount Gilead.
Back on mat 3 or mat 1. We're on.
I'd already got one.
What are you doing?
Cooper up 7-1.
We showed Coach Zolman how to run the controls, and it was a mistake.
Fletcher's sitting on his couch. Don't let him touch the buttons.
Yeah, you gave Zolman too much power. But to Coach Zolman's credit, he's kept his language clean today. He's done a heck of a good job.
Yeah, it's been very boring.
Yeah. He hasn't busted out anything inappropriate, and who would have bet on that, huh? Fletcher, were you betting on Zolman? Yeah, I didn't think so.
We just had Northmore's future 4-time state champ, Jonathan Zolman, step up here in the stands.
Oh, with April.
My wife, Erica. John's weighing in at about 30 pounds now, but we'll definitely, as soon as we can get him getting some more protein, we'll get him out on the mats.
I've got Zach's wife behind me, 7 months pregnant.
How old's the young guy?
Jonathan's he'll be 2 in April, so.
Okay.
Cooper won the match. As you can see on your screen.
Good, talented tournament. We got Zach Tinch, former Mount Gilead wrestler, helping out with the program on mat 1 over there, instructing him.
Zach Tinch knows what he's doing.
Former state placer for Mount Gilead. I believe he was 7th or 8th his senior year. Talent attracts talent.
Dad coached that Mount Gilead program, Marlon Tinch. Marlin did a good job with the Mount Gilead program. Marlin lives at Candlewood.
Cardington 172 junior high wrestler, I believe, is here on mat 2.
You know, the Mount Gilead kids are wrestling well right now. Centerburg up to 180 points. They could pass Loudonville for third place with only 7 athletes in their lineup. Wow.
This is a good match here for the finals of 172. Had an upset. NISU, the Northmor #1 seed, got upset early on by Mount Gilead. So really it's an open race here. If Mount Gilead's able to win, he's going to walk away with the trophy. If Cardington wins, it's going to come down to the tiebreaker.
I think the junior high tournament is over.
There's a junior high kids here. I know that because they had a David and Goliath match between the Cardington kid and NISU.
Is this the last of the junior high matches?
It might be. I don't see anybody else warming up. This then is the finals.
We are rounding up a long day of wrestling. Wrapping up a long day of wrestling.
Coach, I think that's it. I think that that concludes. Obviously, we got to wait and get the finals on the team score.
We are wrapping up a long day of wrestling, but the bottom line is Elgin has dominated this tournament for the second year in a row, sitting on 278 points.
Great showing by all 8 teams that competed. Obviously, you like to see the level of competition. You love to see the numbers for some of these programs, but I would foresee that it's going to be a lot more competitive in the future as these programs start to field 10 to 14 weight classes. So
what's going to happen for Northmor? We're waiting to hand out some hardware.
We've ran enough, but I was going to say how much, because they're getting ready to do that like right now. Right?
What we've got to do is help you get this stuff out. You're not going to help. I'm going to help. Let's help.
Yeah, we'll get them wrestling. Yeah, no. I got plenty of wrestlers I can have help too. But are they ready to turn this on the presentations? I don't want to take a break at this.
We want to take a break to run a commercial, but we don't want to miss anything in the way of presentations. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to run a commercial right now and come back if they start.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Okay, here's where we are. We're back from commercial break. We are now handing out awards to our junior high champions.
Here at 80 and 86, we see 2 Mount Gilead kids. That's great. That shows.
I'm going to let Coach Zolman explain who's a junior high coach, who the junior high champions are. Take over, Zach.
Got a couple good lightweights coming up in the Mount Gilead program. The runner-up for 92 also could be placed in the state tournament in junior high soon. So here at 110, we got Colin Beck from Northmor. Obviously, they're going through the names right now, but all of these guys
they're running the award ceremony as quickly as they ran the tournament, rapidly.
128 Stone Roads, probably the coolest name in the tournament.
Going to take a nice group photo once we line up the kids behind them. Lots of moms down there with cameras. Keep going, coaches. I actually think there is one high school match still to be wrestled.
At 285.
Yes. They ran into the 45-minute rule at the very end there. So we have one high school match still to be contested. But we're wrapping up the junior high tournament right now, handing out the awards, and then we're going to clear the mats again and wrestle one high school match and then hand out the high school awards.
That's 3 for Mount Gilead, showing how competitive that junior high program is.
It's good to see them come back.
142, Ethan Littleton, Northmor.
There you go, 3rd Northmor wrestler.
3rd Northmor champion.
Champion.
Got Batman out there.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at practice.
Where's something that says Northmor?
We struggled with some of the kids. They always want to wear their Rudis, and that's great.
They're 14 years old.
We had a great running score for the high school. It'll be interesting to see team-wise how Northmor did.
Wow, you're looking at a lot of local kids out there, not Elgin athletes.
Mm-hmm.
205, Ronnie Accord, Northmor.
There he is.
4 Northmor champions. Elgin dominated the high school tournament, but not the junior high.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Rodney first round pinned all the way through.
Where's the heavyweight from?
Elgin.
Good for him. And there are your junior high weight class champions. 15 weight classes in junior high wrestling, young people. If you want to fit into a lineup, junior high wrestling is a good way to go. $15 weight classes, 15 starters, not 5, 15. Nice little team out there right now. 4 Northmor champions, huh?
Yep, 4 Northmor,
4 Mount Gilead. And then it's sprinkled here and there.
2 Cardington, 2 Elgin.
That's a good showing for Mount Gilead and Northmor.
Yeah. 8
of the 15 champions came from Mount Gilead and Northmor. How about that? There's the league commissioner out there.
I think this is the part where they award the junior high league trophy, I would assume. They have to have those numbers crunched already.
Just an amazing day of wrestling here with no breaks. It's just been They started wrestling at 9 a.m. on time. They started wrestling on time at 9 a.m. and have not stopped until just now when it's time to hand out awards.
I saw him. Yeah, they're excited for the beard to go for sure.
Those little junior high punks out there want that beard cut off. There they are over there in the corner.
How many did Mount Gilead field?
Oh, nice camera work by one of our cameramen. Look at him scanning the gym. Mount Gilead was just declared the junior high KMAC champions. Sincere congratulations to Mike Williamson and the Mount Gilead crew. Coach Mike Williamson and his Mount Gilead Indians just won the junior high league. They finished last at the high school level, but they won the junior high league. How about that, huh? I don't know the junior high coach's name, but I'm happy for him. Last in the high school, first in the junior high. That's really something. Good job, coaches. Good job. There's a lot of purple out there taking pictures right now.
Yeah, it's great to see the support that they have. Good program.
How about that? First in the junior high. Good for Mount Gilead. They want you for a picture, Coach Zach. Our cameraman is now scouring the gym, and he's going over there to where Northmor wants to take a picture as the league runner-up. Northmor was second in the KMAC. And they're waiting for Coach Zolman to take a picture. Coach Zolman has been up here with me for 6 hours, 6.5. There you go. Your league runner-up, Northmor Junior High. Good job, Coach Baldridge, Coach Zolman. Four champions for Mount Gilead, 4 champions for Northmor. Out of the 15 weight classes, those two schools collected over half of the league champions. And now it's time to wrap up this high school tournament.
Cardington, Fredericktown, Loudonville, Mount Gilead.
Good job, all the junior high personnel here today. I think everybody's anxious to wrestle that one high school match that still needs to be contested. But it's not going to matter on the scoreboard. The scoreboard is pretty set. Elgin's going to win the tournament. Northmore's going to finish second. Loudonville and Centerburg, I can't tell you who's going to finish third. We'll have to update that. And it's the same way for 5th and 6th with Fredericktown and Lucas. We're not going to be able to give you final scores yet. We're going to break for a commercial, and we'll come back.
At At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I will soon, soon. Knew as a child, back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my room, room. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
I got 2 feet on the ground, head flying in the clouds. It's just the little things, all of the little things. Hands up in the sky, it's all gonna be alright. It's just the little things, all of the little things. It's love little things, love little things.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Enough about me. Let's start the show. Starring me.
Hop in the car, car, watch it go vroom, vroom. I told her mom that I was soon. Knew as a child back in the womb. Oh, told her step back, I need my broom. Hop in the car, watch it go vroom. I'm in a whip, so I gotta zoom. They tryna talk, they not in the room. I've been so real, I'm dead to the tomb. They in the way.
Coffee light on the soy milk and gently stirred. Don't forget the sugar this time either.
I'm doing fine. Don't see the vision, they looking so blind. I hit my lawyer, don't got the time. Crossing my T's and he dying.
At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community. At Knox Community Hospital, your primary care physician is more than someone who delivers your test results, more than someone who writes prescriptions, more than someone who listens to your heart. We are your healthcare partner who takes the time to know you, listen to your concerns, and provide you with expert personalized care to make and keep you well. Because to us, you're more than just numbers on a chart. You're a neighbor and a friend. Knox Community Hospital, in the community, for the community.
Okay, folks, commercial break over. This is Mike Skelton getting ready to wrap things up here. On a long day of wrestling, we've been here for 6.5 hours, and let me tell you where we are. We finished the junior high tournament. The tournament was won by Mount Gilead. They had 4 champions. 8 points behind Mount Gilead was Northmor with 4 champions, and now we're about to wrap up the high school tournament. We had 10 entrants in the high school heavyweights. And we started wrestling at 9 o'clock and never took a break until just now, but we ran into the 45-minute rule with the heavyweights. So now we're about 2 minutes away, maybe a minute away from starting these heavyweight bouts that we had to stop because they need 45 minutes between bouts. So here we go on the center mat. You're watching. I believe we've got a first and second and a third and fourth. We still have 1 minute. You see the official, John Hinton, just go 1 minute, 1 minute. But you're about to watch Elgin. Who's Elgin wrestling? Who's in this? Lucas. You're about to watch Elgin wrestle Lucas in the heavyweight division. You're going to see first and second on one mat and third and fourth on another mat. They're looking for the time to end so they can give you these contestants. I'm going to give you the names here. This is the third place match on the center mat, mat 2. You are looking at for Lucas, Damon Mock, a senior, Damon Mock, and he is wrestling from Elgin, Russell Sherman. Russell Sherman is a junior. These boys are wrestling for third place on the center mat. I'm going to sneak it over to mat 1, where they're wrestling for first and second place. You're looking at the Fredericktown heavyweight, Lucas Herbst. He's a senior. Oh, and Lucas just covered his opponent on that takedown. Elgin wins the middle match for third place. These are the last of the high school bouts, so we're down to one match, and you're watching on mat 1 Fredericktown's Lucas Herbst Do I have the right match? I do have the right match. There's a reversal, so the score is now 2-2. Mason Latham of Centerburg got that reversal, so it's 2-2. Centerburg on top in the beginning. Mason Latham on top of Lucas Herbst from Fredericktown. At the very beginning of period 2, these two big stallions are wrestling for first place in the KMAC. They've temporarily stopped the match. Table workers are tired too. They're having trouble with the clock. There they got it to work. Everybody in the gym that's left is just exhausted. They ran this tournament with no breaks today up until these last 30 minutes when they had to because of the 45-minute rule. Handed out the junior high awards, and now we're wrapping up the high school. We're going to stick with you, though, so that you're able to see the high school awards handed out. We're going to stick through the presentation ceremonies so you can see your champions crowned. Centerburg's on top right now. Latham and Herbst are both seniors. They probably faced each other on the line in a football game more than once this year. Fredericktown and Centerburg. I'll bet these two young men know each other well. They actually have a trophy for just that game between Centerburg and Fredericktown. It's called the Freddyburg. Freddyburg. Get it? Freddies, Centerburg, the Freddyburg. It's a big football rivalry between Fredericktown and Centerburg. And right now you're looking at the Centerburg heavyweight winning. He's got the Fredericktown senior on his back, and that's it. It's over. The pin came with 1:08 in the second period. So Centerburg's Mason Latham is your league champion. Congratulations, Mr. Latham. And congratulations, Lucas Herbst, runner-up in a strong weight class of 10 athletes. He doesn't like placing second. He's a tough kid. He's a competitor. Okay, we just wrapped up. We are now going to bring up the individual champions.
In the meantime, I'll calculate the totals here. We need a coach
I am going to let the PA speaker take over and announce these champions. But I can tell you we're going to start at 106, where Aiden Cervantes of Elgin is your league champion. I'm sorry, Cohenhurst is your league champion, and Aiden Cervantes is your league runner-up at 106. But I don't think they're going to bring up second place. I think they're just going to bring up the champions. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in today. It has been grueling to broadcast 6.5 hours, trying to come up with the correct name here and there, as they just ran through a tournament that at times was pool brackets, at times was straight brackets, at times was a junior high, at times was high school. 3 mats, no breaks, constant wrestling. And most people at this point are gone, but the champions and their families are still here waiting for the awards to be handed out. I'd like to thank everyone associated with running this thing, particularly the coaches, the athletic director, the league officials, and most of all, I'd like to thank Zach Zolman, my co-host, who took off already. He's actually headed to a tournament tomorrow, so Zach left with his lovely family and 7-month pregnant wife. Going to have a little bit of a Saturday night and then right back at it tomorrow in junior high districts. A huge shout out to Adam Thompson, our producer today, for sticking with us for the whole tournament. We're going on our 7th hour of broadcasting. 7th hour. But as we conclude this 7th hour, they're going to hand out awards, and I know the people that are watching want to see their wrestler recognized. So we're going to stick with it. Through 7 hours, we've stuck with it, live and free. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Thank all the people that contribute to the OH Report.
And Mike, while we are waiting for these results, I'd like to let everybody know they can catch the tail end of the Huron-Clear Fork Ladies Tournament game that's taking place in Edison right now. So
that's our producer, Adam Thompson, speaking. He's got a much better voice than I do for broadcasting.
So we'll keep you guys entertained while we are waiting for some champions to come by. So, Mike, you can continue to fill them in, but while they're waiting, we'll see if Huron can pull off the miracle or if Clear Fork will continue to take this lead.
I think we've got final scores on the board.
Yes, those are the final as far as I know. I haven't seen any updates in quite a while. Elgin finally got a couple more points on there, and Centerburg just 1 point shy from being able to tie with third.
Actually, Centerburg with that heavyweight pin may have jumped ahead to third place. I don't think they've flashed those scores yet, but I anticipate Centerburg getting a few more team points. Don't be a bit surprised if
you may know a thing or two about wrestling.
Well, I can't do. Adam can do what I'm doing. I can't do what Adam's done to run this tournament and all the computers and cameras, and he's not only a producer, he's the director. All I am is just someone who talks into a microphone.
Well, you're saving my butt today.
I'm not rather significant.
You are too, Mike. All right, well, we're waiting on those Centerburg scores and all the scores to update here. I'm privy, but I'll wait for it to populate on there. There we go. And you were right.
There we go. It just popped up, the final team scores, and as anticipated, it didn't make a difference for Team 1, Team 2, but Centerburg did pass Loudonville, and that's credible. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to They're now handing out the awards. Cohenhurst, Northmor first, and I'm going to be quiet. Brady Carr, second weight class. So we have champions, 1 and 2. 120, champion, Drew Spring.
126 from Northmor,
Cohen Becker, 126. 3 of the first 4 weight classes, Northmor won, and we had runner-up at the other.
132 from Northmor, CJ Stoney.
132, champion, Northmor. We've talked about the Northmor lightweights all day.
138 from Northmor, Carson Campbell.
5 of the first 6 weight classes. And now comes Elgin.
And 144 from Centerburg, Thomas House.
Centerburg, Thomas House. That's 144. Those 7 boys will take a kneel. Take a knee. And now the last 7 weight classes. You're going to see a lot of Elgin up here.
157 from Centerburg, Kalen Leemaster.
Our announcer's taking over.
165 from Elgin, Jared Johnson.
Big crowd from Elgin.
175 from Elgin, Nels, and Gundy.
That's 3 champs for Elgin.
From Loudonville, Caleb Gregory.
3 champs for Elgin so far.
215 from Centerburg, Charlie Sargent.
And how about Centerburg? They're going to put 3 champs up there.
And 285, also from Centerburg, Mason Landfield. Ladies and gentlemen, your individual KMAC tournament champion.
Congratulations, league champions. And now we're going to hand out a couple of league trophies. Northmor with the most champions, 5, but way behind Elgin, 283 to 222 and a half. Centerburg with only 7 athletes finishes 3rd and 186 points. That's a lot of points for 7 athletes.
Do a couple individual awards here for the team champion. First, we have a wrestler of the KMAC tournament, voted on by coaches. Kalen Leemaster.
Most valuable wrestler in the league tournament, Mr. Leemaster. Congratulations.
Coach of the year, Elgin Comets.
Little doubt on who the coach of the year is with 283 points. Congratulations, Levi Pasma of Elgin High, the Pied Piper. What an entourage he has over there. He's got.
For 2023 KMAC tournament champions, goes to Elgin.
Congratulations, Elgin High School.
Thanks everyone for a great day. School tournament. Congrats to all the athletes. Thanks to all of our table workers, our officials, anyone else that helped throughout the day. Great day, great weekend.
And thank you, Blade Tackett, Athletic Director. Thank you, Adam Thompson, our producer. That's it for us here. I'm Mike Skelton, leaving you from Northmor High School. Long day, great tournament, good day. Everyone have a safe trip home.